To the field are today's umpires, Mark Emerson and Martin Siders, the match referee is Mike Smith. Kicking score, Terry Owen and Adrian Bull. Luke Doctors leading the Northamptonshire fielding team. Kicking wicket,
Good morning and welcome back to Wantage Road, day 2 of Northamptonshire versus Gloucestershire. The score overnight, Gloucestershire 338 for 8, having been put into bat by Luke Proctor yesterday morning. Northamptonshire obviously hopeful to pick up these 2 wickets pretty quickly. Gloucestershire add as many runs as they can. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. The stream is powered by Daffabet. And Phil, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Dan. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good day of cricket yesterday.
It was a great day of cricket. It was really entertaining. There was something for everyone. There was some very good bowling. There was some very good batting. There was a couple of good catches. There were some spills. Gloucestershire clearly, as we said last night after play, Gloucestershire clearly will feel they've won that day, and no one's going to argue with that. Being stuck in on a greenish pitch, 338 for 8. The sun was shining. It's always nice to bat here at Northampton. The overhead conditions everywhere make a difference. It seems at some grounds the overhead conditions make more of a difference. Certainly at Northampton, the overhead conditions do influence things. It's set fair again today. It's bright and sunny as we look out down on the pitch. But Northamptonshire will want to get these 2 out ASAP and get batting and then bat for the rest of the day and beyond. That's a simple game plan.
Yeah, well, interestingly, Siddharth Kaul is going to open the bowling from the David Capel end this morning. He is the pick of the bowlers for Northamptonshire. 23 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 58. On debut, we'll be looking for a 5th and a fifer in the county championship, but it is normally Ben Sanderson's end. Siddharth Kaul, Josh Shaw on strike. That's just defended into the leg side. Northamptonshire continuing with those 3 slips. It could be a dangerous partnership, couldn't it? We spoke before we came on air about the exploits and the power that Marchant possesses, and you kind of threw back to I think I'd probably describe it as a bit more of a nightmare for yourself. But
yeah, I can't see the name DeLange without remembering the second morning of the game when he took us for 100, mostly over the coffee van at Cow Corner. And we continued to decide to be a good idea to test him out on the short ball. And he took 100 mostly off that ball, to be honest.
It's driven aerially and well stopped in the covers. George Bartlett in there with a one-handed dive. Is that 113 by any chance? By Marchant.
How many balls was that off?
I don't actually know. I can confirm that he has only scored 1 first-class 100 in his career.
Stop it. It's early to upset me, isn't it?
Strike rate of 80.
Yeah. And Hogan got some in that game as well. Not known for his batting prowess, but we invited him to play the pull shot on repeat. Repeat. Yeah, it was one of those mornings. It's nicely played.
First runs of the day tucked into the leg side by Josh Shaw. Going to come back for a couple. They can take on Scrimshaw. Easy 2. 340 for 8. If you'd like to get in contact with us, you can throughout the course of the day. Twitter works at NorthantsCCC. Email stream at nccc.co.uk, or the live chat on the YouTube channel is working as well. We had kind of 6, 7, maybe even 800 people watching at points yesterday, which is nice. And hopefully in about 15 minutes, we're going to be joined by Northamptonshire's analyst James Maybe as well for a little chat about numbers and cricket, which will be interesting. It's left alone, gently shaping away from Josh Shaw.
Yeah, he wants to drive, doesn't he? He likes an off drive, a cover drive. Does Josh Shaw, and I think we should keep inviting him to play that. That ball swung nicely. It nipped as well off the seam as it will often do when it swings. To swing generally, the ball needs to be seam up. Might wobble a wee bit, but generally it's got a better chance. If it's swinging, it's got a better chance of seaming. So it goes further with the swing, as that one did. Let's invite him to drive that. Bring those 3 slips into play. Oh, that's well played.
well left as well, through to keeper McManus. Impressed with the signing of Siddharth Kaul based on what we saw yesterday?
Well, you couldn't fail to be, really, could you? I thought he bowled beautifully. I felt he started almost trying to show all of his skills too soon, and then found it a little bit difficult to settle into a line and length. As the day progressed, having shown everyone that he could bowl all varieties, he then settled in and he became more effective. But yeah, he's got some skill, this guy.
Solidly defended by Josh Shaw. Dot ball to finish the first over of the day. 2 runs from it. 97 now have been bowled by Northamptonshire. The score is 340 for 8. How many balls do you think it was that Marchant faced for that 100?
What was he, 113?
Well, yeah, I think
for the 100.
For the 100, yeah.
Well, it was better than a run of ball, I would say.
Correct.
Yeah. 75?
62.
Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I wondered where you were going then. What word was coming next?
Oh, wow. Well played.
It'd be interesting. I mean, clearly with a strike rate of 80, he's not going to hang about here, is he? Sanderson will be bowling to Marchant. Delanga first up this morning. And with the 3 slips, Sanderson should be kind of pitching this one up, looking to move it away. Just goes too straight, tucks it down the leg side. It's going to be 4 runs for Marchant. Just turned around the corner. Probably one of the more subtle shots of this innings that we're going to see from the big fast bowler.
And he's going to be loving that, isn't he? Just where you want it, just on the left-hand side of the front knee roll, going down the leg side. Played it very nicely. Didn't try and overplay it, just any bat beats the fielder at backward square, and as he did, he played it very nicely.
On his down the leg side. Good take by McManus. It's really, it's been quite pronounced actually during the course of this game so far, just how much the ball has moved after it's passed the stumps. And we've spoken quite a lot, haven't we, about the fact you've got to be a good mitter to coach here at Northamptonshire. But this game in particular, it feels like McManus has had to cover a lot of ground actually to tidy these ones up that have swung and swung late.
It's been prodigious, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
Prodigious.
Good word.
Thank you. I've gone early in the day. That's beautifully bowled.
Yeah, that's lovely by Sanderson. Just holds its line.
And actually, yeah, it did hold its line, as you say, and also DeLange held his line as well. So he played for off stump, which was the original line of the ball, and he didn't move from there, which is the right thing to do. He may or may not have recognised the ball moving, but he didn't flinch at it. He just held his line. Just a little bit fuller, catches the edge.
Big load up from Delanga, punches the bat in response. He's angry with himself. He can't get it past Bartlett. I think he was probably trying to go aerial there, wasn't he? And
coming here, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe just a little bit too full there not too full by Sanderson, but too full for Marchant to get his hands underneath it.
He rehearsed a lovely sort of 9-iron shot, didn't he?
It's a big swing of the bat, isn't it?
I would imagine he hits a golf ball quite a long way. And a cricket ball. I don't have to imagine the cricket ball.
Well, there's exhibit 1. Straight down the ground. 6 runs for Marchant. Pitched up by Sanderson. Clears the front leg. Straight as you like, back over Sanderson's head. And that shot brings up the Gloucestershire 350.
Yeah, there was not a lot wrong with the length of the ball. It was the width, wasn't it? The width allowed DeLange to free his arms. And I've seen this before on this ground in this session. Session 4 of the match. Delanga not out overnight. The ball still knew it's only 16, 17 overs old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Although that 6 that Delanga has hit has caused the ball to get a scuff on it. So Neil Bainton is shuffling across to Martin Saggers, and they might be thinking about changing the ball because it has got some damage. Yeah, they're going to change the ball.
Well, he did hit it hard, didn't he? It's just a dangerous dangerous batter. He's played 104 first-class matches and only averages 16.
Mm-hmm.
But those 16s at a strike rate of 80.52 with 100, 550s. And in that kind of average of 16, 197 fours and 93 sixes.
It doesn't like running.
He really doesn't. He has been caught 43 times out of 138 innings, which possibly isn't the biggest surprise, but could be somebody that could be brilliant for Gloucestershire, takes the game away really, potentially from Northamptonshire and quickly.
Well, that could happen. I mean, that seriously, we're chuckling about his past exploits here, but he's a dangerous man. 350 all out in the game with a good first innings. 420, we're going to find that hard to win that game from there.
Yeah, at that point there, you're going to have to get level par and better, and then kind of rely on an incredibly good bowling display or a potentially kind of poor batting performance by your opposition.
So we've got a different ball. We've got a different field. So we've got a deep mid-wicket, and the man extra cover has come across to the leg side. So it looks like we're going to bowl straighter. I hope we don't bowl short.
We didn't bowl short. It was pitched up. Marchant's going to take one just off the outside half of the bat, but he played it well, straight down into the covers. Keeps the strike, 11 from it, 351 for 8. So he will face up against Siddharth Kaul.
We talk a lot about premeditation, and particularly in the way the game is now with reverse sweeps, everyone plays them, and there's an element of premeditation in that, clearly. There was an element of premeditation in that forward defensive shot, I think, from De Lange. He was never going to play a big shot at that ball. Just wanted to get it into the hole on the offside and get at the other end. So he's now going to face Kaul, and this could be interesting because Kaul's stock ball really is pitch it up and swing it away. I mean, he's got lots of other options as well. That's his stock ball.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what De Lange wants him to do, just to swing it away, to free his arms.
I'd quite like to see some of this IPL experience coming from Siddharth here.
Yeah, I think the swinging Yorker.
Yeah. Nicely bowled. Just shaping away from De Lange, who just pushes that one down the ground. But if I say if, De Lange's going to go hard here. There's no if about it. 6 white ball international caps for Siddharth. Numerous IPL appearances as well. Maybe that's the skill set that works to dismiss Marchant.
The first thing I would say would be that he bats number 10 and averages 16 for a reason. And the reason is that he can't defend your best ball if you bowl it often enough. So don't give him any width. The ball is still very new.
Yeah.
Hit that top of off area with movement and try and nick him off. If he keeps taking you off the bails and the ball's still doing a bit, which it is, well, then we need to go to plan B. But let's be clear about plan A, which is bowl your best ball. As I say, it's not a flat. It's a good cricket pitch. There. So don't get me wrong. It is a good cricket pitch. There is movement there. The ball is 18 overs old. We've got an international bowler with it, with the Duke's ball. Let's get some movement from the top of off and try and find the outside edge. If he whacks us off there for a few, then we might need to think about other options. And then we go quickly to other options, and then the skill set that Kaul possesses comes into play. But don't go to plan B too quickly.
It's a bit too straight. Hits De Lange in the thigh pad. He fields off his own leg.
Fields off his own batting.
He does. There was an inquiry, wasn't there? Am I all right to pick this up, chaps?
Yeah, it was nice, wasn't it? Yeah.
Funny sport, isn't it, cricket? Because I mean that is a dismissible event, so to speak. But actually, you're just being helpful at that point.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, we've seen it, haven't we, over the years from time if someone has, with the best will in the world, bent down to pick the ball up and throw it to the keeper or an incoming fielder, and has been given out on appeal. It's nonsense.
Shape away, nicely played by De Lange. One into the offside.
I mean, this happens. Okay, so a batsman might have very sweaty palms.
Yeah.
and deliberately pick the ball up, trying to get some sweat onto the dry side of a ball that's reverse swinging.
Okay.
Now, as soon as the batsman looks like he's going to go and try to, the fielder said, leave it. It's our ball. We'll do the fielding. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So it isn't always innocent. And 99 times out of 100 it is.
Yeah.
But you don't need to appeal. You don't need to appeal
No.
against them.
I'll be honest, that's never, ever crossed my mind.
That's the way my mind works. A bit wider on the crease. Nicely defended by Josh Shaw. I played, I've never forgotten this, and it's a long time ago. I played a game for Northampton under 19s against Cambridgeshire, and I think it was an accidental Yorker that I bowled. I missed my length by about 5 metres, and it ended up being a Yorker, and the guy who was a good player, Redfern, I think his name. Anyway, he chopped down on it, and the ball kind of stayed in the crease.
Mm-hmm.
He chopped down on it, and he looked up and went, okay. And I said, yeah, fine. And he then smashed it to mid-off all along the floor. What? It was brilliant. And absolutely right. It did make me laugh. I thought, yeah, he stuffed me there. Absolutely. Because I thought he was going to bend down, pick it and throw it back to me. But he smashed it to mid-off, round the wicket from Cool.
Shapes away from Josh Shaw. Dot ball to finish the over. Just 1 run from it. Good over by Siddharth. 352 for 8. 99 overs have been bowled. So Josh Shaw is currently 16 not out and Marchant Dalanga 13.
Just realised that would be 42 summers ago that happened. I haven't forgotten it.
It's one of those moments that you'd struggle to forget, I think. I can't believe it's happened that often in your cricket playing career.
It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant from him. The lads, the rest of the lads were giving him a bit of grief, and I said, "Well, that's just brilliant. He just stuffed us all there."
Sanderson to Dalanga. Hits the bat pretty hard there as it's defended down the ground to Scrimshaw. He's at mid-off this morning.
We've got a game of 2 halves here, haven't we? We've got the game which is bowling at Josh Shaw and the game which is bowling at Marchant Dalanga. They're two very different games. But I like that, Ben Sanderson, holding his nerve, holding his line of length for as long as he can, and because that's where the best chance of your wicket is going to come from.
Loads up. Big inside half of the bat. Single down to George Bartlett, who's doing the fielding on the boundary in the leg side. I was saying he's been, of the 20 balls that he's faced, it's been fairly selectful so far. It's not been kind of a kitchen sink job, has it? James maybe is in the room.
When he goes, he goes.
Yeah.
But he has chosen balls that are in in one of his areas. Anytime he can free his arms, he wants to hit the ball. Yeah, hi, James.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. I always forget this is the best view of the ground.
It's the best view of the ground and the best view of that shot as well. Josh Shaw
Shot that.
just pulls Ben Sanderson through mid-wicket for 4. Takes the score to 357. James Maybe, the Northants analyst, has joined us. How are you?
Yeah, all good, mate. Can't complain. First bit of summer we've had.
Good day of cricket yesterday.
Really good. Pitch did enough for us. And we bowled well. And we really toiled away well. And I think both sides are in the game now. It should be a really good next couple of days.
So, James, you and I can have a great chat about.
Brilliant. I'm ready for it, Rowan.
About this.
I'm ready.
But firstly, just for people who don't know what an analyst does, tell people, in words of one syllable, what it is you do.
So my job title is performance analysis, and I basically, around the club, help look at data, and I bring data a voice in the discussions that we have. And I think that I'm there mainly to give a non-emotional and evidence-based opinion.
Chance for a run out. Scrimshaw misses. Has 2.5 to aim at. Cannot connect. Whether Josh Shaw was in or out, it doesn't matter, but
that's a poor run, that.
Yeah.
That's a poor run. We need to keep Dalanga off strike.
Yeah.
And bowl at Shaw, and actually
potentially you could take out one of these slips here and find a way of stopping a single.
Yeah.
Or you bring him closer. I think we're very keen, obviously, finding a couple of wickets early doors. To just how we do that is up to these boys that are on the field here.
So I guess when you were at school and the careers person said, what do you want to be?
It wasn't cricket
It wasn't-
analysis,
no,
I can
so-
tell you that
so
for
how
sure.
do you end up? How do you end up here?
I ultimately went to uni not even knowing about cricket analysis. And I got a degree from Bath doing sports and social sciences, so a bit different. So I looked at sport through the view of like policy and government and change. But there obviously is like sports coaching modules alongside that.
Mhm.
And I had an internship with Gloucestershire. So in 2019, I spent the year with Gloss when they got promoted, same as Northamptonshire, the year that 3 went up.
Oh, you were there.
I was actually there. Yeah,
Oh,
it was
great.
a bit strange.
Well, our paths, we might have chinked a glass.
We,
or two. Yeah.
we might.
That was a heavy afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a really good eye-opening kind of insight into professional sport.
Siddharth to continue bit back of the length and just gets Marchand almost up in the thigh pads. There's half an appeal from McManus, almost in jest, I think.
And just carrying on from that, like, to work in pro sport, whatever sport, you need experience in the field. It's really hard to say, I've got a degree, but I've got no experience, so can you offer me a job?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And that's why I'm able to sit here now. I've got an internship running. Yash, who's on the Loughborough Masters, is coding for me today, which is great because it gives me time to do other stuff.
So coding for the, obviously I know what coding
Yeah, of course,
is, but what
I'll
does coding
explain.
entail?
So during this ball, Yash is clicking a computer screen 16 times. And it's every ball and it's done live. And that creates our data set for cricket. And that's been happening now for at least last 5 or 6 years.
So tell us about, so for this next ball.
Yeah. Shall I live code it over
that'd be
voice?
Great. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people kind of understand the rhythm at which we have to code cricket and the rhythm at which we have to work. And for spinners, it's even impossible.
But just before you start, when I started doing it, it was 5 buttons and it's now 16.
Yes.
So it's,
I'll explain why it's 16. So it's start ball clip for the recording, top of the run up. End ball clip. I'll then watch the ball again. I'll click where it's bounced on the pitch, where it's past the stumps, the foot movement of the batter, the shot type of the batter, where it's gone on the wagon wheel, the shot connection, the delivery type, the event in that ball, because that was a player miss. And so that's 9 things per ball. And then you've got to do that all ready to go when Siddharth gets back to the top of his mark to go again.
And imagine doing that in a T20.
Yeah.
With a spinner.
Exactly.
Yeah, good luck.
And we'd love to get it automated, but this is the reality of where cricket and data collection and cricket is.
Fortunately, Siddharth's got quite a long, slow return to his bowling crease. So you get a bit of a breather with Siddharth.
Yeah.
Whilst James is here, if there are any questions that anybody might have, you can obviously get in contact. It's popped up on screen. Do that via Twitter, via email, stream at nccc.co.uk, or as I say, in that YouTube live chat as well. You're going to be up here for about an hour.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
So if there are any questions, any kind of aspiring analysts out there that might want to ping a few questions James's way, then that would be, well, I think it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Nice.
Yeah, I'll have to do a bit of Q&A here. So data collection at the moment in cricket is not very automated. If anything, it's very manual. But it has its benefits because the ECB, who set up these minimum requirements, have probably the richest, if not the best, data set against any cricket board. All these lovely people that watch at home, if you go on to live.nvplay.com, that is our database for all video and data, which you guys can watch at home, any wicket highlights, any boundaries. I'm surprised how many people that don't know about that, because I'm obviously in cricket all the time, and I go, yeah, you can just watch the highlights, and they're like, what? That exists? And that also gives you all the scorecards, and that will cover pretty much most first-class county cricket and women's regional stuff. Maybe not 100 because it's TV, because Sky will do that. So, but you can get the highlights of pretty much most cricket.
That's
Well
a beauty
bowled.
from Siddharth. Just shapes away, squares up Delanga through to McManus to end the over. Dot ball to finish, 101 overs, 359 for 8.
To
You also
nick-
get
to
quite a
nick
nice...
that ball, you've either got to be playing very well or very badly.
Yeah, it's too good, isn't
It's
it?
too good. That was too good.
You get quite a nice kind of statistical package on
Yes.
every player as well. You obviously don't get those full kind of 16 data points that you just spoke through. But if you are interested, and I've used this a couple of times through the streams so far this summer, but you can actually go, oh, I'm sure that bloke scored a load of runs through point. And all of a sudden you go, oh, just click on that batter against those bowlers, and you go, no, that makes sense now, because he has scored 43 of his 63 point.
And like from that, that's very basic level of data collection to analysis to then how that might inform a plan. Or a really easy way one is...
Oh, it's a nicely timed shot down the ground.
No ball signalled as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a no ball.
Yeah,
I think, James, you're about to answer a question that I hadn't asked yet. So let me ask it, because then it might.
Absolutely.
If I'm sitting at home and I'm hearing, oh, they click things 16 times and they capture all that data, that's interesting. Why?
Yeah. So first of all, it's to create a database and have evidence of what happened at every cricket game, because it's not just coaches and players that use this database. Umpires also have access to this, and media guys have access to this. So all the clips that you see on social media will be generated from this database. So it's everyone is involved that need a decent database that has video clip for every ball and also the data points that we need. And then from there, the skill of the analyst is that because it's an open book piece of software, so the Notts analyst or the Somerset analyst can all see the same thing. We've all got the same book, but it's what you do with the book or how you read it or how you present it is where your value is. And I suppose that's the biggest thing for me, is how well can I present the data to coaches to make meaningful impact either on the pitch or decision making.
Yeah.
Oh, Sanderson with a beauty, just stands the seam up and goes past the outside edge of Josh Shaw. He just has a bit of a play at that one as it goes past, a bit disappointed in himself. I don't want to ask you a question about this game, because obviously it's live, and it would be unfair to kind of go, oh, so what kind of statistical or analytical package did you put together for Gloucestershire? But throw back to the last home game here, so against Glamorgan, with that information that would have been gathered throughout the start of that season and the years before, what would that package have looked like to the players and the coaching staff? Straighter, and Shaw gets enough bat on that to turn it around the corner to help Northamptonshire, Luke Proctor, John Sadler, in order to come up with the plans.
Yeah.
And
so,
could you give a specific as well?
Yeah, I can be. I think ultimately different people want different things.
Yeah. Okay.
So to think I'm just going to give out, I don't know, a Microsoft Word document, and there you go. That's the data. It will just win a game of cricket. Like, that's just not how it works. So it's very visual. It's very easy to use, the key points. And ultimately, everyone has to understand. If they don't, then they have to come up and tell me. Here we go. So batters and bowlers will want different things. I don't now use much data for batters to prepare them for a game. It's all very visual, it's video. And because of the technology improvements over the last winter, we now film all the video that's coming into Yash at the moment is from both ends and the live stream. So the batters, instead of watching from behind the bowler's arm, I just give them the video of the bowlers that they're going to face from the other end. And it's just too good, that, isn't it?
Beauty again from Sanderson.
And so for them, that's far more powerful than watching it from behind the bowler's arm. So watching a bowler, the way that the angle at which they run up from, the angle at which they might release from, that's what they want. And it's just simple video. Do they know who's going to bowl? Number one. Do we think we're going to predict the team? If we're not, I just show all the squad players. And can they mentally prepare themselves to watch the video and go, right, I'm ready to face at this game Ajit Singh Dale, Marchand Delanga, all of that.
And how do you how is that made available? Is it on a stick, or is it on?
No, I'll send it through a WhatsApp group. Okay. Like, it's so simple now. I have to get all the video from our database, and then I use video editing software to clip it so that it sounds really simple, but it's little things. Make sure that the video clips aren't too long so you don't have to watch the full run up.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing now. And I don't want to sound like a really old man, but TikTok and social media, people are so used to just scrolling through. So I've got to try and make the video just as fast paced as almost a TikTok video.
Understood.
So I don't want to see the full run up, the batter taking guard. I just want to see 2 or 3 yards before delivery stride, keeper takes it, or they've hit the ball, done. But those little things are mistakes that I made earlier in my career, and it's amazing how quickly, when you watch people watch a video, how quickly they switch off when they just got 2 or 3 seconds of waste that they don't need. So that's for the batters. For the bowlers and the bowling coach, it's very much plan based, and a lot of it's data. But the biggest thing that I've had to work really hard on is molding that with the video. So it's not just numbers, letters, colors. It's actually then also saying, this is what the data says, but then this is the video that adds to it, because they can see it.
Yeah.
Because they might not really understand the data, if they're being brutally honest, but they also might want something else, but they just also want to see it. So I don't know. An example is there might be a batter that gets out in the first 30 balls LBW quite consistently.
Yeah.
So if that's what the data says, show that under the notes, but then also get the video that matches with that.
Yeah, sure.
Don't just show them other wickets. And I know that sounds really simple, but it's amazing how it doesn't happen.
No, I understand. No, I totally get it. Yeah,
Everything that they're watching on that WhatsApp group video, which will be a pre-match video, is because they need to watch it, or it's giving them some value. Otherwise, they won't bother. They'll just click away from it, and then they disengage with analysis, and they'll be like, "Oh, what's the point?" What?
Yeah. We just saw the end-to-end camera that our cameraman Ben just highlighted. That almost looks like a bit of a lamppost, doesn't it? Just pretty much directly behind the in line with the stumps. Essentially, you can see it out of our window there, just above the sight screen. And we got 2 of those here at Northamptonshire that obviously George then kind of flicks between. That's a big shot down the ground, but Proctor's moved himself back to long on. Make sure it's only a single.
We talked I guess we need to talk about this game as well as
yes.
We'll come.
Sorry, yeah.
No. Apologies. This is great stuff. They've now put on 33 this morning already. These two, and it's painful. These sessions are painful for a bowling team. So back to your stuff. So are I guess some players are more
absolutely,
and some are less.
Massively. So I always talk about data and pre-match stuff very similar. The analogy that I would use is the data and the evidence. Again, it's almost too good for him. Is like, that's the revision if the match is the exam.
Okay.
So there are lots of people that we all went to school with that didn't do any revision, but would do amazingly exam. Or there's lots of people, I know it's so close. There's lots of people that do loads of revision and then do really well. So that's kind of how I position it.
Yeah.
And that also helps because everyone understands that analogy for coaches as well. But also, you don't have to look at this. I'm not telling you have to do it, but I'm saying that there are lots of people in this room that finds this useful. Yeah. So engage with it and you might find something out of it. And that's kind of how we do our sort of presentations if we were to do them. It's very much, I'll present something to encourage debate. And the conversation is more meaningful than the data, if I'm being brutally honest. But it's the conversation that brings people to go, oh, yeah, this batter does this, or this batter does, or I bowled at him last year and he did this. And it all starts from, this batter probably hits this sort of way, or the data is important, yes, but it starts the conversation of,
that's good.
To make the plan to then inform practice and what you see on the pitch.
The data provides you with the backbone to create that conversation off the back of it, and then you obviously have. But the complication here, there'll be 18 to 20 people in the staff at Northamptonshire today, and each one of those individuals will interpret information and data and look at things a different way. So Safe Save could look at a spreadsheet or a bar graph in an entirely different way to Karen there, and then John Sadler looks at it in a very different way as well. So as you said, then you can kind of provide that information and say, well, here's some numbers. Here's a couple of really interesting talking points about those numbers.
And I think also that brings me to another point, is that through my career that I've been doing this, is that the biggest thing that I've learned is giving the numbers the context. I think cricket, and I'm sure there'll be lots of people listening and watching now that will go, oh, cricket's made for numbers. There's loads of stats in it. Yes, I do agree with that. The nature of how we score cricket from a basic level is based around numbers. But that doesn't mean that you need to know every number in the game to make informed decisions. If anything, you need to know less numbers. But that's how I kind of use it. And so I've had to work really hard, if I'm being brutally honest, and trying to, if I want to show this number because that number is really important to whatever we're talking about, how do I then put it in context for them to understand? Because the coaches and players all watch that and they're really good at that, and that being the pitch and the cricket and all of that.
Yeah.
How do I bring that to match and come together to make some really good decisions?
Got a bowling change from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. First one of the day. Ben Sanderson has been replaced by George Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw so far in this match took an absolute beauty of a wicket for Ben Charlesworth first up yesterday morning, but he's bowled 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 71. So the tall fast bowler has been expensive, but has bowled some.
But he's bowled
beauties.
some really good balls, and I think that's what George offers. He offers us a point of difference in our attack. He's got height, he's got bounce, he's got a bit of extra pace.
Yeah, that one's punched away off the back foot through the offside. Safe save will give chase. There's a question that's come in from Alfie. It's just said, is there a reason why you don't use computer vision the same way something like full track AI would use? And I know the umpires now have got the actual
you've opened
cameras
a can of worms there, Alfie, but I'll happily tell you.
On their chest, which I think from a cricket fan's perspective anyway, I think a lot of people probably think, well, it makes a nice kind of Instagram reel that we see the odd caught and bowled or a Jaffa from Jimmy Anderson, for example. But actually, is there any kind of point to them wearing that other than something for social media?
Yeah, there's
a big shot down the ground. Wow, that's gone high and handsome out of the ground. Marchant Delanga sizes up Scrimshaw and hits him over cow corner for 6.
Talked earlier about him freeing his arms. Was it width? Not particularly. Both feet are well outside leg stump, so he's created the ability to swing his arms. He's a long arm swinger of the bat. Not everyone is. That's why a lot of his balls go to the leg side, because he gets away from it. The arc of his bat, then he's going that way. And so what we need to do is cut his arms off, essentially. If he's going to back away, we need to follow him. The odd bumper, but it's got to be high. And this is now looking particularly dangerous. They've now put on 40 this morning. Delanga's on 24. That's his second 6. He's only going to keep playing this way. We know that. And there's a conversation going on between Ben Sanderson and George Scrimshaw. I think Sando would have been in the game, playing in the game where Delanga got the 100 potentially.
I can double check.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, I can tell you he was.
Yeah.
He's mentioned that this morning.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Well, you can't give too much away.
No.
So as we're looking for the ball in Clark Road, without giving too much away, and without being too modest, I know, because I know something of what you do. I haven't looked at it for a long time, but something of what you do.
Yeah.
Tell me, and the people who are tuning in to the live stream, a success that you can attribute largely to information that you've provided. And don't be shy, because what you do is great.
I think so. A really quite crucial example is today, or not today, yesterday, when we all saw what great skills Siddharth had with the ball, and how well he moves it and what he can do with it. And there's a tendency to bowl nice lines, which might be a bit too far wide.
A bit pretty.
A bit perfect. A bit pretty. And the batter's not going to play it, because it's usually a way swing outside of stump.
Down the ground again. Offside this time. Sanderson gives chase. Don't think that one's going to go all the way. Sanderson is going to call that one back. You spoke about a 9-9 earlier today, and I think that one just had a bit of backspin into the green, so didn't quite get the rope.
And so Siddharth, because we code and we're in the dressing room, it helps to create good conversation and a relationship around data analysis. And Siddharth came to me after he bowled at lunch and went, "Can I just see some of the videos, please? And can I see where I've bowled them?" And just showing him and giving that visual representation of this is where you've bowled. This is what it looks like as well. So not just dots on a screen. Well bowled.
Absolute beauty. That's one of those deliveries that we spoke about. Scrimshaw's had the ability to bowl during this spell. He's gone for a few in that over and finishes it with one that Josh Shaw just can't get the outside edge on. That 3 over the offside did bring up the 50 partnership between Marchant de Lange and Josh Shaw.
And so because he saw the videos, he saw the beehives, and he saw the I would say is very basic analysis, but it's sometimes the most powerful.
And beehives are...
sorry, where the ball passes the stumps. Thank you. Just so used to cricket jargon at this point. He changed his lines and lengths after seeing that and ended up getting Bancroft early doors after lunch.
He did third ball after lunch.
Now, I'm not saying I got that wicket.
I know you're not.
But
You're doing your job.
But I think the reality is if players and coaches hide away from this information or don't want it, you don't know what you're missing. Like, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
And the best teams that I've worked in are the ones that are open, honest, and want the information.
Yeah.
And we're definitely a team that does that. And it's really healthy now, our relationship with data analysis.
And that's a great example, because of all the things you do, that particular one, I think you just said yourself, will have been at the more simple end.
Oh,
it will have been show me the lines and lengths I bowled. But you're able to do that both in terms of the number of balls that were on that line and length, and then the pictures to back it up. So, and then the bowler is in no doubt. He can't kid himself. He can't go down to himself bowled beautifully there if the pictures are showing them and he hasn't.
Yeah,
and vice versa.
A very fancy phrase that an analyst far cleverer than I said is data democratizes opinion. So if the hard evidence is there in front of everyone, there's no real opinion. Everyone's got the same opinion because everyone's got the same information. And so it really helps in terms of in decision making, especially. This is the evidence. You can spin it, you can tell it in so many different ways, and you can maybe highlight certain things more than others, but it's still the information, it's still the data.
And the way that you're talking tells me that you have a good feel for the game as well. So the data can give you so much, but if you don't understand the context of that information, then quickly people avoid you in the corridor because you're not a cricket, you don't understand their game, but you clearly do.
No, I think we're getting better though, having said that, at data giving context to cricket. There are lots of companies that have got weighted averages and lots of metrics that give us more of an indication as to whether something was more important than others. Because at the moment, I don't have that level of skill in my analytics career to create those predictions yet, but I'm good at storyboarding, so I like to work really hard at the storyboarding and context of cricket. So if we're talking, say, batting averages, and say someone averages, well, Ollie Pope's a really good example. He's one of the strongest batters in county champ because he averages something like 70.
Mm-hmm.
And then the really quick jibe back to that is, but he bats at the Oval and it's flat as anything and all of that. And I'm not disagreeing with that. So that's where the number of having a weighted average, which would give context to pitch, bowlers, all of that, is really important to maybe bring the 70 down. But then also I'd also argue that sometimes it's good to not know that and actually runs are runs.
So runs are runs, and we mustn't get away from that.
No.
And the ability to get runs anywhere, anytime, etc., etc. However, not all runs are equal.
No, exactly.
Not all bowling performances are equal. I remember this guy just passed away, so it's probably quite opportune. Robin Hobbs, who played for Essex, Glamorgan, and England. And he was a leg spin bowler and he captained towards the end of his career down at Glamorgan. And I played some cricket with him, some bank cricket towards the end of his time. And I said to him, "Who's the best player that you've ever played with?" And it was a great answer. And it really made me think as a young cricketer. He said, "Well, it depends. The best cricketer I ever played with on a bad wicket was Javid Miandad, because that's when he really tried." He used to say, "Skipper, anyone can get runs on this pitch, but when it's difficult, that's when I'm going to score for you," and did. So that really backs up the point you're making.
Absolutely. And like Dan, you asked me when we had the Kookaburra games, like at what point do we just discount these runs? And I toyed with this idea of how I'd show this information, and I kept coming back to, yeah, but someone's still got to score the runs. Like, you can't discount it, but we also understand is the connotation is that it was potentially, depending on who you ask, easier to bat.
Big shot over the leg side, over mid-wicket. He hasn't got it all, but it's a long way up there.
He's
It's
a
gonna
strong
get
man, isn't he?
to the boundary.
Because that ball's
Couple
got
of bounces.
80 metres, Dan?
Yeah,
75 metres. And he got about a quarter of a bat on that.
389 for 8. Marchant's on 35 and Josh Short is on 29. I think the interesting thing, and I said to Phil yesterday about the Kookaburra trial and the discredit that it got over those first 2 weeks. Actually, there were still some really big scores that came about in weeks 3, 4, and 5 against the Dukes with good overheads and on green pitches, and people still put up 400.
And I think that segues really nicely into why the umpires have got GoPros on. And
going back to the question from
so,
Alfie.
no, it's if we could contextualize and give more data and evidence as to what the Kookaburra ball did in terms of bounce and wicket type, then we would be much better and more informed about whether we can actually say it was easier or not. And there's some really clever things going on in the ECB at the moment around that. There are lots of projects. And so what these amazing GoPros on these umpires are doing is giving us ball tracking. It's not live. We're working on that. And it's going to take quite a while to get there.
Short ball from Siddharth in response to being doshed over the leg side. Dot ball to finish then.
Doshed.
Yeah.
Have you got a button for a dosh? That's not an
No,
option,
we
is it?
have many, but that is not one of them.
How many actually? I mean, not literally. You may not recall it, but roughly, how many shot option buttons does he
Yeah,
have?
I think we've got something like 20.
Okay.
And I would actually say we need more.
Right.
Because the game is ever changing and those buttons haven't really changed for the last 2 or 3 years. Yet you probably say T20 batting has completely changed over the last 2 or 3 years. So we're getting there. But yeah, so the umpires wearing GoPros, which are giving us ball tracking. And that will help us if we could say the bounce of this wicket is far less at Northants compared to Oval or whatever. It could potentially be a really useful study. We just need more and more data to be able to create better insights.
Scrimshaw to continue. Back of a length.
Well,
Picked up by Josh Shaw this time.
That's a proper shot.
Over mid-wicket for 1 bounce for, I think as well, James. And sometimes it's cricket, sometimes quite a hidden kind of sport. And I think fans then are obviously left without a lot of the information to be able to have an informed opinion on a lot of these trials. And I'm not saying that I have an informed opinion. I'm obviously privy to watching 4 days of county cricket at Northamptonshire. Don't get access to the data, don't get access to see what the umpires' cameras are showing. But actually, unless the ECB share that information, I don't think we're ever going to get away from the easy responses of, oh, well, it's the Kookaburra, this is why that's happened, and we shouldn't be using it, and the 100's not been good for the game, and all. Actually, there probably is a lot of data behind the scenes that potentially would back up those points, or provide you a different thinking point, which is what we spoke about earlier, to start those conversations.
I think I agree, but that's a dangerous game to play.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be very vulnerable and open to lots of criticism if you give everyone access to the hard evidence.
That's another
Almost.
quick ball from Scrimshaw that Shaw just can't quite nick, and Phil Rowe to the right of me is just getting a little bit
I thought he'd nicked it.
A little bit nervy now as the score. Gloucestershire taking this score up to 393 for 8, and you get a bit of deja vu, aren't you?
Deja vu, yeah.
But yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so I think ultimately, say everyone got access to ball by ball data, which is what we're collecting at the moment through every live game, and also the Hawkeye data. Number one,
pull shot again. Bit more on it this time, into the Sidge stand. That's gone all the way. Well, Josh Shaw's had the seat to watch Marchant Dalanga this morning, and he said, well, I can hit a few of these as well. 399 for 8. And that partnership is now worth 66.
Number one, it would be a lot of millions almost down the drain.
Yeah,
or that you're giving away for free. Because
okay.
the data set that we create as I said earlier, is very rich and full and is brilliant, is far better than most other counties, most other countries, from my experience. So I think that's one reason why they don't let it go. And what companies could potentially do with that data.
Nicely timed.
I don't want to sound all tinfoil hat about it, but it could be a bit dangerous depending on what they do with it. And so there's got to be some sort of security with it. But I do sort of agree with decision-making processes, not only in cricket, but I'm going to say society. Could there be more openness and honesty in the sense of, well, we've seen that the England cricket needed a franchise competition, which is why we brought in the 100. So that's why we've done it, and we have given it a X amount of years progress and project.
Yeah.
Just how clear could you be?
Yeah, of course.
Would be the question, and it's maybe not giving away the evidence, but it's being bulletproof.
Yeah.
With the evidence that you show the public.
That single there by Josh Shaw. Not only has he kept the strike, but he's also brought up the 400 for Gloucestershire. 106 overs have been bowled, 400 have been scored.
I guess some of the conversations that you've alluded to there in terms of weighting, in terms of runs on a certain against a certain attack with a certain ball on a certain day may not be quite as valuable as other runs in other circumstances. Stuff that we've kind of had anecdotally in conversations have happened, but you kind of want to keep those conversations with data to the coaching fraternity and understood. Something that you may tell me this happens, and I'm interested in this, would be how can I put this very simply? Someone's contribution in the field being added to their career stats to know, particularly if you're looking at, I mean, you could look at it at your own group, but other groups in terms of signings and relative. So fielding contribution, how firstly, do you capture that, and how do you capture that? And then do you measure it? And even if you keep it quiet between the coaches, what do you do with it?
Fielding is a whole skill set that we don't capture any, if much, data on in the English game. We capture who fields the ball, and as the analyst here, the scorer Terry, who's scoring now, does that for me. Because for me, that's just too much brain power and brain space to not only do lines and lengths of every ball, shot type plus fielding. So, but I know there are other analysts on the circuit that do the fielding because they feel they get real value from it.
Siddharth is continuing. And
so what are they doing with that? So where it is done, I'm sure you'd love to have the resources to do it.
And that's ultimately, Rory, where it comes down to as well. It's probably another person's job, which we just don't have resources for. So I think a lot of the fielding stuff that has been successful in other teams that I've seen has been dotting out what the field is per ball.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Right.
And especially for the short format is really where I think it shows the most value, because we can always excuse poor execution because that's sport, but we can't excuse poor planning. And so when you clicked on a random ball in our database, you'd see the video clip and you'd also see the field positions, because that's what Sky have been doing now in the World Cup. You might have seen in the one-day World Cup that happened in India over the winter. You started seeing more stuff around, like, what was it, Batter View? Where they'd pan out and they'd show you what cover looked like, or they do the bird's eye view and show you what, and it starts to give you far more of an indication, number one, of where you think the bowler might bowl, or what options the batter has. And it would give us really good contextual, critical feedback for the bowler, especially in T20 and the short form of the game, because we can say, well, this was your field, this is what you bowled, and this is what happened. Just walk me through that process.
Down the leg side appeal for LBW, and it's been given. Josh Shaw has got to go for a fantastic 44.
Great 5.
After a lot of hard work, Siddharth has got his 5th wicket for Northamptonshire on debut. Gloucestershire, though, 404 for 9 now. What a crucial partnership that was for the visiting team. They started, 338 for 8?
338 overnight,
So a big partnership there between the 9 and 10.
Great breakthrough. It just gives us an end now to attack. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see the field spread out for Marchant, and just get the new batter on strike.
That's an interesting point, actually. It's something that I think captains don't always do simply well, which is we need to bowl at all of our deliveries for as long as we have to at Dale, and no deliveries at Delang. And if we does end up on strike, we need to spread out and everyone has to have their heels against the rope. And it's as simple as that.
And I think the theme of our conversation, guys, at the moment is just doing the basics really well.
Yeah.
It's amazing how far it gets you.
Yes.
And I think people love to say, oh, what's new or what's funky and what's clever. Or ultimately, if we do the basics well, then we can sit there at the end of the season and go, well, we've done all of this stuff really well. And whatever the season outcome is, then we go from there.
So that's a great lead in. And my head will fall off through nodding too much if I'm not careful. Totally agree with that. What are and it'll vary a little between counties, what they think of the basics, what they think is important to win a game of cricket. What do Northants currently think are the things that you measure and sort of report back on if we do these 3, 4, 5 things well?
Just quietly here, chaps. New batter for Gloucestershire, and the number 11 is Ajit Singh Dale, who's on strike up against Siddharth Kaul. That's gone down the leg side. He's got bat on that. He'll get off the mark straight away with a 4 down through fine leg.
I don't mind that.
It's a good option.
Yeah, I completely agree, Rory. I don't mind that. So we did go through a few bits of KPIs. Key performance indicators, as some of you might know them. I know that other teams call them something other, like game changers, or because ultimately, when I say the word KPIs, that's the feeling and that's the vibe.
I thought that was a team in the 100.
No,
the KPI.
But I think we moved away from that now, and I think that's because of the way that my role has changed. I think coaches, I'm a bit more fluid, so it's less of the game happens and report, KPIs, debrief. I think we're less of that. We're far more fluid because of the coach can come, especially during a 4-day game, they can come and go, right, what are we looking at, what we're doing here, or what do you think, what's the data saying? And it's far, and then that might instigate a new conversation later in the day. So I think it's far less game happens, post-match feedback from data, debrief, and then it's far more fluid, which is, it adds to my role because it adds me gives me more of a live impact to the game. I won't give away what our KPIs are, if I'm being brutally honest, if that's okay. But absolutely. I think we don't have too many. If anything, we probably have 1 or 2 for each skill set.
So I mean, and I don't know what they currently are, so I'm not going to give anything away. But just for people who are thinking, well, what sort of things might they be? It might be percentage of balls that are hitting the stumps.
Yes,
for example,
exactly.
It might be percentage of maidens in a spell.
Yeah, or batter shot type percentage, or something along those lines.
Okay.
Are we doing what we set out to do? And the biggest thing for me that I've learned over the last few years.
Change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Liam Patterson-White's come into the attack, replacing Scrimshaw, who's been expensive this morning. He's been lined up by Marchant, Delang, and previously Josh Shaw. And James, you made that point that the field would spread with DeLonga on strike, and it did exactly that. Those fielders now making their way back into what would be a 30-yard circle, if there was one in this format. So Patterson-White's got Ajit Singh Dale on strike and in his sights. That's a big appeal for LBW, and it's been given.
Great little bowling change, that.
The bowling change worked. End of the innings for Gloucestershire. 409 all outs, which you have to say, having lost the toss, been put into bat yesterday morning on a green pitch at Northampton, they've done incredibly well to get to that score. This morning was important, a big partnership between the 9 and 10, Josh Shaw and Marchant Delang. 100 for Miles Hammond yesterday, which as good as I think anybody would wish to see. 409 all out. Rowie, from a coaching perspective, what's that like, walking into the dressing room having put the opposition in on a green one?
Yeah, it's not where we want it to be, is it? Clearly. And it's interesting to hear James this morning describing the sort of the feel of the group in terms of how well they bowled yesterday, because I was alongside that point. I thought we did bowl pretty well. We went past the edge, and you will know exactly how many times, I'm sure, and could show evidence to back it up. But we did go past the outside edge a lot. We had little spells of inconsistency, I think it would be fair to say. So we weren't at our best. I think that would be a fair summary, but we certainly weren't at the worst. We were maybe 6.5 to 7 out of 10, something like that. We also missed three very clear chances, which has hurt us. That has certainly cost us. And the opposition are entitled to play well, but they will be delighted, from a Gloucestershire perspective, having got stuck on with a quite a good covering of grass to aid carry, and it's done exactly that, to get to 400 on first innings. That's beyond their wildest dreams, I would say.
And then, James, from an analytical perspective, what bits of information are you going to take out of those 107 overs that would potentially feed back into the second innings or even later down into that season?
I think ultimately, from a bowling perspective, the wicket's still doing something. I think, and that's the biggest thing for us, that if we feel the wicket isn't doing enough, we feel that we offer less threat than if the wicket is seaming or if it's turning, something like that. So I think I would have loved it to be under 400, if I'm being brutally honest, but a couple of shots and that could have been a very different total. I think if you said to me, right, we bowled them out for 380, I think it's a good cricket wicket. We just have to bat well. We just have to do the basics right, and that's all we have to do, and set the game up a little bit.
409 all out, Gloucestershire. Let's take a short 5-minute break, and we'll resume when Northamptonshire start their innings. Back, everybody. Day 2 morning session. Northamptonshire versus Gloucestershire. Emilio Gay and Ricardo Vasconcelos will be opening the batting for Northamptonshire. They're there, they're ready, they're waiting as Gloucestershire make their way out to the field. Gloucestershire fantastic in the first innings, 409 all out, having been put into bat by Luke Proctor. And now, after the pitch has had the heavy roller on it in the innings break, it's Northamptonshire's turn to start chasing down and aim for level par, if not better than that 409 that Gloucestershire scored in the first innings. My name's Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined by Phil Rowe. And to continue, I'm joined by Northamptonshire's analyst, James Maybe. I mean, chaps, I think this is probably quite an easy question to answer, but what's the plan? What's the mindset for Northamptonshire? And then, I mean, Gloucestershire have got themselves in a position where they can be pretty aggressive for this next hour, or 53 minutes, in fact, until lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. They've earned the right to do that. We see the field is 4 catchers, plus the keeper, 3 slips and a gully. I think a gully is a decent position for both of our left-handed openers. I'm not overall a big gully fan, but I think for these two, the ball does go in that area in the air. They both like a drive, don't always get the weight over the ball, so it just carry that kind of way.
Short ball from Ajit Singh Dale that gets picked up by Vasconcelos, hooked over fine leg for 6 into the Spencer Lounge. Well, what a start that is. Well, if Marchant Delanga and Josh Shaw gave the Northants openers a bit of inspiration,
I'm a bit shocked by that, really.
Vasconcelos has just picked up Ajit Singh Dale for 6.
I don't think I've ever seen that from a Northamptonshire innings, ever.
I would just say that Vasco is one of the best players on the short ball in our team because of how he hits it and just the want that he has to hit it as well. But hey,
you might get another one.
It's pitched up this time, down the leg side, turned into the corner. He's going to come back for a couple. He dropped his bat. He's quick enough to get through. So another 2 added. Ajit Singh Dale taken 5 wickets so far this campaign. And he looks pretty quick based on the first couple of balls that I've seen this morning.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit of pace. But what I particularly like is the way that this innings has started. And it started before it started. The first 2 people out on the field were the 2 Northants batters.
Yeah.
And they were waiting for quite a while for the Gloucestershire attack to get out there. And that's transferred into the first 2 balls of the game. A massive hit for 6 to the longest boundary on the ground today. And then a brilliant, what should normally be a 1 turned into a 2. Through great running.
Yeah, that one there just tucks up Vasconcelos, who that one drops at the feet of the batter.
So it's a very positive mindset. They came out quickly out of the blocks in terms of getting there before the opposition. Quite like that. Showing intent, we want to be here. We're going to make some runs before the lunch break. And it's transferred straight into the first 2 or 3 balls. So that's great. Positive running. I like that. Gets everyone going.
Much better line by Ajit Singh Dale, not allowing Vasconcelos to put his hands through that one.
Be interesting to see how much movement Gloss get now in terms of swing or seam. Obviously, this attack is a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Without the evidence of the numbers, we can safely say they're just a little bit quicker. How they're going to go about their threat and the way that they're going to try and get us out here.
And just talking about pace, James, is that something that if you noticed a drop off in pace, would you talk to the bowling coach about that, the head coach, the S&C? What would you do with that information?
I think I would alert the S&C to it, but that's about as far as I take it. And then it's up to them to deal with it in the way that they see fit, because I think that's a little bit outside my remit. And I'm someone that I'm not going to put my head above the parapet in that way.
Squared up through that cordon. That would have been at 4th slip. I don't know if it would have carried or not. Gully tried to get across, couldn't get a mitt on it. And it's 12 for no loss off the first over, all of those coming off the bat of Ricardo Vasconcelos. I think what we've seen so far through the course of this summer is that changeover, that second innings, which tends to go on to that second day, which you've mentioned quite a lot this summer. Day 2, Wantage Road's the best time to bat. Heavy roller just seems to take just a little bit of life out of the pitch as well, doesn't it? And obviously it's been on there between innings. Maybe Gloucestershire don't get as much out of it as what Northamptonshire have had based on what we've seen so far this summer. But it is by far and away the wicket that has the most coverage on for all home games that Northamptonshire have had so far.
And also the way that Gohar gets into the game and how he does, because he's a fantastic bowler, let's be brutally honest about it, and we've spoken about him, and the way that Gloss played Patterson White in the first innings, are we going to do the same thing, or are we going to let him bowl? The game's very much in the balance, and if we could get on top early, as we always say, and when I say on top, I mean a good first half hour.
Well, what a Yorker to start by Josh Shaw. And that's Emilio Gay gone. First ball. Well, Vasconcelos picked his first up and hooked it over fine leg for 6. And Emilio Gay has been given out LBW for his first ball. Gloucestershire with the breakthrough, 12 for 1.
And the celebrations tell me that was a plan. It was a Yorker. Oh, it's absolutely dead, yeah. It was a Yorker. It hit him right on the toe. It was perfectly executed Yorker. And the celebrations weren't just that they've got a guy out first ball, which is, that's normally a pretty good thing to do. There was more to it than that. It felt like a plan. And it was brilliantly executed by Josh Shaw, who's had a pretty good morning, hasn't he?
He gets lovely shape on the ball, Josh, in the way that he's not slow.
Would he have been at Gloucester when you were?
Yeah,
he had a few loan
really
spells,
well. Yeah,
is that
yeah.
right?
So that was in the time where he was kind of on the edge of Yorkshire, Gloss. He was thinking about making the move.
Yeah,
and a lovely human and great to have around. It's probably why Gloss. Another reason as to why Gloss wanted to sign him on a full contract.
Just not able to sort of secure a place with Yorkshire, given all of their resources.
I think that, and it's interesting. Like, there are lots of players on the circuit that I think don't mind being that sort of squad staff player.
Yeah.
But then there are also lots of players that want to be the first team all format sort of player in certain counties, and it's just each to their own at that point, and it's about what their options are and what their ability allows them to do as well at the same time.
Well, a tough game so far for Emilio Gay. Couple of slip catches dropped yesterday, and a first baller today. Absolute beauty by Josh Shaw, wasn't it? And as you said, that celebration felt like a big plan, and he's managed to execute that in-swinging Yorker perfectly first up. And it brings out the captain, Luke Proctor, to the crease. He scored 335 runs so far in this campaign, an average of 67. Hasn't yet converted one of those innings into 100, but has looked good each time he has walked out. And Shaw goes for that in-swinging Yorker again, but Proctor this time up to task and turns it round the corner. So I suppose it's a rare kind of occasion for you here, James, with your analyst role on, in the fact that you have actually worked for both of these counties, and you will know, as you've just spoken about Josh Shaw, you will know other players here in this Gloucestershire 11.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a few nice handshakes early doors in the morning and say hello and how's it going.
But is there a little bit of, this bloke knows a bit more about me than what the next bloke would?
I think it potentially plays into mentality of the game and the temperament of the game. But I don't think it changes the way that I present in terms of the data, because I think then it's not data analysis.
Yeah, okay. Then it becomes your opinion.
And that's not what I'm here to bring. I'm here to give the data and the hard evidence, even though I might have seen James Bracey bat for a whole year in 2019. It doesn't mean I know more.
Sure. Fantastic first 4 balls by Josh Shaw. These last 2 defended back down the ground by Vasconcelos.
And if anything, he's probably changed his techniques since 2019 and got out in different ways. And I need to honour that. And it's not about me. It's really not about me.
That's a really interesting point. That all of your points have been really interesting. But how players will adapt their game and change. And the information that we've got about them, they've got about them, and they're more interested in
Yeah.
it than we are in that sense. Have you seen a change in the way that individual players have worked with you to find, so the Northamptonshire players
Yeah.
have worked with you to try and find out, okay, so what is it? What's the data telling you about me?
Yeah, really quite common one over the winter is that players will come to me and say, well, if I'm a batter, how would opposition get me out? That's a really quite easy one, and you just show them the dashboard that I use and explain it really clearly.
Turned through the leg side, and that's really well timed by Vasconcelos, who beats Marchant Delanga, who's fielding about 15 yards off the boundary at square leg. Gets another 4, 17 for 1 after 2.
Vasconcelos is the intensity with which he started is slightly different to usual. I don't know. I can't describe exactly what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing his movements are sharper, cleaner, his decision making.
I can say he was the first one in this morning.
Okay.
And I can say I don't know whether it was an air about him this morning. He just looked like he was ready. And he's always an early riser. He's always one of the first in. But yeah, he's just got a lovely flowing bat, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's one of the prettier batsmen to watch on the county circuit.
Certainly moving well at the start of this innings.
Let's not forget he missed the first couple of rounds of the season, didn't he? So he's going to be hungry, make up for a bit of lost time. Ajit Singh Dale to captain Luke Proctor turns that one off his hip for a single. Vasconcelos 224 runs so far, 182 high score, 112 average. He's in a good bit of form considering he's missed the first.
Yeah, but the Kookaburra, mate, so it doesn't count, does it?
Well, he missed those games.
Yeah.
Gee, I thought an analyst would have known that.
Yeah, that's true.
So that'll be great fun, I would imagine, that when a player comes to you and says, yeah, so show me my wank, tell me where you'd bowl to me,
exactly,
tell me how people, what are the conversations that are being had by different counties?
Yes, and I also think that it's got to be framed in a really healthy way.
Mm-hmm.
Because also it's not about saying, well, you're not good at this. It's about you could be stronger if, or you could open up more opportunity if, or you could reduce this threat by, instead of, well, you're not good at hitting down. You don't want that sort of answer.
And I guess there is the odd surprise for a player in looking at the data. There's a kind of thing in biomechanics, but it applies also to analysis: feel versus real. I play that way. It doesn't feel like that happens, but actually there's the data.
Short ball again, which is a pill behind from James Bracey, but umpire not convinced, and James Bracey went up by himself, really, didn't he? There was no...
He's a big appealer, James.
No involvement from anybody else, but another short ball from Ajit Singh Dale that Vasconcelos was, pretty keen to line up there, wasn't he? A big gap over the leg side. Fortunately, doesn't connect with it.
There's a brilliant clip of James Bracey almost doing tuck jumps in an appeal when they're playing away at, was it Glos versus Sussex away? Zafar Gohar's on an absolute roll and James Bracey doing tuck jumps behind the stumps.
It was a very big appeal from him for the LBW.
Yeah.
He was up and down.
Vasconcelos going to look for a couple here as he puts square leg under a bit of pressure, gets another couple of runs. Northants moved to 20. Gloucestershire without Zaman Akhtar this game, the end of his spell as an overseas. Very impressive first month of the year. He picked up 9 wickets in a 3-match spell at Gloucester.
I'm not sure Zaman's the overseas. Zafar is the overseas.
Zafar's the overseas.
Zafar and Bancroft. No, you're
apologise.
Good. Zafar and Bancroft are the overseas. Zaman actually came from Saka. Got signed off a really good performances for Saka.
And Saka, James, for those who don't know.
The South Asian Cricket Association. They play all second-team cricket. They're not listed as league games, but they will set up friendlies, in quotation marks, and that might be a mixture of 3-day games, 1-day games, T20 games, and it's about providing an opportunity to South Asian cricketers who might have fallen through the academy system or coming from a different country and want a chance to play professional cricket, and it's been really successful. They've just got new funding.
It has been successful, hasn't it? There's been two or three.
We will always say that they're one of the strongest teams that the seconds have to play.
That's played again through the leg side for a single.
So it might be a sort of a good one for you to wrap up on, James, maybe. But James, maybe, sorry.
No, you're good.
You've heard that before, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I
That
have,
was
yeah.
accidental. Unlike most of my puns, that was genuinely accidental. I apologise. That was terrible.
Don't apologise.
But you've talked a little bit about where analysis has come from. So where's it going? What's next?
I think I'd love for the iHawk project, and that means the GoPros on the umpires, to get to a point where we get ball tracking for every ball in domestic cricket. We would be the first country to do that, number one, but it would provide really good objective data, because at the moment, as you can probably tell, we get a lot of human error with the ball clicking.
Yeah.
So that's one thing.
Josh Shaw continuing from the David Kafelin, defended down the ground by Vasconcelos.
And then I also think that the better we get at prediction in that sense, like we're getting better at using sports betting models for performance analysis. So what we're expecting players to do, or what we're expecting players to do in performance if we potentially sign them, or what we're expecting players to do with certain attacks or games, I think the better we can get with that, the more powerful it can be for decision making. Or, for example, where would Josh Shaw bowl in his first over to two left-handers? Could we get to a point with analysis where we could predict that and give the two opening batters some really good concrete hard evidence to what sort of lines and lengths that then gets them through that difficult first set, and then they just plough on through their innings? But for that to get prediction analysis done, you have to have really good data sets, an accurate and objective and quite a lot of data points. So I personally think we're quite a way off that, but that's where it could go.
Okay.
We're getting to a point where data has a predictive voice.
Down the leg side appeal for LBW again. Batters rotate strike. And a leg by is signalled just a little bit too straight. Only the 3 slips for Josh Shaw, but with this lavish movement back into the left-hander. He's got another fielder on the leg side to provide a little bit of protection. We saw how dangerous that was when Josh Shaw got it right.
Oh, that's nicely played.
Nicely guided down through.
Nicely played.
That cordon, full of length, and Vasconcelos just opens the bat face up, runs it down to deep third.
Is it possible, James, for I'm thinking about how easy it is for a cricket analyst to then go and work in rugby or in football or in tennis?
I think it's getting more and more easier, in a sense that the skills that I use to visualize my data through certain data viz programs and the skills that I have for data collection, I would be able to use that in lots of different analyst roles. That might be business, that might be sport, whatever. I love a murder documentary and there's a major crime analyst. So I'd love that idea. Imagine doing sort of like digital footprint major crime analysis. I don't know why.
I'll carry your bags.
Yeah. But ultimately that starts at the heart of looking at loads of data and analyzing it and trying to look at the trends to see what's the difference. So yeah, I think we're getting better at, I think, especially in recruitment, because the skills to see if a player's good in cricket are similar skills to see if a player's good in rugby or football or whatever. So yeah, and it's just understanding. But then I would say really strong analysts in different sports have an understanding of storyboarding, feel of the game. So I'd like to think that there'll be more cross-pollination in that sort of sense.
And it's only going to increase, I guess.
No, exactly. And it's only going to get bigger.
Yeah.
Bit of a gap in play there as Vasconcelos has just had a new cricket bat brought out to him. As nice of a shot as it was, I think it caused a bit of damage to the openers, Gray Nichols. It's the break in play, and I've just stumbled across the news, chaps, that James Anderson has officially confirmed that he will retire at the end of the first test of the first summer the first test of the summer this year.
Oh, that's interesting. Immediately my mind says, well, why after the first test? So why, if you're going to go in this summer, why not go before the first test or see the series through?
I think he wants to walk on, have a standing ovation, just like Sir Alistair did, just like Broady did.
At Lords as well.
Yeah. The storyline is script, Rory. Come on.
Don't like that.
700 wickets in 187 tests.
He can do what he likes, can't he, to be fair?
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
Yeah.
So those rumours yesterday wasn't there about this was going to happen. And hi, everyone. Just a note to say that the first test of the summer at Lords will be my last test. It's been an incredible 20 years representing my country, playing the game I've loved since I was a kid. I'm going to miss walking out for England so much, but I know the time is right to step aside and let others realise their dreams, just like I got to, because there is no greater feeling.
Well bowling.
Well bowling.
Ajit
Singh Dale to continue. And that's well left by Vasconcelos as it flies through. There's a noticeable difference.
Carrying the pitch as well.
Noticeable difference in pace between the two bowling attacks in this game.
That's easily the best carry I've seen this season by some distance.
We're getting there.
Sunshine.
Yeah,
a lot of rolling, live grass.
Yeah. The perfect cricket triangle.
Yeah.
It's good to see. It just keeps everyone interested. It just no one wants a dead game of cricket or no dead pitch.
We'll see this ball and I'll give you my all well played. Well played.
Yeah.
Played that very, very well. Good players want bounce, batters and bowlers. Poor average players don't want bounce, batters and bowlers. It separates the wheat from the chaff, as they say.
Yeah.
That one bounced, and it was very well played in the end by Vasconcelos.
And hopefully one day with data, we could say, well, this wicket bounces more than certain wickets. So we can potentially choose which games we play certain.
Yeah.
Only in time will we get that.
Well alone. Again, good carry through to Bracey. Interesting that the 4 slips or the 3 slips in the gully have been dispatched of quite early by Gloucestershire, whether that's a nod to the fact that it isn't quite doing as much through the air and off the seam as what it was during that first innings or not, or whether Gloucestershire just see it slightly differently.
I think that's a mistake. You've got 400 on the board. Vasconcelos is going to play shots. We know he's an attacking batter. One flies through gully now. That guy's gone to mid-wicket on the catch. I don't like that field. That change.
Short ball, pulled away in front of square this time.
Oh, it just plays it so well. It's just
Couple of
such a great shot.
Vasconcelos picks up another 4.
Also, it doesn't. They've obviously thought about this. There's obviously been communication within the Gloucestershire set that I'm not privy to. I respect that. It just, from where I'm sitting now, I'm querying what's he trying to do? How's he going to try and get him out? He's got 4 men on the leg side.
And this is a really good example of what the analysis was. Is this poor planning or is this poor execution?
Yeah.
And without potentially knowing the field plan,
it's
hard to have that conversation.
Yeah.
He's going around the wicket now.
It's just squared up Vasconcelos slightly. So there is still a little bit of movement in the pitch, as you'd expect.
I think that ball was slower. Just, I've got no data to back that up,
No.
but it just looked slower. As the first ball round the wicket is a skill that not every bowler settles into as well as they'd like to. It is a very different feel for a bowler. It's something that is increased in the game in the last 10 years.
And as a bowling coach, Rory, why do you think that is?
I think the ability to get people out from around the wicket has increased as a result of Hawkeye technology.
Yeah.
For one, I think it's become more fashionable. It's as soon as some start doing it, others start doing it, and we can do this. I think there's that. I think there's also something maybe. I mean, this is perhaps a bit of a a very subtle point, but I think there is something about the way that bowlers deliver the ball increasingly are able to hold their actions better so they don't run down the middle of the pitch. Because, you know, when a bowler used to come, I'm going back 25, 35 years, when a bowler used to come around the wicket pretty quickly, the umpire would say, you've got to go off the pitch, because they would arc their run that way. For whatever reason, just the way that the ball was delivered. And I think the nature of bowling has changed, so the bowlers follows through are straighter now than they used to be. And so from round the wicket, you can stay off the pitch better. I think there's a bit of that.
Josh Shaw to continue. Proctor solid in defence. 2 overs, 1 for 11 so far for Shaw this morning. That big wicket of Emilio Gay first up. His first ball of Northamptonshire's innings. It was an absolute beauty, wasn't it? Northamptonshire, after 5, have got themselves to 32 for 1. Wendell is in. The flag is waving. He's a lot less subdued than what he was yesterday evening.
I still heard him from where I was coding yesterday. Yeah, it's hard not to hear him.
And I think probably the final point on the round the wicket, which I'll come back to, it might not be the final point, it might be the first point of a new debate, is that and I'm going back, as I say, let's say 35 years, opening bowlers, traditional domestic English opening bowlers, would look to pitch the ball up and swing it out to the right-hander, therefore into the left-hander. And I don't think that is quite as common now as it used to be.
I think seam movement has become fashionable, or the main threat of a lot of bowlers. And
more than swing.
Yes.
And I wonder if one-day cricket has been a factor there, because in one-day cricket, you really don't want to swing the ball all the time.
But nip or seam is impossible.
Yeah.
And it's why Ben Sanderson's still a very good T20 power play bowler, because you can't just swing your bat through the line of a ball if it might do a bit.
Correct.
They've hit the bat hard so far.
They
Gloucestershire,
have.
these two, Singdale and Josh Shaw. Nicely played by Proctor down the ground. Well fielded off his own bowling by Josh Shaw.
So just to explain that a little bit, it might have been a bit codified, that, you know, if I think about cricket in the 70s and 80s, the opening bowler would generally look to swing the ball out to the right-handed batsman. If there's a left-hander, he's then swinging the ball back into the left-hander, and from over the wicket, you can get that out LBW. If you're swinging the ball into the left hand from round the wicket, the likelihood is that the contact with the pad is going to be outside the stumps, and it can't be given out LBW. What James and I are talking about there is, as the game has developed and changed over the last 30, 40 years, seam movement has become more prevalent, and therefore swing less prevalent. So round the wicket brings in LBW, and obviously nipping away from the left-hander. So that's my take on it, I think.
Yeah, I also think that to be a good bowler with good threat, with the ball that's seaming, you've got to be really consistent in terms of your lines and length.
Big drive by Vasconcelos through the covers. Wide open space down there towards Craig Harvey and his team across the square. And Vasconcelos picks up another 4. End of the over, 37 for 1. It's been an expensive start for Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire racing along at just over 6s.
I do think that's because of the field. I don't think it's a very lenient field. If you bowl a bad ball, you're getting either a 4 here.
And I think Josh Shaw's been so aggressive with his lines and his lengths that if it has been kind of turned around the corner or he's missed his length by a fraction, as you said, the field kind of contributes to that. But it is going. But I mean, he's prepared to kind of pitch the ball up, swing the ball back into the left-handers, and he got his reward with Emilio Gay. Just hasn't yet found that reward again. We're going to have a change of bowling from Dylan Wilson.
When me and Murray talk about seam movement and threat, Tom Price is a perfect example of that. He will look to attack the stumps, try and seam it to add an element of doubt and make it difficult for the batter.
Yeah, so a noticeable change of pace from Ajit Singh Dale to Tom Price.
And so he has to be really consistent with where he bowls, otherwise he's giving the batter too much. It's too easy. So he's got to look to nail that top of off.
Yeah, 3 overs for Ajit Singh Dale this morning. 3 overs, none for 20. Nicely timed through the leg side by Luke Proctor. And with your role, is it instant feedback? Is that available to players and coaches if they want it?
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
Or how long would it take you to kind of process an information package, if that makes sense?
Yeah, so we'll let Tom run in here. So while we're coding all this data, it exports an Excel spreadsheet live. It's going to sound really nerdy. Bear with me. And it updates live, so I don't have to do any. So I use a software called Tableau, and that presents the data. So all I have to do is click refresh, and then the bowling coach can come in and view the dashboard, and it will happen within seconds. So he can see where each ball, as long as we're coding it live, he can see it instantaneously, which is great. And it wasn't possible a year and a half ago. So that's how technology is really moving quickly, that can help impact decision making live, because that's all we want to do. We want to just help on the pitch.
Vasconcelos slow to react there. Would have been close, I think, with a direct hit.
I think from a coach's point of view as well, the data, the live data, the immediacy of that is really helpful. I can't remember the game off the top of my head, but there was a spell where I thought we'd just bowled too short in the first session of the day, and I knew through knowing my knowledge of the players that was going to be a difficult conversation with a couple of the seamers over lunch. And so I did exactly as you've just described. I was able to and it may have been very crude in those days, but we got some days we've got a pitch map, a beehive. So where does the ball pass the stumps? And I just had that, not even in my back pocket. I had that in front of me. Said, let's just have a look at those over lunch. And I didn't need to do any more, because the data was the data. And what it also does there is it doesn't have to be a confrontation. We can both look at this data together. It's not me coming in saying, we've bowled too short there. We talked about pitching it up. We've not hit the knee roll. We've gone over the stumps. I don't need to do any of that, because the data's there. And you give it to them, get out of their face. They can have some soup and a sandwich or whatever, and then you can talk about it afterwards.
And I do think that attitude of coaching style potentially has really come away from cricket in the modern day now. I think there's a far less confrontational, and the hairdryer, whatever you want to call it, it just doesn't wash the players. It's like, okay, we'll just move on. And when you're ready to talk to me normally, like a human.
Yes.
Left alone by Luke Proctor is a very good leave, as it's just shaped back in from Josh Shaw. He continues from the David Capel end. Tom Price just went for 1 off the over, 7 overs, 38 for 1. We've got, 21 minutes until the lunch break. Yeah, Tom Price obviously been brought into the attack just to slow Northamptonshire down and make sure that first 53 minutes doesn't end up looking like an expensive 53 minutes for Gloucestershire. I'm interested as to how long Graham Van Buren waits for Zafar Gohar to come into the attack. Took 32 wickets for Gloucestershire last year, and last time these two teams met, and although the personnel was quite different, he did pick up 5 for in that second innings. And he's absolute quality, isn't he? He's one player that I'm really excited to have a watch of.
For those that do fantasy cricket, he is a fantasy cricket shoo-in, in my opinion. But it's when he plays is the hard thing. Is you'd have to be finger on the pulse at 10:30 doing your fantasy, if you want to put Zaf in. But yeah, no, very good acquisition from Gloss.
It looks like Gloucester are looking to bowl pretty straight at Luke Proctor. He encourages you to do that the way he plays, because he does play across the front pad a wee bit. He misses very few of those. They are bowling very straight at him. There's a guy kind of hovering around at mid-wicket who's kind of half catching and half saving the single. But they've also got 2 men out on the leg side behind square, or one is on square, I think. Yeah, one's just in front square and one behind square, because he does tuck the ball around there. And that is a boundary saving position, really. Just because we've got 400, we're not going to leak cheap boundaries. So if we're going to bowl straight, we might get tucked square of the wicket, and you can have 1 for that. And I quite like that. You know, it doesn't have to be 4 slips and 2 gullies and a short leg.
No, and a lot of people got quite funky with it and started putting leg gullies in for proc. You never hit one to him. But I think it's like a mental thing, just not allowing him to do that.
Yeah. Certainly you don't want him doing that and getting 4 for it.
No,
and that's
exactly
what it's about, isn't it? We've got 400, but we don't need to be leaking cheap boundaries.
Yeah.
And actually, you know, if he gets a few, but he's getting them at a very slow rate, and then we go bang, bang, the scoreboard's not gone anywhere.
Nice intent there from Vasco, just to look to try and push to score a run there.
Love that. That's an area of his game he has improved so much over the last few years.
If I told you it's been a big message in the dressing room, you hopefully believe me. I think sides like Durham last year were very good at it when you look at the data. Their singles in the first 10 balls of each batter, that's the metric that I would use, was the highest across any county.
Left alone by Vasconcelos to end the 8th over. 39 for 1. I've really enjoyed that 4 overs from Josh Shaw. I have just caught Martian Dalango just rolling the shoulders over down in front of the cinch stand. So I do wonder whether we're going to see Marchant before lunch. But it was an attacking start, wasn't it, for Josh Shaw? Got rewarded with the wicket.
Phil, get it swinging, add some threat to it. I think they might use Marchant in the sense of giving him a flash 4 overs here and there whenever they feel that the game might be drifting away a little bit from them.
Bracey up to the stumps for Tom Price. Still the 3 slips. I didn't spot either of the Northants batters using their feet particularly against Tom Price in that first over, but
yeah, it's not something you'll see Luke Proctor do very much, if at all. He likes to stay in his crease. He does sort of shuffle a little bit across the crease, but doesn't really come forward. It's quite a gentle pace. I've not really seen a lot of.
I think he's coming off the back of a couple of injuries, but he's done really well in the 2s, in Gloss 2s over the last couple of weeks. And he's a very handy cricketer because as being an all-rounder. But I think they might bring the keeper up because sometimes bowlers like bowling with the keeper up.
Yeah.
I know that Tim Murter, the county legend that he is, hated the keeper up, but unfortunately the keeper just kept coming up at times for him, whether it's his choice or not. But yeah, it might help. It might be something that Tom wants early doors just to help him find his lines and lengths.
It can become claustrophobic for a batter as well. Keeper breathing down your neck. That's a cricket shot.
Yeah, nicely placed by Vasconcelos. Not sure if it is going to go. The outfield's pretty lush. It's a long chase. And Van Buren does well to haul that one back. Proctor there was...
Dawdling is the word you're looking for.
that is the word I was looking for. Put his skates on at the end and Van Buren went to the non-striker's end anyway. So 3 added to the score, 43 for 1 off 8.5.
And talking of claustrophobic with the keeper standing up, the famous Gloucestershire keeper Jack Russell was well known for coming up to the stumps and making sure he hadn't brushed his teeth in the morning and breathing all over the batsman. He wasn't afraid of a bit of that. Chemical warfare.
Solid by Luke Proctor. Changing the field there just before that ball. One of the slips came out of the cordon and has come into cover. So Gloucestershire suggesting that it isn't doing as much as what it did for Northamptonshire. Northampton stuck with 3 slips pretty much the entirety of the innings, didn't they?
I think that would be something to review, how long they kept 3 in for, particularly to Miles Hammond. A little bit of swing available there. Was started straight and swung. Was going over leg bail by the time it got to the batter. But he'll want to be swinging that ball really from off stump just outside, challenging middle and off, challenging the front pad. Oh, mid-arms on, mesh on the legs on the floor. He's now not looking. He's looking.
I hope that means he's about to bowl the next over. And my point from seeing him warm up the over before was right.
I don't know if I'd start running up if I was a bowler at that point.
No
if
chance.
I knew that my mid-on had his
No.
back on the floor and just stretching quite.
No.
I don't think Marchant expected Tom Price to turn quite as quickly as what he did there. Is he going to have a bowl? He isn't. He is.
There are two bowlers you
And
think
now
they're
we've
going to
got
bowl the next
Zaf,
over.
yeah.
Hmm.
Ah,
So it is going to be Marchant Dalanga replacing Josh Shaw from the David Capel. And James, I know you said you've just messaged me to say you can do one more over.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your
No
time
dramas.
coming
Loved
up.
it.
It's been really interesting. I hope those of you that have been watching the live stream have enjoyed it. A bit of an insight into county cricket that you don't normally get. You don't, not really privy to those kind of conversations, and a lot of people behind the scenes that don't get the plaudits and the exposure that they deserve. So no, it's been really interesting.
No,
and
thank you.
the sort of conversations that James has alluded to there, they happen all the time, every day of the summer and every day of the winter as well. So
Probably too much of a.
well, things don't happen by accident, that's right. And there's always a lot of thought that goes into any decision any material decision that's made. Yeah, thanks, James. That's been
No,
great.
Thank you.
3 slips and the gully for Marchant Dalanga. He starts with a dot ball defended back up the track by Luke Proctor. 13 minutes to go then before lunch. I think Gloucestershire they'll be incredibly happy they picked up Emilio Gay first up with his first ball, a man that scored 269 here a couple of weeks ago. Big load up from Dalanga. 2 straight. Proctor turns him into the leg side for a single. With the runs that they had on the board, though, the 409 that they scored in the first innings, you could look at it and go, wow, it's been a bit expensive there. 45 for 1 off just under 10 overs, going at just under 5s. But they've put themselves in a position to do that. They only had 53 minutes to go till lunch. They've had a real good go at picking up 1, which they've got, 2, maybe 3, if things have worked their way. And all of a sudden, we're talking about a different game. And the run rate at this stage doesn't really matter for Gloucestershire because they've earned the right to be aggressive.
I agree with everything you said there. The only thing I would add as a footnote to that, as Vasconcelos plays that off the top of the bounce, wasn't in full control of that. There's no fielder at cover. He's gone back onto the boundary. So he was sort of can play that with impunity. He took it off the top of the bounce. The only thing I'd say that is where have the runs come from? And Singdale, 3 overs, 0 for 20, didn't really cause too many problems. Yes, he ran in and bowled fast, but it was a bit of wasted effort really in that respect. So they'll be disappointed that he's gone at pretty much 7 and over. But otherwise, I'm with you.
Whipped on offer again. Vasconcelos this time times it much better through the covers. Miles Hammond puts the dive in, can't get near it. Brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos, well, looks like he's in the mood, doesn't he? 42 off 34.
Oh my goodness gracious! You can't play that shot any better than that.
It was interesting, wasn't it, with Ajit Singhdale and the comparative plans from Josh Shaw. Josh Shaw was, I'm going to bowl full. I'm going to swing the ball back into the left-hander. I'm going to go Yorkers. That's my wicket-taking delivery, which he got Emilio Gay for and served up Luke Proctor one early on. And you thought, oh, blimey, this looks exciting. Ajit Singhdale went much more back of a length, went to really try and rush and hurry the batters. There was a man on the hook for that first ball, and he was pretty interested for a little while, wasn't he, with that 6 off the first ball from Vasconcelos. And actually, if that hadn't been quite as well timed, and credit to Vasconcelos to be aware and in the form that he is to hit that first ball, you could all of a sudden go, okay, well, we've had an in-swinging Yorker to get rid of Emilio Gay, bit of a surprise kind of short ball, hook ball for Vasconcelos, and all of a sudden Northants are 2 down for not very many, and Ajit Singhdale has had a very different set of numbers there.
Correct. Absolutely. I think it is very unusual for a bowler in red ball cricket at the start of the innings to bowl a bouncer first ball. Sometimes you'll hear particularly old school bowlers say, I get a bouncer in early, get my body loose and so on. It's not usually with the brand new ball. It might be first, second change. I've not seen that before. It's very unusual for an opening batsman to take the hook shot on first ball, and it went for 6, which is incredibly unusual. What I would say is I think the fielder was too square, and James maybe made the point earlier about, I think it might have been off air, about fine leg and third man for England going finer with the new ball on the advice of the analyst who had seen the faster bowlers. He was talking about Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, who were bowling for England, and the ball kept missing the fine leg and third man fielders on the inside. And the analyst said, look, with this pace of bowlers, with the new ball, you need to be finer. And they then calculated they'd save 20 runs over the next two matches. He's got some pace, Singdale. That fielder had been finer. It might have been a different outcome.
Well, interestingly, only 2 overs here for Tom Price from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it's a change of ends for Josh Shaw. He's going to run up the hill here at Wantage Road. 4 overs, 1 for 17 from the David Capel end. Interesting that they've only gone 2 for Tom Price. Interesting that they've got their bigger, scarier seamer coming from the David Capel end, where by tradition, not to say it's right, but tend to see the bigger bowler running in up the hill to get that bit of extra bounce. Not that Josh Shaw is a small lad. That's swinging back in nicely, isn't it, to the pads of Vasconcelos. He turns that one round the corner for a single to fine leg.
There's an extra cover in. That really does surprise me at this stage. Just 2 slips and an extra cover. And we talked quite a bit yesterday, and you've brought it up again this morning about the 3 slips that Northampton employed almost all day, really, yesterday for large parts of the day. Already only 2 catches in. There's still movement here, both in the air and off the seam. So slightly surprised at that, I have to say, that there's not 3 catches.
Short ball again. And avoided by Proctor. There's an appeal caught behind it. If anything, that just brushed
his shoulder.
Luke Proctor's shoulder on the way through. He's kind of dropped his hands on that really quickly, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, his hands are nowhere near that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Good take by Bracey, though.
That was a good take.
Very good take. One-handed. It would have taken a bit of pace off it as well, wouldn't it? So it would have been hard to have judged as it came past the back of Luke Proctor. One of those appeals, maybe just to keep everybody interested, maybe cast a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind. 10.5 overs have been bowled. And they're just into the body. Single into the leg side.
Yeah, it's an interest. I'm not altogether happy with the field from Gloucestershire, for my liking. For that there, okay, so the ball we've just seen, Luke Proctor has turned off his hip and ran at the other end. There's no fielder at square leg. There is a fielder at mid-wicket. There's a fielder at deep at square leg and a fielder at long leg. There's a fielder at extra cover. There are only 2 slips. What line is the bowler looking to bowl? How do they think is their primary way of getting the batter out? I'm not entirely sure.
Big appeal for LBW again from Josh Shaw. That one from the naked eye looked like it was just sliding down and missing leg stump. I'm sure we'll get a replay just to verify that, but
I think it's a pretty ropey appeal. That's going down a long way, I think. Look at the angle he bowls it from. Yeah, it's hit him in line. It's still got a bit to travel, and it's going to go down the leg side fairly comfortably on the angle with swing as well.
Yeah, he's stepped across, hasn't he, Vasconcelos, and you could see leg stump with the appeal. Another change of angle from Josh Shaw. You certainly can't say that Gloucestershire haven't tried pretty much everything before lunch.
Well, and I think that's a really good point, Dan, and I think that is my point as well, is that I'm not exactly clear on their primary method of trying to take a wicket. I've said to you before, when I look out, I like to see what the plan is, and I can't quite see it there. And I think they've gone a little bit off piece. They've gone a bit searchy, I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, they've come out very aggressively. Wicket first ball, fantastic. Not been many plays and misses. Not been many shouts. There's a couple of poor shouts for LBW. But from a Northamptonshire perspective, if Emilio Gay manages to chop down on that Yorker, it was a flipping good Yorker, by the way. It's a fantastic delivery to get him out. Then we've been kind of chanceless, really. So I'm not sure how well they've bowled. I'm not sure the fields have been clear in terms of the plan they're trying to execute.
Quick from the Langer, and that's hit the bat of Captain Proctor really hard as it just drops dead, doesn't it, down at the feet of the Northants number 3. 3 slips in a gully for Marchant de Longa. Four minutes until the lunch break. There is a man on the pull. That's pitched up, just shapes away from Proctor. Suspect Marchant bowls a mean bumper. And there were the 2 men actually, in fact, out on the leg side. One at deep square just behind, and then I think we decided it was a long leg, didn't we? Rather than a fine leg.
We did. We settled on that. Yeah.
Again, good carry through to James Bracey. Left well alone by Proctor. So we'll get another over, won't we, then, before lunch? 3 balls left in this one.
We will.
I would imagine it would be Josh Shaw.
Oh,
2 overs.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be tempted to throw it to Zafar Gohar, the spinner?
Maybe. Yeah, that's an option, isn't it? Yeah,
just to see.
Yeah.
And Gloucestershire have tried tried a lot of different options.
They have. They've been through the gears.
Proctor well across to cover that one off.
Where are you going, Captain? Dan, what are you doing to do?
I think it
I
becomes
know what you're going to do.
I think it becomes a little bit cliched, doesn't it, to chuck it to the spinner the last over before lunch.
It does.
I would stick with Josh Shaw.
I thought you'd painted yourself into a corner.
I'd stick with Josh Shaw, and I'd say to Josh Shaw, bowl 6 of the best in-swinging deliveries that you possibly can, and let's see where we end up at lunch. If we take one with us, fantastic. However, the only thing that I'm kind of a bit curious about is because we've had Ajit Singh Dale, Josh Shaw, Tom Price, Marchant. Part of me's kind of just thinking, well, we're going to get an over of Zafar Gohar here, just to see what might be happening.
I mean, certainly if Luke Proctor's on strike, I'd just bowl the seamer.
Mm-hmm.
If Vasco's on strike, I would give more thought of giving the twirler over.
Oof, that's left alone. Let's just come back into the body of Proctor, and I think it just brushes the jumper on the way through. 56 for 1 after 12. So we will get one more before lunch.
And it is going to be Josh Shaw.
Yeah. 6 of your best balls. Take one with us, I think would be the message from Graham Van Buren. Pitch it up, get it swinging. See if you can hit Vasconcelos on the pads in front of all 3. But it's continued to be a really, really interesting game of cricket, isn't it? It's the first day I found from a neutral perspective and from a cricket fan's perspective, I thought it was a fantastic day of cricket.
Yeah, agreed.
And that morning session, appreciate you've got much more of a Northants hat on than what I do, and mine's growing. But again, just a really interesting session, wasn't it? First hour was kind of all Gloucestershire. Marchant and Josh Shaw put together that brilliant partnership for the 10th wicket. Then obviously we've had this really aggressive start, really from both sides. Gloucestershire have been incredibly aggressive with the ball, and Northants have responded with the bat. I mean, Vasconcelos is 43 off 39. That's left alone as it just shapes away from left-handed Vasconcelos.
Quite like that. He's just hung that out there, hasn't he? Just hung that out. They've gone the other way, predominantly swung the ball back in to the left-hander. That one was just hung out there. It was a dangerous length. The reason he didn't play a shot at that is because he couldn't be sure of controlling the ball on the length of the line. Wasn't any threat at all. And I wonder whether Josh Shaw said, well, you're obviously at the races. You're obviously playing very aggressively. Do you want to have a go at this one in the over before lunch? And he didn't. Good decision.
That one a lot tighter, and Vasconcelos prepared to defend that one into the offside. It was something Northants were guilty of last year. There were numerous games that Northants lost the wicket last over before lunch. And as you said, Vasconcelos, the way he started, very much at the races, and you kind of go, well, I have a couple of tempters here and see if you want to carry on, or is there a little bit of a discipline from Vasconcelos to kind of turn around and say, no, 6 balls left before lunch?
It looks that's the way he's playing, Dan, doesn't it? That last ball, he cuddled that last ball in defence. There was no way he was going to accelerate the bat through that, the previous ball from Josh Shaw, which was pretty full. Another day, he might have a drive at that one.
That one there a bit straighter from Shaw and half an uphill from behind the stumps, but it got Vasconcelos in the thigh pad.
I'd be tempted to give him extra cover though. I mean,
Just
what I
open
mean
it
is
up.
take that out, put him in a catching position. Really encourage him to push his hands through that. But with 2 balls left before the lunch break, I think Vasco's certain that he's going to be walking off with a crowd around him.
And there's a
that's
big
close.
appeal
That's
for LBW
close.
this time. Umpire shakes his head and says no, but I tell you, that was much closer than the one a couple of overs ago. As it's just tailed back into the left-hander. We'll get a replay. But there's the benefit of the replay. I'm sure we might get another couple.
I think that's good. The umpire's got to be sure that's hitting leg stump, and he's bowling around the wicket, and it's swinging, and he's just outside the crease. It's got a little way to go. Where does it hit him? It hits him in front of... No, that's not hitting, is it? By the time that ball gets to the crease, that's missed the stumps. Good decision, Neil Bainton.
Last ball. Again, that one just tails back in by Josh Shaw. Well, that is lunch. 56 for 1 of 13 overs in response to Gloucestershire's first innings score of 409 all out. As I said a couple of minutes ago, this has been a really good 4 sessions of cricket, Phil.
It really has, yeah, well said. Absolutely. It's been positive cricket by both teams. It's been exciting. And you know why? Well,
tell us.
Well, I think the pitch has got a lot to do with it because there's bounce and carry in the pitch, and that leads to more exciting cricket. So, congratulations to Craig Harvey and the ground staff. First time he's had any current bun to work with, and decided to leave a bit more grass on. Yes, it looks green, but it doesn't misbehave at Northampton. It just yes, there's always going to be seam movement with a new ball, but it aids carry, and that's what the good players want, and it's led to an exciting 4 sessions of cricket.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, 56 for 1 at lunch. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes.
That's ball first by the middle leg with Marshall Black.
Welcome back, everybody. Afternoon session here at Wantage Road between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Marchant Dalanga is going to open the bowling from the David Capel end for the afternoon session. The score now is 57-1. Stream is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined by Phil Rote. Did you enjoy your lunch, Phil? And
I did. Yeah, it was all right, wasn't it?
It was lovely.
Yeah.
It was lovely. And how do you feel this game is shaping up?
I think it's going to be an exciting afternoon. Both teams will feel they've got quite a lot to play for in terms of taking the game, in Northant's case, getting a foothold in the game and then challenging that first innings total of 400 odd from Gloucester. They want to make inroads into that during the afternoon. And that's out. That's out. It's a good length ball. There's a little bit of width on it. I'm not sure he had to play. He maybe tried to push drive it for a couple. But the first ball after lunch, he will think, should I have let that one go through? The line wasn't the problem with that ball. It was the length. It was a good length ball. And Vasconcelos nibbled at it, really. We see on replay. Yeah, it's not a full-blooded drive, but he's had a little push at that. And that's the end of his innings. It was a very bright and breezy and attractive 43. He's slamming his bat into his pad as he walks off. He knows, and he's practicing the leave. So he thinks, as I thought, that it would have been judicious to let that one go through. As I say, there was width on the ball. It was the length of the ball that carried the danger. He pushed at a good length ball with not a lot of movement towards it with head or foot, and that led to his downfall. So that's just what Dr. Gloucester would have ordered at lunchtime. The early wicket, the key wicket of Vasconcelos, who's been in very, very good form for Northants since getting back into the side after missing the opening rounds through injury. We see it from behind the bowler's arm here. And yeah, it's about seventh stump, but it's the length of the ball which is the danger. He would have been better leaving that one alone. It's easier said than done sometimes. But sorry, Dan.
Just saying, a bit of deja vu cricket, really, wasn't it? Siddharth Kaul broke that partnership third ball after lunch, and Marchant's broken that partnership second ball after lunch. Just that break in play. Just you have to start again, don't you? And I know that's a bit of a cliche thing to say, but
it's what a cliche is, truth repeated or something. He left the ball quite well, certainly before lunch. He wants to get bat on ball today. He looks very busy, doesn't he? We talked about that, Vasconcelos. Very busy, very positive, both in attack and defence. But that was a bit neither one thing nor the other. It was a kind of firm-footed push at a good length ball. On a good day, it goes by, and you never think about that ball ever again. And on a bad day, that's what happens. You nick it. James Bracey gratefully accepted the chance. Oh, that's close. That's out. Yeah, that's nipped back and trapped Karen Nairn right on the crease. There's no doubt about that. There was no danger of it going over. It didn't really bounce particularly, and that's a great delivery first ball to the new batter. Right on the money is Marchant Dalanga. That's nipped back, and that's absolutely dead right in front of middle and off. No hesitation at all from Martin Saggers to give him out, and so one becomes two becomes three on the total. And suddenly, what looked like potentially a bright afternoon for Northants making inroads is now, oh crikey, okay, we need a partnership. So there'll be people scurrying around for kit, I would imagine, for pads and boxes and things. And George Bartlett has found all of his kit, and he crosses with the outgoing Karen Nairn. And it's a great shame for Northants and for Northants supporters and for any cricket lovers to see the back of Karen Nairn for zero, because he is such an attractive batter to watch. A big wicket. They've been right on the money, haven't they? They've had a good lunch, obviously. They've regrouped. They went for a few boundaries before lunch. The scoring rate was around about 4 and over. And they've come back after lunch, tails up. A sort of a good length ball, which accounted for Vasconcelos. In comes Karen Nairn, and he didn't really get towards that ball. I think that ball does get a lot of people out. It was pitched up. It's a good pace, and it nipped back quite a long way. We'll see it on replay. Yeah, I mean, he's entitled to miss that ball, particularly first ball that he gets. And there's a lot to be said for pitching the ball up, which we've talked about quite a lot yesterday when I felt we were, fraction short at times for Northamptonshire. And Michon de Lang has got 2 balls right in the right area.
Yeah, on a hat-trick as well. George Bartlett, his old teammate from Somerset, he's got him in his sights. He's got 5 slips now for George Bartlett. Short leg as well. Catches at mid-wicket and short cover.
Well, that's beautifully played. It was very full, aiming for the front pad. And George Bartlett stood tall, got enough bat on it, closed the face nicely, timed it through mid-wicket. He'll pick up 3. He'll be very happy to have picked up 3. He's not the third victim of a hat-trick. He'll be very happy with that. He's at the non-striker's end. He'll be very happy with that. But no doubt Michon de Lang, he's firing, isn't he? His tail is up. He's bustling in from the David Capel end, and he knows exactly where the ball is going. Yeah, absolutely on target.
What a start this has been for Gloucestershire after lunch. They were uber aggressive with the ball with that 53 minutes up to lunch. They'd earned the right to be, and I mean, they've continued to do so. They've attacked, they've searched for wickets, and well, 57, 60 for 3 now. It's worked.
Yeah, they've shown real intent, haven't they? I mean, I felt before lunch, as we talked about, Dana, I felt before lunch they maybe got a little giddy. You know, they were a little maybe more intent than kind of specifically planning how to get wickets. But whatever has been said over lunch, certainly they've come out and said, okay, we're going to hit the stumps. We're going to get the ball up. There's movement in this pitch still. We're going to get the ball up and try and exploit it. And that's exactly what they've done. As de Lang gets movement again off the final ball of his first over after lunch and slightly squares Proctor up, but he deals with the movement. The ball pitched and left him off the wicket, but Proctor played it nicely with soft hands. But wow, what a start. What a start that is. Just going to see the replay of the LBW again. And yeah, he will have known. As soon as that hit him, Karen there will have known that's out. I'm hoping he's not going to give me out, but I know that's out. Martin Saggers had no problem adjudicating in the positive. So yeah, George Bartlett, he's 3 not out. He did not expect to be batting at this time of day, that's for sure. He was hoping to watch Vasconcelos initially and Proctor, and then Karen Nair and Proctor, and it now becomes himself and Proctor. He's going to be facing his first ball from Josh Shaw, who bowled very nicely. He got the first wicket with the first ball. He bowled to Emilio Gay. He's now going to be bowling to George Bartlett. Slightly wider on the crease there. But again, fuller and on the money. I bumped into Emilio Gay just as I was wandering over for some lunch. And he said, oh, what do you think? He said, am I overanalyzing it? And I said, yeah, I think you are. I think that ball gets a lot of people out, Emilio. It was a well bowled, full pace. It wasn't a floaty, missed length Yorker. It was a deliberate Yorker. And to execute that first ball, you know, I don't think he did a whole lot wrong. And I think that gets a lot of people out. So hopefully he can forget about that and regroup in the second innings.
Yeah, I think you've summed that up really well. Really impressive spell by Josh Shaw before lunch, and great to see that Graham Van Buren's chucked him the ball and for him to carry on this spell after lunch as well. It's kind of interesting here for Northampton as well. It's really and truly the first time so far this season that top order's been properly tested. Last year, there were, numerous innings where the innings fell apart at the top and then was difficult to then recover. Proctor's looked really good so far this season. He hasn't gone on to convert one of these starts, one of these 50s that he's got. He's averaging 67. George Bartlett scored 126 not out, I think it was, at Leicester in the previous round that these two teams would have played. There's runs there in the middle. There's still runs there in this team. But they have got their backs against the wall a little bit now, if not completely against the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing to come in at 360 for 3. It's another thing to come in at 60 for 3. But he's moved well there. I like that, getting a good stride in. That's a good positive leave, taking the stumps out of the view of the bowler. I quite like that. Just a word on Graham Van Buren and his decision there to restart after the break with Michon de Lang. He only bowled 2 overs before lunch. But generally speaking, you might have expected Singhdale to take the first over after lunch. For whatever reason, he chose to continue with DeLange. And what a decision that was. You know, it was a subtle decision. It wasn't a mind-blowing decision, but there were options for him. That's pitched up a little bit of swing, inviting the drive. It was a controlled, firm push, no run. So there's still movement in the air, and there's still movement off the pitch. We've seen that already in the 11 balls that have been bowled. What I have noticed really quickly in those 11 balls is that Gloucestershire are a lot more accurate than they were overall before lunch, and fuller in general. A lot of these balls are hitting the stumps. And that will have been a plan, that in a regroup. Where did we go wrong there before lunch? There's another full ball. This time to push down the ground. So Josh Shaw getting the ball to swing, getting it up there, challenging the outside edge. That's generally the way he looks to get his wickets. And DeLange, well, he can get you out a number of ways, really. And as he's shown here, held his line and length to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and he pushed at a good length ball to nick off. And then the very first ball that Karen Nair received was a good ball. It was a full ball. It nipped back, struck him on the pad before he really had time to get the leg forward. And he was absolutely correctly adjudged LBW. And Northampton are in a bit of a pickle. And so rather than make inroads to that score, the focus here is on rebuild. So a partnership is what's needed.
Yeah, and there's no better man for Northamptonshire to have at the crease than the man on strike. Luke Proctor, we saw with his bowling, leads by example, doesn't he? Yesterday, that partnership between Cam Bancroft, Ollie Price, and then Ollie Price and Miles Hammond. Bancroft, brilliant 53 in really hard conditions, faced up against 94 deliveries for that 53, absorbed a lot of time, a lot of energy from the Northants openers. And I think Ollie Price's 10 off 61, it's easy to just look at a scorecard and be critical of that innings if you don't have the context behind it. But to have faced 61 deliveries and taken energy out of the legs of the seamers and shine off the ball, fine, it's only 10. It's not really he hasn't directly affected the scorecard, but actually what he has done for Hammond, Bracey, Van Buren, Shaw, DeLange to then come in later, well, as an important of a 10 as you'll ever see for a county side.
100%. He'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to break the shackles and eventually got out, having occupied the crease for quite a long time. But in the context of the game, in the context of the 409 runs that Gloucestershire amassed, you could easily overlook the contribution that he made there. We talk a lot, don't we, about partnerships. He was involved in a few partnerships. And he took 10 overs out of the ball. And actually, the other thing to say is he faced a lot of very good bowling from Northants. Meshant DeLange is executing some very good bowling at the moment. Just gets tucked off the hip there, allows Proctor to rotate. So he'll have another ball at George Bartlett, as you say, ex-Somerset teammates. But yeah, the innings that Price played there, he predominantly faced Luke Proctor during that innings, and Luke Proctor bowled absolutely brilliantly, but he did not get him out. Now, had he got him out, and Luke Proctor's then bowling at a newcomer to the crease, can line him up and so on and so on. Who knows what happens next? We don't know. But we don't know because Price didn't get out to him. And that was very good cricket. It was good, hard, attritional cricket. Oh, that's a great length ball from DeLange. He won't be happy with the line, but the length again is dangerous. Initially there, George Bartlett looked like he wanted to get some bat on ball, but thought better of it, pulled out of any attempted shot very wisely, I would say, as well. People look at sometimes width on a ball and think, well, why didn't the batter go after that? The length is the dangerous thing there, as Ricardo Vasconcelos will be able to attest to. So the last ball of DeLange's fourth over, all squares up. George Bartlett, that pitched and held its line. That was a little bit fuller. That's a very good, brought him forward, challenging the outside edge. It did move off the wicket, but caught a thick outside half of the bat, really, and ran away in front of square. So well played, George Bartlett can say it himself, and also well bowled. So this is the good thing about this pitch, I think, Dan, is that there's something in it for the batter in terms of there's pace on the ball and there's bounce. So the ball will come onto the bat. That's what good players want. But also there is some movement available for the bowler. So it's a good cricket pitch. It's as good a pitch as I've seen at Northampton this year, certainly. It may turn later in the game, possibly, which would be absolutely ideal if it were to do that. Certainly Gloucestershire think that with Zafar Gohar in their side.
Yeah, it makes that 409 in that first innings just that extra little bit impressive, doesn't it, to score that against a skillful Northants attack.
Absolutely does.
On a pitch that's done plenty.
Shaw round the wicket for the first time to Proctor. Proctor, as he does, comes across the stumps. Shaw targeted Ricardo Vasconcelos from around the wicket before lunch. When he bowled at Proctor, he bowled exclusively over the wicket. So there's been some rethinking there. There are a couple of big LBW appeals from Josh Shaw and the cordon for LBW to Vasconcelos, but as we could see on replay, the ball was swinging down the leg side. But he does bowl pretty straight, Luke Shaw, doesn't waste the ball. And that one's on the money again. And again, very full. So this looks to me to be a concerted effort to get the ball fuller.
Yeah, well, just a continuation, really, of that very aggressive bowling plan from Gloucestershire and their seamers that we've seen so far in this second innings.
Proctor not quite ready. Shaw has to go back. I don't know what's going on. It's got a problem with the armband. The players are wearing black armbands in memory of Josh Baker, who sadly passed away quite recently, the Worcestershire player. So back in. That's a slower-ish. Did it come out right? It looked like an attempted away swinger to the left-hander. He's exclusively to the left-hander, swung the ball back in. That ball looked like it was an attempt to get the ball to go away in the air. It didn't come out particularly well. Didn't come out of the hand particularly well, and was very slow by the time it got to Luke Proctor. But I've seen those missed. And sometimes if they're straight, you miss them and it hits you on the boot and you have to walk off LBW. Oof, that is a loose shot in some ways from Luke Proctor. It was short. It had some width about it. Proctor's entitled to try and play that square of the wicket for four with a cut. It just bounced a bit on him. And he'll be very happy that it sailed over the top edge of the bat rather than catching a thin edge. The first ball, I think, that Josh Shaw has bowled in the afternoon session that hasn't really been targeting the stumps. The heavier delivery. This one is targeting the stumps again. Luke Proctor. Everything he's got is outside off stump there. So he's making sure that if the ball does avoid the bat and hit him on the pad, that pad is outside the line of the stumps. That's Luke Proctor's primary thought here, is get your front pad outside the line of off stump, and if the ball hits that and he's playing a shot at the ball, then he obviously can't be given out. So effectively, you might say, trying to take LBW out of the equation. Shaw will clearly recognise that and need to come up with a response to this, his last ball of his eighth over. Goes a little bit straighter, perhaps too straight. Luke Proctor turns it into the leg side, gets a little bit of bat on it, enough bat to go for four as it beats fine leg on the inside, who is too square. I'll make that point every time. Someone might be listening somewhere. So a slightly untidy finish to what was a good over again from Josh Shaw. He's now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 25. Luke Proctor moves on to 16. Northants on to 65 for 3. And as the scoreboard is telling me loud and clear, Northants trail by 344 runs. And this partnership is absolutely vital to their cause, I think. The good news from a Northamptonshire perspective is currently these are two of the guys really in form. As you said, Dan.
Yep.
George Bartlett got 100 not out last time he was out on the field for Northants. And Proctor has scored consistently all season without posting that really big number. With a total such as 400 in the first innings, 70 is not going to do it really in that respect. I'm talking, about Proc, but anyone really.
Yep.
It's going to have to be 100 and 150 really.
Yep.
To make a dent in that number and to get Northants up to parity, and they'll still be hoping beyond parity. It's early days, obviously. It's a good effort ball from De Lange. That one bounced.
It's an interesting kind of. I think Marchant's been pretty enthused through this spell anyway, but since Bartlett's come out to the crease, there's been kind of I think anyway, it's a bit of a noticeable change in body language from De Lange. He's kind of been quite happy to just extend that follow through and maybe just hovers around at the end of it for slightly longer. I mean, Somerset have got a pretty healthy and friendly dressing room, so I'm sure the two of them would have got on pretty well whilst they were both there.
Nicely played through the covers by George Bartlett. Wasn't a full half volley by any means, but Bartlett transferred weight really nicely, was able to just punch it gently into the covers for a couple. Yeah, I think he's renowned as being one of the nicest guys in the game, isn't he, Marchant de Lange? I don't know him personally, but I hear on the grapevine that he's a beauty.
Yeah, certainly Ben Sanderson echoed those thoughts when I spoke to him on Thursday.
Oh, that could be out. It was flicked into the leg side unconvincingly. It was in the air a long time. It wasn't a chance. It bounced considerably in front of the fielder at mid-on, so it was never going to be a chance as it turned out. But it wasn't. George Bartlett wasn't fully in control of that. If we see that again, you'll see the bottom hand come forward. The bottom hand on the back come forward in front of the top hand, and that gets a bit flippy. And you've got to be very accurate if you're going to play the ball that way. It's nicely bowled again. Bartlett stuck on the crease. I think Bartlett was anticipating a short ball then, because he really didn't get forward to that, even though it was quite full. So the previous ball I was talking about, when you're playing the ball through the leg side off a straightish ball, if you can, it's very important to try and keep your top hand in front of the blade of the bat. Let your top hand lead and close the face. If your bottom hand gets involved and you're not accurate with your striking, that ball can loop up, as that one did. But thankfully for George Bartlett, it didn't make the fielder at mid-on. Last ball of this over is the bouncer that was anticipated, perhaps the ball before. Certainly, as you will have seen, George Bartlett got under it. But certainly, as you will also have seen, it hurried him up. It was very well directed. I mean, that's a great line, straight over middle stump. Bartlett sits, De Lange sits him down, as they say in boxing terms. He's not going to take a count of 8. He's going back. He's gone to a neutral corner, dust his gloves off, and carry on. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he sees a few more of those.
He knew it was coming, didn't he?
He did know it was coming. It was a matter of when, wasn't it? It was either going to be the 5th ball where he didn't get forward to a good length ball, anticipating the short ball, and then he got what he was expecting. Given that he was expecting it, it still put him on his backside. It was a pretty good bouncer. So Shaw into Proctor. It's short, it's wide. This time Proctor doesn't try and hit it quite as hard as he did previously when he missed it on the last over. This time he waits for it, almost lets it get past him, and then just times it beautifully through backward point for 4. This is a classic cricket shot, this. That's beautiful batting. I mean, a lot of people will hit that ball for 4, don't get me wrong, but that is a beautiful way to do it.
Well, he played it was a similar kind of shot and delivery that we saw the previous over from Josh Shaw, and Luke Proctor didn't make contact with that one, and there was a bit of a conversation, 3 down for 60, and you think, I don't know whether... Actually, you've still got to score whilst you're out there, haven't you? You have to score. That one swung in, right arm round the wicket, swung in again, and as it did in the last over, the ball was misdirected from Luke Shaw. He's going to come back over the wicket, I think, as a result of that, and Luke Proctor held his balance well enough. The ball swings quite a long way. Holds his balance to get enough bat on that to race away for 4 down to fine leg, who's still 2 square, and De Lange has now stopped him and said, "You're 2 square." Kind of interesting that you could argue and just say I've been a bit hypocritical there of myself, where I've kind of complimented Ollie Price's innings, 10 off 61 in the first. You think, it's brilliant. He's taking the energy out. He's seen the shine off. But that mindset does change slightly in the second innings when you're aware that there's a big number on the board.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I'd say about that, Dan, to in support of your comment, is that when Ollie Price was in, his partner was scoring quickly, whoever that partner was, then they were scoring quickly. That isn't the case here. There's been 2 quick wickets. That wasn't the case yesterday
Yeah.
either. So I think contextually they're quite different. I've got no problem with Luke Proctor at all hitting that ball for 4. He's got to try and do so. The previous one that he missed, he just kind of threw the kitchen sink at it and lost his shape a wee bit. But Shaw has come back over the wicket. He lost his line a little bit from round the wicket, and guess what? He's got his line straight back. Good line of length, nicely defended. There's a lot going on, isn't there?
I honestly feel it's been one of the most enjoyable day and a half of cricket I've had the pleasure of watching in the County Championship. It's just felt like there's been something for everybody. Brilliant 100 by Mars Hammond. You never felt like Northamptonshire were out of the game with their bowlers.
Oh, that's nicely bowled and nicely left by Luke Proctor. Just lets that one go. That's a very good line and length delivery. And let go by Luke Proctor. We've got a guest, Dan.
Another one.
We've got a guest.
You going for the introduction?
Oh, shall I?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, we're going
You're
to
in
be
the driving
joined. We're going to be joined, in fact, right now, by Rob Keogh.
Hi guys.
Northants beneficiary of a testimonial this year. Stalwart, bit of a legend around these parts. Good to see you, Rob. How are you?
And you. Yeah, it's a nice view up here, isn't it?
It's all right.
Look
Best.
after you, Rowie, don't they?
in my old age. Nicely played by Proctor. Just let it go past him. He's trying to beat the fielder at backward point, but just got it a little bit squarer than he wanted to. Well fielded. Probably saved 3 runs. They only got a single. So yeah, we'll have a chat to you between deliveries, Rob. So how's things?
Yeah, not too bad. I was down in London yesterday having some more back injections. It's been quite frustrating actually since the new year. Keep getting little mini spasms. So I thought I was getting ready to play this week, and I had another spasm on Wednesday. So down to London yesterday, some more injections, try and get me ready get through the rest of the year, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that it's gone back, because I heard on the grapevine that you were gearing up to get back on the field. That must be frustrating for you.
Yeah, very frustrating. I had a great week at Kibworth with the twos, bowled a lot of overs and started enjoying cricket again rather than sort of being in pain and trying to get through like I felt I was the first few weeks, just trying to get through. So
yeah,
I was pain-free, having fun again, throwing myself around in the field, felt like a 21-year-old, and then walking back from a net, just got shot.
Oh, it was one of those, was it?
Yeah,
Just, okay.
Yeah, so it's very frustrating, and hopefully this second lot of injections can help get through the summer.
What does that,
let's hope so.
So what does that kind of muscle spasm what does that actually feel like? If you can describe it for those of us that are listening as Martian comes into bowl.
Oh, that's well bowled, well played.
Don't really know how to explain it really. It's almost like a sharp pain that sort of sends you to your knees, almost like you just feel like you've been stabbed in the back sort of thing, and everything sort of rocks solid, so you can't really move. You sort of walk on your heels, and I go into like a side shift. It first happened in Barbados. You'll probably remember, Rowan.
I do remember,
you don't
yeah.
get much sympathy with the lads when you call him Banana Man and stuff. I sort of go into a curve where my spine sort of moves over.
Delango over the wicket. Started the over around the wicket. It's come over the wicket.
So yeah, I sort of get this shift to sort of avoid the pain, and it's from a disc irritation. So the shift apparently moves away from the irritation, but it almost locks me in that position, so I can't really do much. So when I go into that shift, I can't try and force through the cricket. I literally can hardly move. So
yeah, it's noticeable. I can see when you're doing that. Attempted sort of push drive from Proctor, mistimed, well fielded by Van Buren out there at sort of wide mid off or straightish extra cover.
Yeah, you don't tend to get much sympathy when you walk around with that. I went up to Overston the other day to see the twos and just try and get moving again, and I saw Senior Jumble, and I could hear him laughing from the other side of the pitch, doing banana shaped man, and tends to be a gag that flows around. Yeah.
Oh, that's nicely bowled. It's a very, very full delivery. Just, I think, targeting the front pad at maybe an attempted Yorker. Ended up as a half volley. and Luke Proctor held his balance very well. Got a nice bat on it. There's enough pace on the ball. If it hits the middle of the bat, it's going to fly down the ground. That did for 4. And if Proctor's hitting the ball that straight, that's a really good sign for Luke Proctor and for Northants fans, because that says he's in good nick. He's holding his balance well. He's not falling across to the offside. That's beautifully played. With 409 on the board, though, Gloucester can afford to attack the stumps, and the odd ball that goes over length and gets driven, they're not going to worry too much about that. They'd rather that than bowl a safe length and it just be left and fly over the top of the stumps. They've been full since lunch, and it's brought them 2 wickets, so I don't see them going away from that for quite some time.
Yeah, they've certainly given this new Duke's ball every opportunity to do something here, and they've kept Northants honest the entire time. It's been impressive and fun to watch from a cricket fan's perspective. It's been challenging.
Well, I said before lunch, we'll come back to you in 1 sec, Rob. Before lunch, I said I wasn't clear always on what the plan was before lunch for Gloucester. How they're going to get wickets. There were split fields. I wasn't clear on what the instructions were to the bowlers. Since lunch, it's been easy. It's been target the stumps. And they've got 2 wickets through doing that. Oh, so Jumble was cashing in, was he, at your expense?
Yeah, he was standard. He's a bit of everything at the at Overston now, isn't he? He was on the roller when I first saw him, then he was behind the bar, an hour later serving pints. And
was he under the bar when you left?
He always made sure people buying pints were leaving one for him. He sort of just bought his own beers on their behalf. Really, it was like one for me. No, always good to see Dave. I enjoyed playing with Dave and enjoy his company. So, just on this game, though, I'll tell you what, there wouldn't be many other players you'd want in this situation from our point of view than Luke Proctor. He's a proper grafter, isn't he? So he sort of thrives in these situations.
Obviously, you were in London yesterday, as you said. Had you been here, you'd have seen him bowl very, very well as well. It's a full swinging ball from shore. It's nicely driven.
Yeah, the boys said he was back to his confident bowling, where he sort of hits the pitch and gets a bit of zip and a bit of movement. I think he had some shoulder issues last year, so I don't think he was fully confident in his own bowling. But geez, he can bowl some quick spells as well. I remember a spell against Labuschagne down at Cardiff on a pretty dead pitch, and he looked quick.
Quicker than you think, Rob.
Yeah.
Sure, slightly wide on the crease, angling into the stumps from that wide bound position that he gets to. Looking to swing the ball off stump and catch the outside edge, but Bartlett's up to that.
Looks like there's been a bit more swing in this game than normal. This day and age, we always talk about the wobble seam and the nip and watching your front pad as a batter from the wobble seam. But this game seems to be more swing than anything, which can sort of surprise the batters, because we practice so much for that wobble seam that swing's sort of gone out of the game.
Oh, and that one has swung, and it's probably seamed with the swing as well. Completely, it was a very good delivery from Joshua. Squared up Bartlett. He just did enough, didn't he? You don't have to be perfect at this game. Just did enough, got enough bat on it so that it wasn't an edge and carried through to the slips, and he didn't miss it. Got a thick edge down to the vacant third man for a couple. But again, that looked like it nipped off the wicket, but it started to swing. And when it swings, it may well nip as well. Yeah, there's been swing throughout. It's getting a little bit windier, I've noticed, from the flag. Sometimes that can negate swing, but it has also nipped as well. So there's been something for everyone, and there's been pace and bounce in it. So it's something for the batters. So it's a very good cricket pitch, Rob. It's been a little bit of that's not out. There's been a little bit of turn as well.
Okay,
a little bit.
Oh, so I've missed out then.
I'll just let you know that. Yeah,
my seamers must be and my batting. Yeah.
When will you? When will you know whether this has been successful? This latest injection.
The surgeon said it can take full effect up to 4 weeks, but can be immediate in some cases. So, I mean, I feel $1 million today, but I've been told that's just from the anaesthetic. So don't get too giddy. Probably back training Monday, light training, and then fingers crossed, try and be ready for the next game.
Well, that would be great news for you, and obviously for Northants supporters as well. So fingers crossed, mate, that happens.
Thank you.
It's a busy year for you off the field as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a busy year. I'm very lucky with the committee, as you'd know. You sat on it yourself. They've been fantastic for me.
You've got some very good people on that, and me, I think, is what I'd quickly say.
Well, you'll come in. You'll come in at some point, I'm sure. No, everyone's been amazing. They've taken as much off of my plate as possible, and it's just been sort of turn up for me. So far so good, and hopefully it can continue. It's been good fun, actually. I really enjoyed it so far. I'm hoping to obviously get back out and play and sort of put that to the back again.
Yes.
But yeah, so far so good, and really enjoyed it. So
good.
Yeah, hopefully everyone else has enjoyed the events so far and the ones to come.
On the grapevine, I think they've been very successful, haven't they? The people have enjoyed themselves. Been a change in the field, just to keep people updated with what's going on. The three slips are in an extra cover now gone out for George Bartlett. I'm struggling to really understand that. The next ball will probably be caught extra cover, so I'll be able to understand that very. If I'm Sean Dillang, I'm having 4 grabbers in at this stage.
I think if you're known as one of the quickest bowlers on the circuit, you don't want to be getting banged through the covers, do you? I think you try and get a gully in there and force that shot.
Pushing him on the back foot this time. Obviously, as we said a couple of times, these two will have knowledge of each other's games, so there may be something in that. Perhaps Bartlett doesn't quite transfer forward. Maybe the ball carries a bit on his drive. Sometimes, I don't know enough about his game to know that. But your first chance at this stage is still going to be nick off, I think.
Yeah, especially I can't quite see the score. I think it's 60 or
85 for 3.
85 for 3. You're still well on top as Gloucester, aren't you? And you probably try and force this partnership to break, and you're probably not going to do that with a covering. You almost, that's a saving run option rather than a wicket taking option.
It really
in my
is.
opinion.
It really. No, I'm with you. I mean, maybe there are other schools of thought here, but I don't agree with them. But just to cover some of those, one of them might be I want to line him up. One of our 6 balls at him. I'm not letting him get away with a cheap single. But if a nick flies through 4th slip or gully, you're going to be cursing.
Yeah, definitely. And as a batter, when you do see a cover, it can be quite frustrating. You can't just sort of drop and run. Especially early on in your innings, it's quite nice to just drop one in cover and get up the other end.
I think you just have to look at Marchand's kind of follow through here, and the whether there's words or not between him and George Bartlett, or whether it's just a bit of a smile. You can tell he's enjoying bowling at George Bartlett, and maybe there is kind of a bit of a mindset here of, do you know what, I'll have 6 at my mate and see what I can do.
Yeah, from what I know from Marchand, he's too nice to be a fast bowler. I don't want to wind him up or anything, but he's such a nice guy, and he always seems to enjoy his cricket, and he's one of the only bowlers who says good shot to a batter after you've been hit for 4, especially one that can bowl 90 mile an hour. Normally there's a few other words knocking around rather than good shot. So
I saw him clapping Lewis Deploy, who walked down the wicket, hit him over his head for 6. He clapped him.
Amazing.
And it wasn't an ironic clap.
No.
It was like, that's a great shot.
Yeah, amazing. He's such a lovely guy. He almost needs to be not a nice guy.
Hey, when you can bowl 90 mile an hour, you can back it up with that, can't you?
I think he is a very nice guy from what I hear. It wasn't very nice. The last ball of the previous over that he bowled to George Bartlett, where he ended up sitting on his backside.
Yeah, I did see that as I was walking around. Yeah, it looked a nice bump of that, and welcome to the crease.
It was really well directed, It didn't balloon either. A couple of the bouncers have gone high, but maybe a slightly tennis. This one didn't, and at that gas, that's why he ended up on his derriere, because it did have a lot of pace about it, and it was still rising as it passed his nose.
So, how much information can you give us and Northants fans about those jabs that you had yesterday? Can you get into details as to what they aim to do, if that makes sense?
As far as I'm aware, I think it's pretty. I'm allowed to say what I want. I mean, as far as I see, it's my back, so I can sort of give as much as I want. So I had 6 facet joint injections, which is like a steroid into the facet joint, which is either side of the back, sort of almost acting like a lubricant and an anti-inflammatory. And then I had something that I'd never heard of before called radio frequency ablation, which is basically singeing the nerve tip. So the theory is that the disc is bulging into the nerve, which sends pain signals and tells the brain that you're in pain. That's why I go into the banana man shape. So the theory is to burn the nerve so that it can't feel the pain from the bulge of the disc.
That's not out.
Not out.
Hit him well outside the line. Luke Proctor will know exactly what he needs to do with his front pad, which is get it outside the line as he faces the first ball of the match from Zafar Gohar.
Yeah, so that's the theory behind it. Whether it worked, there was a theory behind the epidural I had 6 weeks ago as well, which didn't work. So it's a bit of a trial and error at the minute, which is quite frustrating. I have been told it's fairly common with back injuries to not necessarily know exactly what is causing the issues. So fingers crossed this is what it is. And the good news is if this does work, it means the potential surgery in the off season or further down the line will work because they know that that's the cause. So I'm hoping that it works.
And we all are, Rob. And the sooner you're back out there, the better for you, for the team, and for followers of Northants cricket. A change in the field here, and I think quite rightly so. A man's coming off the cover boundary to point. A man who was at point has come across to a catch in mid-wicket. That previous ball, Luke Proctor showed intent to try and almost drop kick it over the infield on the onside. Doesn't want Zafar Gohar to settle, that tells me. He's able to get off strike by turning it away. You'll see that shot a lot if Luke Proctor stays at the crease. Rocks onto the back foot, turns it behind square on the leg side for a single.
He's a very good player, has been Procky. He's obviously brought up at Old Trafford and he's good mates with Simon Kerrigan, who loves bowling. So they've probably faced each other so often in the nets. And we had a trip to Mumbai and he just looked like he played it so easily. He's so calm and situations never faze him. So again, he's just perfect to have out there at the minute because Zafar's a lovely bowler. I love watching him bowl, actually.
A good bowler. He is a good bowler. That one's not one of his better ones. It's a bit short, a little bit of width. Bartlett rocks back, cuts it away, but the fielder who's out on the cover boundary is Josh Shaw. Seems to be involved in everything. Was able to get across and ensure there was no chance of a second run. But when Patterson White bowled for Northants, it was clear, not in any reckless way, it was clear that Gloucestershire weren't going to let him settle. So they used their feet and there were a couple of sweeps and so on. They weren't going to let him settle and just go at 2.5 and over, which is exactly what Northants wanted to happen. And he didn't go at 2.5 and over. He dragged it back later in his spell. Ooh, Luke Proctor's gone a long way over there.
I think that's the way the game's gone now, especially day one on a greenish looking pitch. You know, I think spin now is almost targeted to try and cash in. I mean, the way England play their cricket now, they want to see people dominate spin. So it's definitely harder for spinners, especially in these conditions when there's not much going for them. So
yeah,
it's going to be an interesting battle, this, because they're looking to be positive against Zafar, and he's a good bowler. He's probably going to be aware of what they're trying to do, and it'll be good battle to watch this from these two.
Found early in the season, Rob, I did a game against Middlesex, and Josh DeCares was bowled quite a lot in that game. That was the first time I've seen him up close. And I felt that on this occasion, he found it more difficult when players weren't coming at him. He bowled quite poorly when he wasn't being attacked. When players then came at him, it almost like I've got a target. I know what I can do. I can drop it in. I can go straight, or I can undercut. He's more used to that. And I wonder, is that an individual thing, or is that about the prevalence of bowling with a white ball?
I think in that game, I actually struggled to bowl and be consistent there. It was quite cold. The wind was coming across and the pitch was fairly dead. So when players were running at you, almost felt like it gave you an in. Mm-hmm. Like they might cloth one to... I mean, Josh DeCare's got a couple of wickets, I think, from people running at him, clothing it to mid-wicket or whatever. You almost felt more in the game than if... It was so hard to be consistent with that, such a strong wind going across, bowling at left-handers. You always felt like you were going to drag some down the leg side, and then you'd almost overcompensate, which meant when they stayed in their crease, it was actually hard to be consistent. And when you did get it right, the pitch was quite dead, and there wasn't much bounce or spin, so you could almost just get sat on until a bad ball was going to come. That's how I saw it anyway. Maybe I was just a bit out of rhythm. And
That comes straight from the Off Spinners Union, does it?
yeah.
Stick together, you guys.
Yeah, look after them. Hopefully they look after me.
This is the 6 over this spell from Meshon Delang. I don't know if he'll bowl too many more. As Dan said, he's enjoyed his spell. He want to get another wicket before he hands the ball to someone else. He's there. He's in that business area. Great line and length, bringing the batter forward, challenging the outside edge. And it has been noticeable how full that Gloucestershire have been since the break. It's all very well having the plan over your lunch, and we need to go a bit fuller, fellas. Yeah, I thought, and it's another thing to go out there and do it. And 2 wickets in the first over after lunch pays reward. So the bowling coach can give himself a pat on the back, but his bowlers have executed the plan very well. And there's another good delivery targeting the stumps. Well played by George Bartlett. Initially, I thought it might be hurrying him and might be skidding into his pad, but he got a lot of bat on it and played it nicely in the end in front to square, through mid-wicket for 2.
Yeah, I think we got one yesterday, didn't we? Straight after lunch. Did Sid? Yeah. Sid got one straight after lunch.
That's right.
Sometimes as a batter, I certainly hate feeling like I'm in, and then it's the end of the day or lunch, and you sit down and you come back out, and it's just bizarre how things can just change and feel uncomfortable. Going back to that Middlesex game, I got out the next morning, but the night before I felt like my movements and everything was perfect, and then walking out the next day I felt like I'd never held a bat before. So it is bizarre how these things work.
It's a daily occurrence for most club cricketers, isn't it?
So yeah, maybe that lunch break, just took it out of the batters a little bit, change of sort of intensity, and the bowlers can sort of regroup and come back out.
Yeah, did you see the dismissals, Rob?
Sid?
No, today.
I didn't actually. No. I was having some free lunch, and we were sat behind the sight screen, so I didn't get to see them.
You didn't need to add the word free, Rob.
Well, yeah.
You just timed your arrival for lunch, did you? Is that what happened?
Yeah. I did at Grace Road actually as well. That was nice.
And that was nice as well from George Bartlett. Turned off his hip, square of the wicket, picks up another couple. That may well be the end of Meshon Delang for this spell. We'll have a look and see if any bowlers are being spoken to. There's a little conversation with Graham Van Buren. There may be a bowling change at the far end. I suspect there will. 6 overs. He's getting a little pat on the back. It's Meshon Delang well bowled.
They're quick seamers, aren't they, for Gloucestershire? Josh Shaw looked like he was really pushing that through. Marchant himself needed no introduction, and Ajit Singh Dale's kind of 3 overs with the new ball was quick.
He's got gas, that guy. He has got some gas.
It must be quite difficult, is it, to actually kind of come up against the Gloucestershire with 3 guys that are... It's kind of an unusual county bowling setup, if that makes sense.
It is. Normally, it's well known now, county cricket's not... You don't see as many quick bowlers, but to have 2 or 3 is quite rare. And I think Price is coming back from an injury. He's normally quicker than what he showed. He's a handy bowler when fully fit and can be quite skiddy as well. So
yeah, he definitely looked down on pace. The couple of overs he bowled before lunch.
You would have enjoyed watching Sid bowl, I'd imagine, Rowie.
I loved it.
From what I saw and what I've seen of him since he's over, he reminds me of Azarullah.
That's exactly what I said.
Were you listening to the commentary yesterday?
No, I wasn't.
He was.
But he's just like an Azarullah, and it's been mentioned in our dressing room. The first net session we watched him bowl, I looked at Rory and said, "That's Azarullah," and he's got a bit of character about him. Actually, he's got a bit of Azar in him. Yeah, he's a great guy. He's quite funny to be around, actually.
Oh, that could be close, and that is out. I said earlier on that he doesn't miss many, that he plays a little bit across the front pad. He was on the back foot there, and I don't see him missing many of those at all. But he missed that one, and it was bang in front, and umpire Neil Bainton had no hesitation in sending Luke Proctor on his way. And Luke will be very surprised to have missed that ball. Yes, it turned a wee bit, but he normally just helps that on its way behind square and runs up the other end. It's probably hitting leg stump, I would say. And it's not a soft dismissal in terms of a cloth to mid-on or something like that, but it's an error. He just missed that ball. He normally scores off that ball. It's a trademark Luke Proctor shot, really, the turn into the leg side. So I'm very surprised to see him miss that.
Yeah, it'll be very disappointing in that, Lucas. Like you say, it's his bread and butter. That he'd normally knock that into square leg and get up the other end. But It's cricket, isn't it? It's a funny game. These things happen. Like we were saying, you can feel $1 million 1 minute, 2 overs later, you can feel like you're not got any shoes on or gloves, or it's just a strange sport. This should be interesting, actually. This will be an interesting battle because this young man's game against spin, I hate bowling at him in the nets. Well, I like it because you can't get any runs in the nets, and I can tell him when he's out. But
I had a fielder there.
Yeah, exactly. So he can be very, very hard to bowl at, especially spinning into him. When it's spinning away, you always feel like he's potentially in the game, but he now sweeps both ways so well, and he can hit down the ground. And obviously he's quite a short man. I tell him all the time he's quite small, so he plays with the back foot well. So yeah, this could be another good battle, and there's a bit of scoreboard pressure there as well. So we'll see how this goes. I'm backing Safe, obviously.
Could you see this as a bit of a counter-attack from Safe against Zafar? I mean, he's bowled 9 now, and he's bowled that one drag down, didn't he, that went for 2?
I think Safe sees every situation as a counter-attack. He's so positive the way he plays, and when he's firing, he can take the game away from people. I saw a bit in the Glamorgan game when he scored his 100, and he just looked like he can't bowl at him.
It's a remarkable field as he comes to the wicket. There are 3 fielders on the offside. One of them's at slip, one of them is at mid-off, and the other one is at deep backward point for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I think that reverse sweep where he usually swaps feet and it can go in the air there. So it's quite a clever field position, but you've not really got much room for error straight and wide, is he, with that big gap and a fairly short boundary. So he's obviously trying to get him to knock it in that offside.
Yeah, and turn it back through the gate. It's an interesting field to when you arrive, because you won't have faced that field very often.
Yeah, I quite like that field, actually, if it's spinning. We haven't seen much spin there, but maybe he's trying to get him caught first slip, trying to prod it into cover with hard hands, or maybe he's trying to get him to run down and try and look through that gap. But I actually quite enjoy speaking to Zafar about bowling. He's a lovely guy. We became friends through having a big Barney on the pitch, actually, a few years ago here, his first game, and it was getting a bit tense. We were both in Division 1, his first game of the year, and we were trying to chase down a score, and it got a little bit competitive, and Midders was umpiring, telling us all to shut up and behave ourselves, and we were going over the top of him, and after we ended up sitting down, having a long chat, talking about bowling, and since then got on really well. He's a lovely guy and he loves bowling. I loves talking about bowling. He's obviously a good bowler himself.
He's a very fine bowler. This guy bowled quite quickly earlier today, only bowled 3 overs, 0 for 20. It tells you a little bit about his accuracy. He bowled a bumper first ball of the innings that was hit for 6, and I haven't seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that. He's getting a go this time from the David Capel end.
Yeah, someone said up in the dressing room, actually, the only other person to do that's Chris Gale.
Is that right?
In a test match, hit the first ball of the innings for 6.
Interesting.
I don't know whether that's true.
He definitely holds the record in Test cricket.
Yeah,
Whether it's happened further down the tiers or not.
Dave did say he wasn't quite expecting the bumper first ball, so just ended up going with it. And he picked out the longest part of the boundary and cleared it easily.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, because he was relaxed, I think.
Yeah,
the bat speed was there because he was quite relaxed.
Yeah,
they played it well. He bumped him a couple more times. He dispatched those square of the wicket.
Oh, he's so good on that.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it helps. He's about 3 foot tall, so everything's a bumper, basically.
You mentioned James Middlebrook there. You also mentioned earlier on, I don't go for any runs in nets. And it reminded me of Midders bowling during scenario nets when we would try to, set the field, as it were.
Yeah.
I've got a man there and I've got a man there and so on. And that's a beautiful shot through extra cover for 4. Looking to get the ball full. Singdale got that one too full. A little bit of width on it and very well dispatched for extra cover by George Bartlett. So, yeah, the coach who would often in the spin net be David Ripley, overseeing proceedings there, would work with the bowler. Where's your field? Where are your out men? And so on. Then inform the batsman, this is where the fielders are. And every ball that James Middlebrook bowled, Rips would say, that's a 2. 2? How can that be a 2? He's square that. You said he would. No run. All right, no runs there then. and I don't think Midders went for a run in one whole winter.
Yeah, I mean, those classic scenarios, it always ends up with a 2, doesn't it? The batter can crunch it, the bowler says it's gone to the fielder, and we just settle with a 2 somehow.
It's funny. It sounds a bit like you on a bowling machine with Emilio Gay on strike. It's giving me that kind of vibes.
Yeah, I just like winding him up. He nibbles so easily, doesn't he? So, but, Emilio will know he's wrong, and he'll still try and argue that he's right. He's good fun to have a debate with.
He will. Yeah, he just, whatever is said, he's got the opposite view.
Yeah, even if he knows he's wrong.
100%. Yeah, even if he agrees with you.
yeah.
Singdale looking to remove George Bartlett. He's pitched it up, challenging the stumps. Nicely forward in defence. So I've not seen a lot of George Bartlett. You've obviously spent some time with him as he's joined Northamptonshire over the winter. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, lovely lad. He's been good to have around, actually. He's quite laid back, quite chilled, but he's obviously come in and he scored his first 100 for the club last week and played beautifully. But no, he's been good to have around. He went away, I think, off his own bat, went to Cape Town this winter, so I didn't see too much of him in the off season. But he works hard, loves his cricket. He's a bit of a secret badger. He's on MV play all the time, but slyly.
Right.
So he doesn't want anyone to know, but he is a bit of a secret badger. Trains hard. Just a good pro, really, and his record's pretty good. Yeah. He's I think, what was that, his 900 or something last week or the week before at Leicester, and he's obviously come here for more of an opportunity. And he's settled in really well. Yeah, good. Settled in really well.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to hear.
He did get Procky round the other day to cut his grass, though. They live about 100 yards away.
Cut his grass, not his hair.
No. Well, no one's cut his hair. Have you seen it? Looks like he's got a squirrel growing out the back of his cap.
That's why I mentioned it. A bit of turn and bounce there. Safe gets away from, I think he's in there, gets away from the board. He looks to create room on the offside. As we said earlier, there is a very, very, very big gap on the offside safe between mid-off and backward point. And safe getting away from the ball as it's turning back into him. Got enough on it into the offside. There was a bit of a harum-scarum moment, but they got comfortably home for the single in the end. Safe just stretching his hamstrings.
I think that's what Zafra will be wanting, trying to get Safe to try and force it through that offside, and Safe will look to try and sort of dominate that as well and see that as, that's a scoring area for me. So
the one thing I'd be conscious of with Safe batting here is to, when he's playing into the offside, is to try and play with as straight a bat as possible, because he sometimes gets a bit low hands.
And tries to go too square.
45-degree bat. So that's something to look out for. But it's a little battle within a battle, isn't it? And it's interesting, in the game, the way the game's played now, we're talking about how Save is going to try and improvise to score. We're not talking about survival or get yourself in. Yeah,
of course, exactly that. And the game's changed so much, especially since I've sort of been playing, really. It's sort of everything's just changed so much. Division 2 used to be about green, spicy wickets to try and win. We're now seeing a lot of runs scored and trying to bowl teams out twice, and we're trying to see spin dominated in both divisions. And it's an exciting time to be a young cricketer, definitely.
Yeah. Slightly over length turn. No, it was nicely played, wasn't it? Wide mid on. Delanka comes round, keeps it to 1.
The fear of failure almost is just gone now for young cricketers. They're not scared to get out trying something. And I mean, I've always been, had a lot of fear of failure, to be honest.
Well, I think there's times, isn't there? There's still room for judgment, I think.
Oh, definitely, yeah, definitely. There is times, and I guess when it comes off, it just looks incredible, doesn't it? When teams are up against it, we're in a bit of a tricky situation here, and if Safe comes off the way Safe comes off, it changes the game.
Yeah,
and it's not being scared to play your natural scoring game because we're up against it on the scoreboard. Totally agree with that. I think the caveat that old man Rowe is going to come in with is that if you become, through choice, a player who can only play one way,
then you better be a genius, because the demands of the game, the quality of the bowling that you're going to face, the cleverness of the captaincy and the fields they're going to set for you, that is going to limit your opportunities to make match influencing innings. If you've only got one way of playing, you're going to get bottled up.
Yeah, definitely. And these days you've got there's so many resources to look at opposition and how batters and bowlers sort of play and what their go-to is, that you can get found out very quickly as well. We see it in a lot of cases, call it second year syndrome, where people burst onto the scene, people do a bit more research, and then they sort of get found out a little bit. Played. Yeah,
nicely played. Almost giving Safe really, and they're not deliberately giving him the one that fielder's at deep square leg rather than mid-wicket for a reason, but because he's out there, Safe can just knock that into the hole on the leg side.
Or he saw Ajit
take a single.
Wasn't shy in bowling one back of a length or shorter, and if they have got 2 catches down there on the leg side, then that's just going to keep Safe honest that maybe he isn't going to be able to get in line and hook it as maybe comfortably as what he might do normally.
That's an area in his game that he's continuing to develop, I would say, is not only the execution of the pull and hook shots, but the choice of when to play it as well, or to get under it. I think it's an area he's worked hard on. It's still an area he needs to develop further. That's another beautiful extra cover drive. Didn't quite get the middle of the bat, got enough of it to beat the cover fielder. They take a single. But again, Singdale trying to get the ball up. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a few shorter balls. It's a short boundary for Safe Save down to towards the County Tavern, for those of you who know that establishment. There are 2 fielders out on the leg side, one at long leg and the other one down. You can tell me where he is.
No, just one now. There has been a change of field.
The fielder's come in, has he?
Yeah.
Okay. He's come into mid-wicket. The ball's gone round the wicket, so slight change in plan. 3 slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Round the wicket, Dale up to Zafe, who sort of pushes it with no real foot movement. It was a reasonably good length ball. He didn't really move his feet particularly either forwards or backwards. Just pushed his hands through it, but gets a single up to wide mid-on.
Rob, you mentioned about the change in the way, or the change of cricket and the way that people go about playing now, and the fearlessness, if that's the right way to describe it. Have you found that your game has changed throughout the course of your career? Have you found you've had to adapt, or have you subtly adapted, or would you still say you're a similar cricketer to how you were when you started?
Probably best to ask Robbie that, to be honest. I feel like I've been fairly consistent. I've always had that sort of batting anxiety, if you like. It's more waiting to bat for me. If I'm next in, I tend to get fairly anxious, but I think that's fairly common in most batters, to be honest. And then obviously settle down as I sort of go through the innings. It's something I've tried to work on, is, the first sort of 20 balls. For me, I know past 50, past 100, that I sort of go through the gears and can sort of keep going. It's just getting myself to that point, like getting through the first 20 balls, sort of getting to 20, 30, and then sort of that pressure gauge just releases a little bit. And
So that's balls rather than runs?
It can be balls, yeah, and depending on how, obviously, if you get to 20 pretty quickly, that can sort of relax a little bit. And it's something I've tried to work on over my career, and sometimes it's come off. And I think it's just accepting that any batter can get out at any point, which is something I've always sort of struggled with and been disappointed about getting out. And I think now, the older I've got, the more I've realised that any batter can get out at any point. It's just trying to limit. For me, is trying to limit how I get out and try and be got out, as opposed to me getting myself out. Like that's my biggest frustration, I would say. So Sussex first game of the year, the sort of wide flash off Ollie Robinson really annoyed me, because it's something that I can limit. And I know that as I go throughout my innings, that wouldn't necessarily happen. If anyone can get a good ball at any point, and if I get a good ball, it's just accepting that and trying to learn from it. If there's anything I can do next innings, but yeah, I think I think I've been fairly
in terms
consistent.
of movements, Rob. Anything in terms of me? When I'm on comms, I watch more closely perhaps than I did when I was coaching, to be honest. But I've got a pretty good read of you, I think, from this distance. And is there anything in your movements that you've changed over time to help you get in and go on?
Yeah, so I've always been a sort of tinkerer with my trigger movements, and I feel like I'm quite strange in that regards. I have sort of like an unconscious, subconscious movement that I don't really know I do. When I try and stand still, my front foot always sort of opens up without me knowing too much.
Bit of spin there from a fellow spinner. That did turn,
it was a nice ball.
Yeah.
So I've now tried to sort of do a sort of back and then try and get my weight forward. I think for me, if my weight's going towards the bowler, I'm in a good place. And if I'm defending and hitting to mid-on, I know that my feet are doing what they're meant to do. Whereas if I'm coming across it or falling over or, trying to hit those balls to square leg, then there's something wrong and I'm probably losing balance. So for me, it's just trying to, it's a classic saying, isn't it? Late and straight. For me, if I'm hitting it late and hitting it to mid-on, I know that my game tends to be in good order.
Pretty good shape. And a guy whose game is also in pretty good shape is out there at the minute. Safe again. Reasonably sharp turn, short of a length, allowing safe to rock backwards and knock it into that big hole on the offside. Yeah, and sometimes I feel like the longer you're in, the less you move, and the slower the bat wobbles.
That was another classic gag. They used to say, if I waggle any harder, I'll take off. It's bizarre. I'd love to be able to know the answer to that, because then I'd be able to go out there and cruise through it.
Well said.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Like Simon Kerrigan, again, I mentioned him earlier, he always said to me that if I got to 50, he could go to sleep because he knows the chances of me going on are pretty high, and my conversion rate says that. It's just that initial getting to 30 that is something I'm trying to work on, whether that's, I try and be ultra positive and get to 30 as quickly as possible to release the gauge, or whether I try and grind out a 30. I guess there's no real right or wrong answer. It's just trying to play the situation. I went the ultra positive route here last game of the year against Essex, where I said, it looks like it's doing a bit. I'm going to try and get myself to 30 pretty quickly. And I sort of didn't really go through the gears. It just sort of happened. And, on another day, I probably hit one of those pull shots up the chute and looked like a bit of an idiot. But it's something I have tried. I've tried the grind out route where, I feel like I've batted 40 balls for 10 runs and I sit down and think, I've probably missed out on a few there.
Right.
So I don't think there's any right or wrong answers, just sort of as I see it at the time, I think.
Yeah.
And also backing myself, something I've always not been too good at.
You mean backing your defence? Is that what you mean, or backing yourself overall?
Backing my ability overall. I've never been the most. You probably know this anyway, right? I've never been the most self-confident bloke in terms of my game. I feel like that has improved over the last few years. The older I've got, and the last couple of years in Div 1 scoring runs has given me a bit more confidence.
I'd say you're a far calmer starter in the last 3 or 4 years than you were in the first part of your career.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I think that's been, and that's coincided, lo and behold, with some good years in there as well, some of the better years. So you said you're working on it, and you're still working on it, but the work you've done, I think, is paying off from what I see. So nice off drives, hit that very firmly, straight to the fielder, Josh Shaw at mid-off. But again, Singdale getting the ball up there, wanting to take advantage of any movement in the air or off the pitch that's available to him.
One thing I do find with my game, I tend to get the best out of myself when we're in a bit of a tricky situation. Batting at 5, it can almost go one or the other. Like if we go in and we're 400 for 3, then I probably know that I'm not going to get any. I almost switch, like, the classic video that I probably see once or twice a month of Burgess nicking me off when we're 500 for 3.
Yeah.
everyone forgets I got 100 in the first innings. That video just goes around. Get tagged in it now from Warwickshire, and get told about it every time I step foot at Edgbaston. I've always struggled when we've got runs on the board and I go in. It's almost like I've got nothing going for me here. Whereas whenever we have been in a bit of a tricky situation, it almost switches me on to switch on and get us out of trouble, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I think so many of those things that you've just gone through and said, like, it sums up quite nicely that batting in particular is such a psychological battle inside of what is a very physical sport. And so many of the things that you've just said are probably so incredibly relatable for so many people, whether it's directly relatable or whether it's kind of the opposite to what you've just said. So many cricketers, at whatever level they're going to play, are going to have those, I find it so easy to get to 10, and then kind of struggle where to go next.
Yeah.
I've seen my teammates go out there, they've both scored hundreds, I'm on a hiding to nothing now. Or you go, I've got to switch on now because we're none for 3 or whatever. That's just shot along the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unusual. There's not been many balls. I think it's only the second ball that has misbehaved in terms of bouncing low in the whole game. As well left by Save. He's obviously left that on line, not on length. But again, full. There are 2 fielders now. They've changed the field, but they're going to probably change it again now. Singdale has bowled over the wicket to Save in the first part of this over, the first 5 balls. He's had 2 men out on the leg side boundary. He's actually staying over the wicket, but I haven't seen a short ball to Save. I don't think it'll be long in coming.
Well, he's put it away, hasn't he, in this second spell?
He has, but one now and again. Well, that's just back of a length, a simple single dropped into the leg side. So I'm not too sure what the 2 men are doing out on the leg side. Really, he's not bowling him any short balls whatsoever. Hey Rob, let's not talk about cricket because that's kind of like cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, we do it every day.
What else you got going on in your life? There's another big event coming up, isn't there?
Are you on about the wedding?
Oh.
Yeah. Keep getting reminded about that. Wedding in October. Obviously a few more events. Dan's actually playing in one of my events coming up. I've been lucky enough to meet Courtney Laws through this year. He's got his testimonial, and he's been fantastic with me. We've got a T20 down here in July. He's bringing a few rugby boys down to try their luck at cricket. I'd say there is some good cricketers in those rugby.
No, there is. I understand they've got 15 on their team sheet at the moment. Is that correct?
Yeah. I was going to try and pinch
told them it's an 11-a-side game.
Yeah,
right?
I was going to try and pinch a few of those, but they're not having any of it. So I'm going to try and get some ringers in like Dan to make it fairly even.
They won't. I mean, clearly, they're professional rugby players. And by the way, how well are they doing? That's absolutely
incredible,
brilliant for the town. Really proud of that. But they love their cricket, and they will want to play cricket. They'll be coming here wanting to play good cricket and then having great fun. But they want to show they can play cricket.
Oh, absolutely! They love their cricket. I left them 6 tickets yesterday actually, and they were sat in the stands with their top off. They're playing today, actually.
Just had the one top between 6.
Yeah.
They're big lads, aren't they?
It was a big top.
Yeah. But no, they do. They love their cricket. I had a few of them in last summer on the bowling machine, and I mean George Furbank played school first team, I think, for Bedford Schools. So I organised a charity game a few years ago for Cynthia Spencer, and got the football club and some rugby boys down, and Alex Moon rocked up with some Asics bowling boots with the toe cut out, which normally means you bowl a bit. The footballers looked like they'd never played or watched any form of cricket.
Slightly held back there. Just held that one back. The previous ball was a little bit flatter. Just held that one back. There are a number of fielders who could catch a mistimed clip to leg on the leg side. There are 6 fielders on the leg side, only 3 on the off. Bowling quite straight at Save. That one's a bit of width. He's had a drive at it. James Bracey thinks he's stumped Save. He is absolutely convinced that he's stumped Save.
It's an incredibly tempting field, isn't it, for Save, with so much real estate available on the offside. And that's the first time really that Save has gone for a big drive through the offside. It's beaten him on the inside edge and unfortunately for us on the replay, James Bracey's leg just gets in the way of the line, so we can't really see whether Safe's foot moved.
I think he was safe.
Safe was safe.
It's exactly what Zaffa's trying to do, isn't it? Trying to get him to hit through that gap on the offside and try and get a bit of spin through the gate. Bracey does like a big appeal and a big selly, so wouldn't surprise me if Safe had both feet in the crease there. But
from what I could see, it didn't look particularly out.
Oh, that's a nice ball.
That is a nice ball. That has turned quite sharply, so there is turn available for Zaffa Gohar, and he's trying to set Safe Zabe up. He's got only 3 fielders on the offside, one of whom's at slip, one of whom's at mid-off, so there is 1 fielder, and he's behind square that is saving the single. So there's a massive area, and as happened on the 4th ball of that over, Safe Zabe did take the bait, had a firm push at the bit of width. It turned back through the gate. James Bracey took the bails off as a nice take, nice bit of keeping, and was absolutely convinced that Safe Zabe's foot was out, and he's now demonstrating that to anyone who wants to observe. That won't go down too well with Martin Saggers, the umpire.
It's brave bowling, actually. When you know you've only got the 2 men on the offside, you can sometimes fall into the trap of bowling too straight. If anything, Zaffa's probably going slightly wider than what he would like. So it's brave bowling. He's trying to encourage exactly that, what we've just seen. So
it's interesting. He's bowled 5 overs and only gone for 8 runs. So you would have thought with that field he might be going at 3.5, 4 and over possibly, but he's only gone for 8. So that says that he's bowling a lovely length as well.
Yeah, it's so easy to leak when you've only got those fielders there, and you're trying to sort of force that out of, especially someone like Safe. He can put a good ball away, let alone a bad ball. So no, credit to Zaf. He's bowling beautifully here and putting on a bit of pressure.
Yeah, he's not really bowled a bad ball in those 5 overs. Just the one drag down in that first over. Other than that, has been pretty well restrained from Safe Zabe as well so far. He's faced 25 balls for 6.
Oh, that's a nice single.
And just interesting, isn't it? That you kind of, and I know you add context to it, and a lot more time had passed in the innings, but Miles Hammond's gone out there, scored 112 of 133 at a strike rate of 84, and I know Vasco's gone off like a freight train, hasn't he, striking at 95. But actually there hasn't been that counter-attack in the middle order from Northamptonshire, which came from Gloucestershire, which might put a bit of pressure back on Graham Van Buren.
Yeah.
But we've lost 4 wickets and maybe don't have the right to do so.
And one of them to the spinner as well. So that's that affects, do you want to get the spinner off, not let him bowl at you? Well, you've just lost your captain, who's perhaps your best player of spin, to that bowler. So there's a bit of that. That's nicely bowled again from Singdale. Got his length right, got his line right there. Firm push, hard push at the ball from Safe Zabe. He's not scoring at a rate that he likes to score at. Got a little bit of width there, but it wasn't the width that was the issue. As I keep saying, it was the length of that ball. Safe didn't respect the length of that ball, and he could have left it because it wasn't straight or anywhere near off stump, but he wanted to score because there's a bit of kind of scoreboard pressure in that sense. And Northants haven't really moved the scoreboard forward. 106 for 4 in the 32nd over. And since lunch, Gloucestershire have been really very much on top.
Sharp.
This time he does get bat on. It was a little bit fuller this time. He's going to get 2. Pushes, he's only going to get 1. That's really well fielded by Josh Shaw at mid-off. Hope he's okay. Slid. Yeah, he's okay. He's just a bit slow getting up. Slid into that ball as he made a lot of ground from mid-off, the big fast bowler, and prevented a second run.
I think it's just about soaking up a bit of pressure now and get the bowlers coming back into their 3rd, 4th spells, and try and reduce Zaffa to, he's obviously the danger man at the minute, especially to the left-hander.
Yeah.
So it's almost trying to soak up a bit of pressure and, play the long game.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled by Singdale. Great length. Made Bartlett play at it. Didn't really move his feet particularly well there. No, he's just played from the crease. It's held its line and it's done him, basically, as they say.
It's not done a huge amount off the pitch or through the air, but Is there ever really a carryover from what the batters would have seen in the first innings to what they would then go and experience in the second innings? If there isn't as much movement, do you end up kind of thinking, well, it's done plenty, do I have to play for it? Is that a thing?
Maybe. I think it's very psychological, isn't it? Cricket, you can overthink it a lot. Sometimes as a batter, you just get your movements wrong, and you feel like the ball's done something when it hasn't. That can happen to anyone. Sometimes you trigger and you get a bit stuck, and on another day you nick it, on a good day you miss it. So I think it's just, sometimes it just happens, is all I can say to that.
And I think that's a really important kind of point in the professional game, is the sports psychs would call it attribution, is working out what's happened and doing it honestly. And if you've just been unlucky, or if it's just someone's done something that you couldn't do anything about, understanding that and moving on from it. But if there is something for you to learn, accepting that, taking responsibility for that, that's not out. That's not out. That's not out. Not a million years. Singdale has bowled, before lunch he bowled 3 overs 0 for 20. Since lunch he's bowled 4 overs 0 for 10. He's bowled a lot fuller, bowled with good pace, a couple of plays and misses. Yeah, that was a crowd appeal, I think, that one. But Safe Save was shuffling down the wicket, trying to take a bit of length away from Gohar. This time it's on the back foot defending. Nicely played. But you're right, Keezy, the challenge is the challenge at both ends. The significant challenge is coming from Zafar Gohar.
Yeah, definitely. And it's lovely as a bowler when you get into this sort of rhythm where, I mean, Zaf will know he's on top there. His figures say that, and the way he's bowling say that. So it's so nice to bowl in these sort of situations, and you can almost feel when the batter's twitching and when the batter wants to do something. He's obviously seen Safe coming down there as well, pulled his length back. Mm-hmm. It is a lovely feeling when you're in rhythm like this as a bowler.
The reverse sweep is played, not played particularly well, but an under edge on it. First slip, who dived for that ball, wishes he hadn't, because it was dribbling out towards the man behind him, and he's hurt his hip and going down, nothing too serious. First time we've seen that option. So 4 balls of this over gone so far. We've seen Safe Save come down the wicket and got beaten by the flight of the ball. And that one he's tried to reverse sweep. So he's wanting to try and exert some pressure back onto the bowler.
Oh, he's nicked that,
He did nick that.
Again, it's beautifully bowled, isn't it? It's that attacking line.
Yeah, I don't think James Bracey got his gloves anywhere near that ball, It hit him on the shin. I think he nicked it, unless it hit his back pad.
It's a great line, isn't it? It's so attacking.
It is a good line. He's bowled beautifully. And finishes the over with another challenging ball. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. And not only is he doing something his captain will want in terms of resting his seamers, but actually he's carrying an enormous amount of threat himself. That's how good he is, and that's how well he's bowling. And it's going to be killing Safe Save that he's not able to dominate spin, because he likes to do that. He's got the repertoire of shots that can enable him to do that on his day. But it's full credit to Zafar Gohar that Safe Save is being bottled up, basically. The scoreboard is going nowhere.
Yeah, definitely. I actually don't mind that reverse sweep option. It's something that is so common in the game now. It's, most players play it, and it's fairly risk-free unless he hits it straight at that deep sort of point, man. It is fairly risk-free. He's getting himself outside the line. I know some people will probably think it's not risk-free, and it does have a reputation for being a risky shot, but I actually think it's quite a safe option. It's something I tend to go to facing off spin and try and get outside the line, and it's almost to manipulate the field, if you like. You can sort of move fielders as you like with different types of sweeps. So I think if he plays that a couple of times, Zafar might have to do something different, which is then in Safe's favour and might be able to get off strike.
And I'd say to you, should he do something different if he plays it well a couple of times, or should he stick with it in the hope that he forces an error?
If I was Zafar, I think just stick with it, because he's bowling beautifully. And
I agree.
It's almost like a compliment to say, you're not trusting your defence against me.
Yeah.
You're trying to do something different. It becomes hard as a bowler if someone keeps playing it so well. You have to do something. I remember bowling Hill in great rhythm down at Taunton, and Tom Abel reverse swept me I pretty much had 2 deep points, and he still kept reverse sweeping me. And this becomes to the point where I then have to go around the wicket, which I don't tend to like doing too much against right-handers, and it just changes your approach. But for now, Zafar should definitely just stick in with what he's doing because it's working, and it's definitely making Safe think because he's not just wanting to sit on him.
And we talk a lot about batting in partnerships. These two bowlers have bowled very well together. As I keep saying, the scoreboard is going nowhere, and part of that is down to Singh Dale, he's going at 2.5 and over since lunch. He was a little bit wayward. He ran in with great hostility and intent, but really wasn't quite accurate and consistent enough in the 3 overs he bowled before lunch. But since lunch, he's targeted the stumps. That'll be the plan that he's been given from his captain and bowling coach. Go and execute this, target the stumps, and he's done exactly that.
I think it's a really good point. And I think it's both plans that he's had pre and post lunch, he's executed really well. I'm sure those 3 overs were running as fast as you can, bowl as fast as you can, and cause some trouble. And he did exactly what he'd been asked, or what we assume had been asked anyway.
Yeah,
and
he just didn't execute it particularly well. But yes, I agree. It was handbrake off, wasn't it? It was, take a couple with you before lunch. The first ball of the innings showed that, didn't it? That bouncer. It was a pretty well directed bouncer, actually. It went for 6. That was exciting, wasn't it? Seems a long time ago now, though, since Vasconcelos hit the first ball of the innings for 6. 108 for 4. Northamptonshire responding to 409 from Gloucestershire, who were eventually bowled out this morning. Singh Dale will think he's due a wicket. He's bowled beautifully in this spell. That's nicely driven straight to extra cover from Saif Sayed.
Key here is for Saif not to get frustrated, and I'm sure Bart's will be helping him at the other end, just saying, it's fine. Like, that's a nice shot. Just because you haven't scored from it, he just looks like he's getting a bit frustrated. He was frustrated, hit himself on the pad after the one that he missed on his legs, and seemed a bit frustrated there after that drive. It's just trying to stay calm, realising that, you are under a bit of pressure at the minute, and he can't keep running in and bowling at the pace he is, and try and cash in a bit later on.
Those clues would have been picked up by the fielding team as well. That's nicely bowled, nicely played. And the end of another good over. That one went for 1 from Singh Dale. So that's 5 overs. He's bowled for 11 runs from the David Capel end, and he's backed up his partner in crime, Zafar Gohar, who's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 8 from the Lynn Wilson end.
He bowled quite quick, actually, last summer in the 50 over comp down at Cheltenham. It's the first time we'd seen him since playing him in the Champo game here, where he was a bit down on pace and a little bit wayward, but he certainly looks like he's improved his game and put on a bit of pace. And he was very threatening, actually, down there with the white cooker. His opening spell there, I think he got 2 or 3 wickets. So he looks like he's definitely improved and put on a bit of pace. And it's good to see. I think he came out in the press recently saying he wants to really work on bowling quick. And, it's like we spoke about earlier, you don't really see it in county cricket as much. So most people want to, bowl 70-mile-an-hour wobble seam because it's the most effective. So it's good to see some quick bowlers coming into the game.
It is, because pace changes things, right? It changes the game.
Well, he's just shy of his 24th birthday. James Anderson's announced today that he's going to be hanging his boots up after the first test at Lords. McCullum has been fairly vocal in the fact that we want our seam bowlers to bowl quick to come into this test team. There'll be a lot of people looking at one another going, there's a few spots up for grabs.
I think it has a price to pay, doesn't it, bowling quick? You see a lot of injuries in fast bowlers. I guess it's just who's fit at the right times, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and the answer to that, there is no real answer to that. I guess from an England perspective, the answer to that is get a bigger tank of fast bowlers, get more to choose from. So that when one goes down, you got another one coming. That's certainly has been the Australian way for quite a while. These guys are going to break, but we need a bigger tank to pick out of.
I think it's easier in Australia with the pitches being harder and faster, and in county cricket you tend to play, we do play in April and April and September. So
Yeah.
the pitches tend to suit, your Ryan Higgins, your Ben Sandersons, as opposed to the quicker bowlers. So it's so hard to tell a young bowler now, come in and try and bowl as quick as you can, but they might not necessarily get in their county sides because it's not necessarily what the clubs need at that time. So unless something changes around that, I just don't see how you're going to keep creating and producing fast bowlers in this country.
Well, it's a challenge for the game. There's no doubt about that. And it's well put. That was very well defended. The last ball of Zafar Gohar's 7th over, beautifully defended by Safe. That's how you play a forward defensive shot. Well played, Safe.
And actually,
still room in the game for a good forward defensive, Rob.
Yeah, there is, mate. There is. I think actually going back to the fast bowlers, sometimes they can actually be nicer to face than the slower wobble seam bowlers because there's a bit of pace on the ball. They tend not to nip it as much as the Sandos, and Sando's obviously a genius, and no one wants to face him. So when you do get a chance to have a bit of pace on the ball, sometimes it can be quite nice. But obviously, if you've got a fast, bouncy pitch in Australia, then you're probably not wanting to face those sort of bowlers.
Yeah, I think what is quite nice from an international perspective and an England perspective is you can probably think of 10 now compared to what maybe you could do 5 years ago without really kind of stretching too hard, of names that could fill that spot. A lot of them have been injured recently. Ollie Stone, Saqib Mahmood, they're both back into the championship this round, aren't they? And you can certainly add more to that.
Yeah, Stone is someone we know very well, obviously. He's been very unlucky with injuries. A series of injuries through his career. It's good to see him back on the field. Back into the attack here, just to come back to this one for a moment. It's Tom Price. He bowled 2 overs this morning from the Lynn Wilson end. They were gentle, I would say. The keeper is up to the stump, so he's clearly, as Rob Keogh has indicated, he's coming back to full fitness, full bowling fitness. He's an all-rounder, so he gets in the team with that in mind. He's got a very spread out field. He's got one slip. He's got a man who's just fielded that sort of backward point. He's got a cover, a catching cover, catching extra cover, that is, a mid-off, a mid-on, a catching mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket. And I guess if I stand up and look out the window, I'll see another fielder on the leg side, and I do, behind square. So it's an interesting field. It doesn't immediately spring to mind how he's going to try and get George Bartlett out. He's going to bowl straight. And he's got him out with the back of a length ball. George Bartlett trying to force it off the back foot square of the wicket. It's got a thin edge. It was a nice take from James Bracey, who stood up to the stumps, and that's a bit of a softie after working very, very hard to keep out Singh Dale and Zafar Gohar. He's nicked that one. It's just bounced a little bit, hasn't it? Just bounced a little bit more than he was thinking. Hasn't had an ability to score for quite a while because of how well Singh Dale and Zafar Gohar have bowled together. He gets when he thinks he can score off from Tom Price, who's perhaps carrying less obvious threat. It's the bounce that's done him there. Nicely caught up to the stumps, James Bracey. So a little bit of a soft one, but the pressure of the scoreboard going nowhere, the need to score, that we might say there isn't a need to score, but psychologically, I haven't scored for a while. I've been on 20. I haven't scored. It kind of builds. It's a drip effect. Sometimes
those sort of bowling changes can sort of play on your mind a little bit. You feel like you've done the hard work, seeing off the fast bowler who's putting a bit of pressure on. And you see a guy coming back from injury, keeper up, there's only one slip. You tend to feel like, you might be able to score here and cash in. You've done the hard work, and sometimes that happens. On another day, you might back foot punch that through the covers, and the momentum then starts to change in the batsman's favour.
Yeah, disappointing end. He got himself in, and he battled well, as we've said a few times. Since lunch, Gloucestershire have bowled particularly well, and the bowling partnership of Zafar Gohar and Singh Dale meant that the scoreboard didn't go anywhere whilst carrying significant threat. And it was a bit of relief maybe that I've got Tom Price. He's 15 miles an hour slower. I can just knock this one into the offside, and it's just bounced a wee bit. Nicely caught by James Bracey up to the stumps. And I've got a feeling George Bartlett will feel he's just been a little bit soft there.
Yeah, it was an innocuous couple of overs before lunch by Tom Price, wasn't it? And I'm sure there is an element of, okay, I can take a bit of a breather now. And when you looked around and you listed the field out and you kind of thought, well, actually, there's a few singles here.
Yeah, for sure.
It's been quite tough to score, yet Gloucestershire seem willing to let Northamptonshire rotate the strike a bit easier. But as it is, the change of bowling has worked, and Lewis McManus has joined safe save at the crease. And worryingly from a Northamptonshire perspective, but excitingly from a Gloucestershire's one, Northampton are still 300 behind.
Yeah,
Gloucestershire's first innings.
I've been trying not to look at that.
409. Got 5 wickets left. Gloucestershire have looked good value for it as well.
Well, they have. They've bowled very, very well. Got 2 slips now. Still the man on the drive. Quite an old-fashioned position for a seamer, really. It's quite an old-fashioned field in many ways. 2 slips, man at backward point, man at cover, a catching short extra cover mid-off, mid-on, a man at mid-wicket, and 1 now behind square on the leg side as the field.
Well played. Again, it goes back to just trying to soak up a bit of pressure now. Louis, an experienced player. He's in with a man in form safe. They'll know that they're up against it, and they need to sort of give a bit of time to dig in, and hopefully they can put a partnership on and sort of bring it back into our favour a little bit.
Good thinking cricketer, I think, Lewis McManus. Would that be fair to say, Rob?
Yeah, definitely. He's great shot.
Nicely played off the back, but a bit of width on offer there from Tom Price. He'll be crossed with that at that pace. That's a poor delivery. Dragged it down. Nearly hit him for 4 and was hit for 4. Well done, Lewis McManus.
Yeah, we were saying he reads the situation well. He'll know exactly his plan and the team's plan in this situation. He'll be trying to dig in and see a bit of pressure. He also will probably know that he might get the odd loose ball from Price coming back from injury. So he'll be keen to put that away like he did there.
But he's straight back on it again to conclude his 3rd over, and a successful over it was, picking up the wicket of George Bartlett. A nice catch behind by James Bracey, stood up to the stumps. It bounced a wee bit, caught a thin edge, and was nicely taken. He was out for 21, which brought in Lewis McManus. He's on 4 safe. Zaeb will be facing the next ball from Zafar Gohar. That'll be the beginning of his 8th over. He's on 7 not out. The score is 113 for 5. And as Dan just pointed out, Northamptonshire trail by 296 runs.
Just wonder whether Zaf can get another man round the bat here, knowing that Safe might potentially go into his shell, losing another wicket. Do you try and encourage him to come out of his box a little bit?
I think so. And where are you putting him, Rob?
I don't. He's so dangerous on the sweep that you sort of feel like you need the men out there and the man at the 45. Maybe could the 45 come into a leg slip?
That's what I've got.
Or potentially one of the 2 mid wickets into the offside, just to give him something to think about on that lunge on the offside.
Yeah,
it's sometimes that man on the offside's not in the game at all. And I remember getting out to Dawson down at the Rose Bowl where I felt like I was playing him pretty comfortably, and all of a sudden there's a man coming on the offside dead straight on the pitch, and I almost changed my defensive technique because of that man, and then ended up getting hit on the shin, and I walked back thinking, what have I done? Why have I changed that just because that man's there? And I actually did it again down at Brighton, first game of the year, facing Coles. I felt like I was playing him really well and putting him under some pressure. All of a sudden, we needed to shut shop a little bit, and there was a man in front of me, and I sort of ended up changing how I played that forward defence, and got hit on the shin. Just you end up not playing out in front with the bat because you're worried it might bounce a bit and just loop into his hands. So you go a bit more with the pad, and then next thing you know, it's just that psychological effect that it can have on you. I just wonder if he can put one in that offside.
I'm 100%. We know, and they will know as well as we know. Safe wants to score, doesn't want to be tied down. We put I'm having a guy in his eye line on the offside because I want him to try and push firmly through that area. And I might even have both the two fielders you've mentioned, certainly the one on the offside and maybe the leg slip as well. This last ball of Zafar Gohar's 8th over is defended off the back foot calmly enough into the onside. There's no run. It's a maiden.
It is quite tough bowling at someone like Saif. You know he can punish you, and if you get over attacking, there's more gaps for him to hit. But I just think that man that's sort of hanging at mid wicket is there for a bad shot at the minute, not for a good ball.
Yeah.
You almost want him to put that man in front of him, and then see if he runs down and tries to hit you over mid wicket, and then you can tell if that man's in play or not. But at the minute, I think he's there for a nothing ball or a rundown sort of cloth, which I don't think the situation allows at the minute. So Saif looks like he's going to dig in to maybe put a bit of pressure on him that way.
How many balls has he faced, Dan? I can't quite see the score.
Saif is 7 off 45.
45 balls, which is very unusual. He will want to score. Tom Price, with his second over of this spell, on the money, top of off ball. Lewis McManus busy at the crease. There's a lot of fielders to get the ball past or into the hole. Not many holes for singles on the offside, that's for sure. This is a dot up field. This is a build pressure field. This is take a risk if you want to, Northampton. By the way, you're 5 down for 113. We're not going to buy you too many bad balls. And if we do, we're going to have a couple of insurance men out there. So the scoreboard's going nowhere. It's kind of asphyxiation in that respect. Nicely bowled. It runs back in. Quite gentle, but it's effective from Tom Price.
That could also be what Zafar's thinking, that he's not going anywhere. He's picked up a wicket for, 10 runs or so. He could be thinking, I could just sit in here, pile the pressure on with dot balls and hope that loose shot comes, or hope that he gets out defending.
Yeah. It's a difficult time for Northampton. That ball jagged back off the wicket and bounced a wee bit. It's obviously hit the seam right on the nose, as it were. Just see on the replay, this ball came back quite sharply and bounced a wee bit. Thick inside edge into his front leg from Lewis McManus, covering up. And I talked earlier about scoreboard pressure, and there'll be plenty of people saying, well, there isn't any pressure, we just need to dig in, but you still have to score.
Yeah, you can almost get yourself into a negative rut if you don't score. Yeah. And then you feel like you're missing out on bad balls. You get cut balls and drive balls that you tend to hit straight to fielders, and you can almost dig yourself into a bit of a hole. That's not saying that you should go out there and try and hit him back over his head or try and force something. It's just, still looking to score, and when the bad ball comes, put that away. Just like Louis did in the last over, he got his cut ball and put it away.
Well, I think they're listening to you, Rob, because I've put a sweeper back on the offside now. So if he does get a cut ball and tries to put it away, there is a man who's protecting that offside boundary now. It's clever cricket from Graham Van Buren and the Gloucestershire attack. But no width on offer on that one from Tom Price.
I think it's interesting just looking at Saif at the moment. We just said 7 off 45, and we've been talking up Saif as a very attacking and aggressive batter. And he hasn't played that innings, has he? He's not exactly shown those that are watching the live stream here at Northampton for the first time that actually we know what we're talking about. But he looks so calm at the moment at the non-striker's end. He doesn't look panicked by the fact that he's 7 off 45. He doesn't look fazed by the situation. And equally, he hasn't really looked like he's even begin to shape up Zafar Gohar for a sweep or a reverse sweep, or to look to take him down the ground and put a bit of pressure back on Gloucestershire. He's been quite comfortable
he's ticking
his batting time, hasn't he?
He's ticking.
Yeah.
I think he's ticking.
But body language wise, he looks calm.
No, just knowing him.
Okay. Yeah.
I think, Louis will be great for him out there. Louis will be sort of calming him down if he is feeling any nerves or feeling like he does want to sort of take him on. I think Louis will be good for him at the other end, sort of settling him down.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just had a chat there, Rob, and he's Saif's gone back and retaken guard. So if psychologically, is he saying, no, I'm starting again? I'm not 7 off 45. I'm 0 off 0. I'm starting again. It was an interesting thing that he just did, just retook his guard. We shall see how it unfolds. What we do know is Zafar Gohar is not going to give him an easy out. There's a big appeal, but given not out. It was an appeal that didn't really have a lot of conviction for it. It was loud, but it didn't really look an authentic appeal for caught down the leg side. It turned. Safe, had a little push at it. Nicely caught by James Bracey.
Yeah, I'm sure in between overs they'll be talking through options. That's one thing that is important as a batting pair, is to sort of, I always feel like I ask the other batter what they think to the options that I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So
good.
if I'm batting, I enjoy batting with Procky and Emilio, whoever, I'll say, how do they see this option? And if they think it's a risky option, then I tend to sort of wait and have a rethink myself before going to that. And if they think it's a good option, then it's sort of two minds are saying it's clear that it's a good option.
Yeah.
So he might have said to Lewis, what do you think to this? What do you think to that? Louis probably said, now is probably not the time. Try and soak up a bit more pressure and reassess in a couple of overs' time.
Yeah. Let's hope that's what he said, because that would be the right information to give him. He's been given some width there for the first time, sort of a slightly slower delivery, well outside off stump. I think that's a deliberately wide, loopy ball. And Safe just tried to sort of almost flat bat it into the offside. There's a huge gap there.
There is almost two ways to go here. It's either, right, Zaffer's bowling beautifully. He's got it on a string. We know that he's very consistent in that one area. Let's try and put the pressure back on him. Or it's soak it up, try and score at the other end off the seamers when they get tired.
Oh, that's the release ball. That's nicely played as well from Lewis McManus. It was a slightly slower ball, had a little bit of width on it. Lewis McManus let it almost go past him to ensure that he could miss the fielder at backward point. He did that, picks up 2 runs.
It definitely looks like it's easier to the right-handers. There seems to be a bit of rough there to the left-handers that is sort of biting out of. So Louis will be trying to probably face as much of Zaffer as he can.
And I think that would be a good plan. You don't want to be turning runs down in terms of manufacturing who's facing, but right now I think that would be a good plan as that one turns past the outside edge of Lewis McManus's bat. So a little bit more happening in that over, the 9th over of the spell from Zafar Gohar. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12. And those figures tell you how well that young man has bowled. Northampton on 116 for 5. Lewis McManus on 6, Safe Zabe on 8. A very patient, watchful 8 as wickets have fallen around him. 4 wickets since lunch. 2 in the first over after lunch. The first one being Ricardo Vasconcelos, a firm-footed push, a thin stick behind, and the very next ball, first ball for Karen Nair, trapped LBW with a nip backer again to DeLange, who was on a hat-trick at that point.
It's quite a key partnership, this. We know that Liam coming in next likes to play his shots. He's going to play one way. So whether these two guys can give him the foundation to do that, it's a big partnership for us here.
Big next hour, Rob. Big next hour.
Yeah, we say that a lot, don't we? Every hour is a big hour for some reason.
I mean, sometimes it's interesting to think about the opposite. So if someone said to you, it doesn't really matter what happens in the next hour, there's your surprise.
Yeah, see, every hour is a big hour for some reason. Every morning, the first hour is always irrelevant of what the score says. It's always a big first hour in the morning.
As it was this morning, when Gloucestershire kind of took things away from Northamptonshire, who would have wanted to wrap things up very quickly, needing 2 wickets to complete and end the Gloucestershire innings. That didn't happen. Nicely driven down the ground, no run to mid-off Josh Shaw. What did happen was DeLange and Shaw played very, very well and added, 70-plus runs, 71 runs very quickly, which took Gloucestershire to 409 all out. Currently a lead of 293. So Price is being accurate. It's not bowled a lot to Zabe. That one's a little bit wider. Zabe drives at it and gets a thick outside edge through where 4th, 5th slip might have been. And there's a backward a deep backward point really, rather than a third man. So no one's there to cut that off, and it's adding 4 to the Northants total. But it was a false shot, and there are only 2 slips in.
First boundary for Save in 51 balls. Could argue and say, does it take a little bit of pressure off? But I think because of the nature of how that boundary came about, it probably doesn't.
It shows he wasn't in control of it, doesn't it? It wasn't in control. It wasn't absolutely a half volley.
Yeah, I think the bowler would be happy with that result. I don't know what that deep point's doing, really.
Nothing.
Not really sure why. Safe's obviously faced a lot of balls. He doesn't look like he's slashing at everything out there.
How does the ball get there, Rob?
A cut ball.
Exactly.
It's a cut ball or a real wide full ball. The only thing I can think is something that has been used a lot, mainly to right-handers facing the ball going away. You see a deep point go out because sometimes you feel like the batter wants to try and get a single and follows it and finds the edge. But, he's only got one slip and a gully.
That's driven in front of square on the offside. The man that we've said is not there for any reason fields it, underarms it back in. It's 1 run to save. But that was a full wide ball, right? So that's a bad ball.
Yeah, that's a bad ball. And arguably that probably goes straight to him if he's up on the ring. But, they've got a lot of runs on the board. A boundary there isn't necessarily affecting the game too much. The man up could also change the way Safe plays. He might see that as, right, I'm going to go a bit harder. And that might bring an edge that way. I'd like to see him come up.
And if they want the insurance fielder, then put him in a place where it's not there just for the bad ball. If Safe drives a ball through extra cover and that fielder is on the cover boundary rather than behind, then that's more understandable because it's not such a bad ball, but it has to be a poor delivery to get to him, I think.
Yeah, this field's more understandable. You've got the catcher at extra cover, so he's obviously trying to go fuller. He's got 2 slips, so he's trying to go full, trying to get him to drive. The point's up, saving 1, and then there's just a sweeper there to protect.
Yeah.
If he does get too full and driven.
Yeah. Well, that's the end of Tom Price's 5th over. He'll be delighted to have bowled 5 overs, 1 for 14. Picked up the last wicket to 4, which was George Bartlett. Save on 13. Lewis McManus on 6. And we've talked about it. This is a key partnership for Northamptonshire, currently standing on 12. It needs to get to as close to 3 figures as a partnership as it can. Northants haven't got a foothold in this game yet, and you kind of feel it's going to be down to these 2 plus Liam Patterson-White to establish a foothold in the game if Northants are not going to be facing a significant first innings deficit.
Yeah, Zafar Gohar's looks like he's got an action here and reward for the action that probably looks like he could bowl all day from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and he's bowled 9 straight so far. And if you were Graham Van Buren, all the while that his shoulder's still attached, you wouldn't take him off, would you, at the moment?
No, you would not take him off, no.
Something's got to give here, hasn't it? I just can't see. He can't just keep running in and bowling maiden after maiden with a little bit of rough.
He's going to come down the wicket, Rob, and pick him up over the leg side. There you go. That's what I think he's going to do.
I think that'll definitely be going through his head or some form of sweep.
Oh, it flatter, well bowled. He has varied his pace subtly. Varied his line subtly as well.
He's got a good change of pace, Zafar, actually. With his action, he's quite quick and boundy. So when he does change his pace, it is fairly subtle.
He's certainly, as you said earlier, he's got it on a string. He's all over us. And he's bowled a poor delivery. There it is. The first poor delivery he has bowled. He'll be very disappointed with that. He's entitled to bowl 1 poor delivery. That was the 57th ball that he's bowled. And it was the first poor delivery. It was short and wide, and Save hit it badly, but well enough to go square of the wicket for 4. So he's racing along now onto 17. 2 boundaries in his last 4 balls that he's faced. Last 5 balls that he's faced. And Zafar Gohar will be disappointed, but he shouldn't be too disappointed. It's the first poor ball that he's bowled. He's now into his 10th over. Save will be very happy not to have hit that straight through. backward point as well.
It sort of gives Safe a little bit more time now. He's picked up a boundary. It will settle him down. Any thoughts that were going through his mind about trying to take him on, it would have settled those because he knows he's just picked up a boundary. So a good result for Safe.
Yeah, you said something's got to give, didn't you? And actually, it was a drag down, wasn't it? That was released a bit of pressure there. That was likely to be building.
Well played.
Yeah, Safe looked for a single there, didn't he? But McManus adamant there wasn't one.
It was a good decision.
5 down. It's no need to add another mode of dismissal into this sport.
That was a bit slow, wasn't it? Nicely bowled. That was a kind of do you want to drive a drive at that one? Nicely bowled, a bit slower, safe save. Initially, I thought might be pushing forward firmly at that ball. In the end, he just ran it away into the offside. So 10 overs, 1 for 16 for Zafar Gohar. As you've said, Dan, I don't see him being relieved of his duties anytime soon. And Tom Price seems to be doing a nice little, very inconspicuous job. If Lewis McManus thought, I don't want to just have to sit on Price, what are his options here? Scoring options, do you think?
It's quite tough when the keeper comes up. Personally, someone bowling how Price is bowling now, I'd look to use my feet, try and get outside the line and down the pitch, and that sort of creates options. But with Bracey up to the stumps, you're almost relying on a bit of whip for him to come too straight, and he's only got the 3 fielders on the leg side, so you're almost waiting for a clip ball or a cut ball, really.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't look like he's giving too much away at the minute, so you just sort of have to credit him, pay him his respect, and knowing that he's into, I think this is his sixth over, knowing that, he might be slightly tired and give you a bad ball like he did to Louis in his first few balls. He got a cut ball away.
He did indeed, yeah. Absolutely right. It's a game within a game. You got to absorb some pressure for a while. That one was a little bit shorter, a little bit too straight, tucked away off his hip nicely for a single. That takes Lewis McManus on to 7. Brings safe save onto strike. He had a flash at one from Tom Price in the last over. Got a thick edge and went through where now Cameron Bancroft is fielding at, what are we calling that, 4th slip line? So there's a slip at first slip, a slip at 4th slip, an extra cover on the catch, a mid-off, a man at deep backward point. We don't like him there. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. Round the wicket, so change of angle from Price, straight onto his line of length again.
I wonder how he feels like he's going to get safe out with this field. Nothing screams at me a plan here rather than trying to bowl pretty straight and get safe to do something he doesn't want to do. You've obviously got the catcher at cover and a hanging sort of catcher at mid-wicket.
Was nipped away off the pitch, well left. Do you know, I think the plan, such that it is there, is dot him up, he'll do something.
Yeah, definitely. That's the only thing
that's
that I
what
can
it looks
see.
like to me.
It doesn't look like he's trying to nick him off with just having the one slip and a sort of fine gully. It looks like he's just trying to dry it up with the 2 sweepers out and see if Safe wants to try and take that on and chip one to one of the 2 close men.
Yeah, that's it. I'm with you.
Would there be a school of thought as well as just to allow Josh Shaw, Ajit Singh Dale and Marshant Dalang to have a little bit longer to recover here? So Zafar's bowling so well from the Lynn Wilson centre end. We can have a few overs from Tom Price. He's picked up a wicket. Give those lads a bit longer to get their legs a bit more recovered and go again.
Yeah, definitely. Zafar looks like he's nestled in from this bottom end. Sorry, and Price would have just been trying to get some overs in, I think, and he picked up a wicket, and his job's been done perfectly. Really, I can't see his figures, but he's picked up a wicket when he would have literally been like you said, come on to tie and end up for a few overs, give the main teamers chance to recover, and they'll probably just rotate those guys from the top end now.
Correct. Yeah, he's bowled 6 overs, Rob, 1 maiden, 1 for 15, and he's obviously coming back from an injury, as you've said, and these are effectively rehab overs, really. And it's the bonus that he's got, the wicket that he's got. Makes it sound easy, doesn't it? It's not easy. He's got to bowl a very tight line and length, and he's done that. He's got a couple of insurance sweepers out. If he does drag one down or get too straight, either side, he's got a sweeper out there. And he's bowling in tandem with a guy who's bowled 1 bad ball in 60. So it's a pretty good time for Tom Price to be feeling his way back into first team bowling.
Yeah, definitely.
Gohar continues. That's poorly fielded. He's just lost his length a little bit to the right hander. He hasn't bowled very many at right handers. Zafar Gohar from round the wicket. He just dropped that one a little bit short, was cut off the back foot. And the fielder, whose name I cannot see, dived over it effectively. Probably should have stopped that.
You'd never be pleased to give one away, would you? But of all the singles to give away and how well Zafar Gohar's bowled to save, he probably isn't going to be that upset.
Sometimes you're not too disappointed with when you feel like you're working over a batter and one creeps through. Sometimes you're not too disappointed, and it wasn't the best ball. He probably glad it didn't go for 2 or 4, to be honest.
I think we might see a reverse sweep.
I think that for those of you watching today that joined us all day yesterday, you're seeing a really kind of clear difference between the 2 innings. Is the control that Zafar Gohar is providing Gloucestershire and Graham Van Buren is allowing the Gloucestershire skipper to rotate his seamers from the other end. Liam Patterson-White wasn't permitted to do that in his first spell. He did bring it back, but he was going, I think, 5 1/4, an over for that first spell. Miles Hammond didn't allow him to settle and didn't allow Proctor to then rest the seamers.
It definitely looks like, I didn't see much yesterday, but it definitely looks like there's a bit more spin today, especially to the left-hander out of the footmarks.
And contextually, we're 5 down, whereas at that point Gloucester weren't. So, but you're right, that's a wide ball and it struck firmly through the offside for 4 from Saif Sabre. A poor finish to the over from Zafar Gohar's perspective, but Saif hasn't missed out. And, he's being rewarded here. He's got a couple of poor deliveries that he's hit for 4 in the last few overs. And he's being rewarded for his patience, really. He hasn't tried to force things. He hasn't blinked. Whilst I said he might be ticking, he hasn't shown signs of that. He's played 1 attempted reverse sweep, which was a good option, didn't get it. He's played 1 orthodox sweep, which he missed, which hit him on the hip. And he had a little jog down the wicket and then ended up kind of kicking it away to short leg. So he's tried to put a little bit of pressure back on the bowler when he could, but not much, because the guy's bowled so well. When he's got scoring options, he's taken them and he's moved on to 17. It's the innings that he needs to play. Yeah,
I think he's played brilliantly. He's picked up his rewards there, and that's all he needs to do. While there is a bit of pressure on, he is going to bowl a couple of bad balls. It's part of cricket. And he's got his reward. He's sort of sat in, soaked up the pressure like we spoke about before, and he's got his rewards from a cut ball and a wide half volley. So it'll also take a bit of pressure and sort of relax him a little bit, knowing that he can pick up his boundaries when the bad ball's on offer. Yeah, for sure. But a clear sign of a change of intent now. So Tom Price has had 6 overs back in the first team bowling, as it were. He's handed the ball back over to the strike bowler, Machan Delang, who is on very good form. He bowled beautifully earlier in this spell, in this session, I should say, from the David Capel end.
This is an aggressive bowling change as well.
It is.
Could have gone back to Josh Shaw, who was, brilliant, I thought, with the new ball, but they've gone back to Marchant, who was on a hat-trick first over after lunch. There's, just inside 7 overs now until tea. So he'll get a spell of 4 from the David Capel end. Bowling to Lewis McManus, who hasn't faced him yet, and I don't think Saif would have faced much of him during that spell. He bowled almost predominantly to Bartlett, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Solid in defence. We don't have the speed gun with us this week, but it's been verified by Rob Keogh that he's well in the 90s, isn't he, Marshall?
He definitely can do. Yeah, he definitely can do. He's up there with the quickest on the circuit. So, yeah, and you can tell that, they've gone attacking. They've got 3 slips in. There's no sweepers. It's definitely intent. Again, it's another move in the game of cricket, isn't it? Where that's 4.
Yeah, that's 2 straight by DeLange. And McManus just turns that one round the corner, gets enough bat on it, plays it down to fine leg for 4.
And these things sort of happen when the fast bowler, strike bowler comes back on. Yeah, there is a little bit more pressure. The fields are a little bit more attacking, but you do find that you can score. And, that's a lovely little bonus for Louis there, just getting a bit too straight and picking up 4.
I like this move from Gloucestershire, though. Rather than waiting for Northampton to make errors, let's try and force something. We're on top. We're well on top. They're 5 down. We've got a good bowling attack.
Yeah, short ball, and McManus does well to get underneath it. I know we've obviously got a lot of Gloucestershire fans watching the stream, a lot that enjoyed the conversation that we had with James Maybe this morning. And they won't need reminding that it's been a while since they last won a championship game. They've put themselves in a really good position here, haven't they, to turn the screw on Northamptonshire and pick up, well, not only their first win of this year, but the first one for a while. It's left well alone.
That's an effort ball, that wasn't it? That was an effort ball.
It's quite well known, actually, with Marshall. When he's bowling his quickest, he slapped his thighs. So it's something you do notice, believe me. When you're batting and you hear that sort of slap, you think, oh, he's bowling quick now.
Is it better or worse at the non-striker's end?
It's probably better in the changing room, I'd imagine. Or if you're fielding.
Or that, yeah, if he's on your side. Oh, my word.
Yeah, this is full gas. As the cyclists say, they've gone full gas.
Yeah, well, 4 runs off the over. 44 done, 135 for 5. Zabe on 21, McManus on 12. DeLange back into the attack, 2 for 26.
We are going to see a bowling change. We didn't think we would, but we are. We're going to see the captain coming on. Graham Van Buren is going to replace Zafar Gohar at the Lynn Wilson end. Bowls off spin.
Spinner for spinner. Well, there was 11 over straight for Zafar Gohar. I did have a look at the scorecard from the Sussex game when Gloucestershire travelled down to Hove just to see kind of what his workload was like. First innings, he bowled over 35 overs. Second innings, shorter innings at Hove, which ended up being fairly eventful, didn't it? A couple of weeks ago, he bowled 19 of those overs.
I did see. I saw him on Thursday, and he said he's recovering from a bit of a niggle that he's had in the off season. So whether that has anything to do with it, but also sometimes it is nice to just change up. If he might feel like he was nestling in there, and time to just have a look at someone else. Tees round the corner. We saw it when Price came on. Sometimes you can just get a wicket with a little change.
Yeah, nicely played.
It's also credit to Safe the way he sort of got through that spell, because it certainly looked tough, and he soaked up a lot of pressure, and he's seen him off. He's seen off the threat. So it's credit to Safe there.
Yeah, that's well put. Van Buren bowling to almost exactly the same field as Zafar Gohar. The only difference being there's no short leg, but that short leg fielder is effectively on the cover point boundary.
He's got 2 short legs, isn't he, Van Buren?
Oh, that's brilliant. Rob, that's just gold.
Wow. Well, McManus there wasn't prepared to let Van Buren just bowl through till tee. He's come down the track and inside half of the bat out to Miles Hammond on the leg side boundary. First sign of intent, really, from McManus since he's been at the crease.
Again, Louis is a good player of spin. He'll know exactly what he's doing here. And I actually don't necessarily mind that option. He's not a big turner of the ball. He's probably thinking he's not going to spin one past me.
Shorter. Just looks like that skidded on or bounced a little bit more to save and just rushed him a touch with that pull shot. Couldn't quite get the rotation of the body through like he might have wanted to. Ends up adjusting well and plays it into the ground on the leg side.
Oh, what's gone on with the arm? It's nicely bowled, that. I don't know whether he ended up playing at that. If he missed it by a long way. I'll give him the credit and say he saw it going and just.
It's a Trescothic play inside the line.
Yes, let's call it that.
Straighter, turned into the leg side to that fielder at mid-wicket. And that's a dot ball to finish. So 2 runs off Van Buren's first over, 137 for 5.
Save is so disappointed that he didn't score off that last ball of the over. There's a big gap for him to hit it into. He's got to get it square of the wicket, basically. And he hit it too well. Hit it in front of square to mid-wicket. And he looked at the ground for about 4 or 5 seconds. He was very disappointed. He realises now that had he got the run, he'd be facing DeLang. So maybe he's not that disappointed.
The thigh slapping Marchant DeLang.
Yeah. Well, he's got his tail up, hasn't he?
He certainly has. And why wouldn't you? 2 wickets in 2 balls and opposition of 5 down.
Yeah, he's got a couple of overs before tea. Run in and bowl as fast as you can.
Looks like a helmet's coming on. Is that going to be a short leg, do you think?
I think it is, yeah. It's windy out there, Robbie. You walked around, it looks a bit windy.
Oh, it was lovely on the way round. I nearly stopped at the ice cream van, but thought better of it.
I heard it's good for back pain. Good for recovery, I think, ice cream.
It's well known.
Well, I've tried it. It hasn't seemed to work the last few months.
3 slips then for DeLang. And Rob, you were right. There is going to be a short leg.
Oh, my goodness. Is he going to stand there? Walk in with the bowler, son? It's miles away. He's not done short leg a lot, this fella.
We are waiting. He's still not sure.
He's been told to go in and he's walking back.
Anyway, DeLang is into bowl. McManus defends off the back foot. It's Miles Hammond, isn't it, under the lid there, number 88.
It's a bit harsh, that, isn't it? 100 and then under the lid.
Is it Miles Hammond, is it?
Pretty sure.
Oh.
I think I'm probably one of the worst to ever go under the lid, I think. I
Is
didn't
that because
last
you didn't
very
want
long.
it? Or is that because you genuinely weren't good at it?
I did get told before I was in there that, if you do a good job, you're in there for a long time. So that, but I wasn't deliberately terrible.
No.
I was just terrible, I think.
Who was bowling, Rob?
A few people, midders, Condelang bowling once. It just kept sweeping at me, and then that was just
Not a lot
me.
of fun, is it?
Moeen Ali hit me square on the badge, and I think that was
Ouch.
saw that as a time to hang the pads up and try and pass it on to someone else. I was also terrible when there was any chance. My head was down, so I was
who's
never
been good in there,
it.
Rob? Off your bowling, you've had a short leg in a lot of your career. Who's been good?
Vasco's actually very good in there, but he found himself at slip. I think he's back in there now this year.
Mm-hmm.
Safe was actually good for me when we played against Glamorgan here and it was spinning. Safe was in there and took a few good catches. He's learnt now that it's not a good place to be, so he's trying to pass it on.
It's left well alone by Safe. And I think, but I don't know exactly, I think that might be the first ball that Safe would have faced up against Marchant in his 74 balls that he's been out in the middle.
Matt Coles was good in there. Very good in there.
Was
yeah.
he? That's interesting.
He was not scared of
getting
hit. He was like a blocker.
Yeah. He was a big, long barrier.
Yeah, pretty much. He was quite good to have in there. We haven't really had a regular short leg.
Oh, that's well played.
Good delivery from DeLang as well. Left alone by Safe through to James Bracey.
Played that well, Safe, didn't he?
I was just about to say this is a really important 4 and a bit overs.
Says, we'll say it.
Well, I just did.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to fall into the trap of this is a really important hour.
Yeah.
But if Northants can get through here 5 down, it will feel like a tick in the right box, won't it?
It'll be, yeah. I mean, it's pretty essential, isn't it? It will feel good. It is essential for Northants to establish this. The partnership is now 29, so it's got the foundations are being dug.
It's a nice little partnership, that, isn't it? And if you actually didn't see that, I wouldn't have believed that you'd have said it was 29 actually, because it doesn't feel like they've they've got to nearly 30, but that's credit to the two guys at the crease because they've dug in there, they've put the bad ball away, and they're sort of building a platform.
Oh, that's a good delivery. He certainly played at that one.
Wow. What a good one to finish. Marchand Delang, hands on his knees. He can't believe that Save hasn't nicked it. End of the over, though. Dot ball to finish. Just one run from it. That came off the bat of Lewis McManus. And it's 46 overs have been bowled. It's 138 for 5.
Looked like a pretty straight delivery. I mean, let's have a look. Does it just go away off the pitch? I don't think it does, really. But he missed a straight one. The good thing is he didn't nick the straight one and it didn't hit the stumps. He's played pretty well, Save, in an uncharacteristic innings. 22 not out he is. McManus on 14, 138 for 5. The captain, Van Buren, was bowled 1 over. He's about to bowl his second from the Lynn Wilson end.
I think with Safe, and I don't really want to bring up last year too often, but although this year we haven't seen the number 5, 6, 7 walk out with not many on the board, last year that would have happened quite often, and Safe would have found himself in this situation. There was an innings, was it down at Hampshire, wasn't there, where he kind of found himself in a pretty similar situation, ended up digging in, batting with the last remaining batter, and then quickly kind of accelerated, finished on about 70 or 80, I think, at the end of one of those innings. There was a game here as well where he did exactly the same thing.
He's very handy to have coming in, down the sort of middle late order, because he can take a game away. It can be so hard to bowl at. So to see this sort of innings from him is actually nice to see him sort of play this sort of innings, because he like you say, he normally comes in and got a bit of a license to be sort of free flowing. So he's read the situation. He's been around for a long time as well. We forget he's been around for a long time. Yeah. He's read the situation and he's adapted his game, and he sort of deserves to sort of kick on and be there after tea.
Yeah,
because it will get easier as well. We know it will get easier.
He played his first team game at 15, so he's been around a long time.
That's an outrageous achievement, isn't it?
Yeah.
There can't be many 15-year-olds in the history of county cricket to have made a debut at that age. Sweep from McManus, hard sweep behind square, down towards the signal box, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Gee, where's he timed that well?
Yeah, that's raced across the outfield, isn't it? Short boundary that side, but nobody moved, did they, in an attempt to stop that? It travelled so quickly. 15 years old.
Yeah, I think it was against Rob. I don't know whether you played. It was up in Durham against Durham UCCE. Not sure whether you were playing or not.
Shorter.
I can't think why you wouldn't have been playing.
Yeah, I can't. I remember him being he's so talented, isn't he? Yeah. And he was almost frustrating how good he was, and that he sort of couldn't take that into games. But obviously over the last few years he's shown that, especially in white ball cricket. His game's just gone through the roof. You see him now in T20 with the shots that he has, and yeah, he's an incredible young player, and his bowling's improving as well all the time. He's working hard on his bowling, and I know he's doing a lot of work with Rory now, and he's showing. I think he's bowled brilliantly so far this year when he's been needed. We'll certainly see more of him in the white ball stuff, I'd imagine, as well.
Marchand Delang to continue.
He's one of those annoying spinners, especially in white ball cricket, because you never feel like it bounces. He sort of fires it in quite low, quite skiddy, stump to stump, and you can never really feel like you can get underneath him.
Right, okay.
Okay, it might not be as effective in red ball cricket, and you might feel like you're not necessarily going to get out, but we've seen this year he's sort of changed that, and he's getting a few to spin through the gate, and he's getting a bit more shape.
He is.
So no, he's getting what he deserves, actually, because he is working very hard on his bowling, and there'll certainly be a lot more overs for him this year, I'd imagine.
4 slips for Gloucestershire. And that's gone past Zabe. It hasn't gone past Zabe. He's got a tickle on it through to Bracey. And Zabe's got to go. For 23 off 79, he'd worked hard for it, facing the best part of 80 balls, just 3 boundaries. Gloucestershire have got their 6th. Northamptonshire are a long way behind that first innings score. And Zabe's got to go.
Yeah, it was a thin one, wasn't it? He's bowled very well. Decided to come round the wicket to save Zabe. He went past the outside edge a couple of times. Safe had played him fairly well. He just plays in front of the body. The shoulders have come round a bit. The bat path has come inside the ball is what's happened there. His head's gone across to the offside. The shoulders have gone across. They've had to open horizontally to get the bat back on path, and it hasn't coincided. So he's not played straight. The front shoulder hasn't led into the ball. The back shoulder has led across the line of the ball, which has made him miss the ball or get a thin edge on it effectively. So a little bit of technique there. Rather than getting head to the ball, the front shoulder leading, he'd get a thick edge on that. It'd run away for 4 probably, but he's just allowed the back shoulder to dominate. That tracks the bat across the path of the ball.
I think that comes from a bit of extra pace as well.
No doubt, 100%
it definitely does play a part, even if you're lining it up well. You know, in the back of your head, you know there's a bit of extra pace there,
yeah. Well, I think that's absolutely right. With had that ball been 10 miles an hour slower, his front side would have been encouraged more to go forward. He'd have hit it more with the front shoulder, leading the way. Just gets his shoulder squared up. You see at the end of the clip there, well, not the end of the clip, the end of the shot, both feet are pointing straight down the wicket. So that means he's not transferred his weight forward because he's ready for the short one and getting under it. So we said earlier, pace. When you first walked in, we talked about pace. Pace changes things.
Yeah, definitely. It has done there. They've clearly brought him back for a reason, to try and give him a quick burst before tea. And they've got exactly what they wanted, really. And I feel for Safe a little bit there, because he's dug in and done the hard yards and sort of earned the right to sort of kick on after tea and sort of play is more of his natural game. And yeah, he's just nicked one, unfortunately, which, like we said earlier, it's just batting. Sometimes you hit them, sometimes you miss them. But credit to the bowler as well. He's bowled very, very well, hasn't he? In particular, since lunch, he's picked up 3 wickets in this session.
Patterson White, then the new batter to the crease, and he's just guided Marchand Delang off the back foot down to the deep third boundary for 4. I've been told is at Notts they call him Luke Littler.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the barrel.
Because he's good at darts?
I think similar body shapes might be something to do with that. Yeah, I know the Notts S&C fairly well. He used to live with me, and he rang me the other day and just gave me a few names and stories. Yeah.
So other than nicknames and stories that we'll keep between you and the S&C coach at Notts, what else do you know about Patterson White? What else can you tell us?
He's a dangerous player, obviously. We've seen, I mean, there's his first 2 balls. He's cut one for 4 and he's drove one to mid-off. He's a confident young lad. He's obviously a very talented cricketer. He was with the Lions not too long ago. I don't know too much of him personally. Played against him a few times and just know that he's a good, solid cricketer. And at the minute, he's probably unlucky not to get in the Notts side. That they've, for whatever reason, he's not, and we've been lucky enough to take the advantage of getting him along.
It's a square drive that time for Patterson White. It's going to put Zafar Gohar under a bit of pressure. He does really well to cover a lot of ground.
He did well there
on that boundary.
I wasn't backing him to stop that, to be honest.
No, I wasn't at the start.
Quietly was agreeing with you chaps. 150 up for Northampton, which is a nice milestone to tick off. But 150 for 6 is the elephant in the room for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, back to Liam anyway. We played Notts in a pre-season game, and he came out playing a lot of shots and scored some runs quickly and hit a clean ball. So he's quite clearly an attacking batsman, which, looking at the scoreboard, that's another night.
Wow, he's timed that well, hasn't he?
Looking at the scoreboard now, could be quite nice to see a little counter attack. So many times we see people try and dig in and almost get out like Safe's done, dig in, doing the hard yards, whereas sometimes the game needs a little flick of the switch, put the pressure back on, and however many balls he's faced there, he's hit them all out the middle of the bat. So
Yeah.
it definitely gives Gloucester something to think about. You know, he might try and take on the spin.
And I think, Rob, you know, sometimes people get confused when we talk about counter-attack and putting pressure back on the bowler. They think it's about running down the wicket and trying to hit it over the stand. It's not. It's about intent and playing more freely, just trying to force an error from the bowler. It doesn't. There's gears to go through. You don't have to go from gear 1 to gear 6.
Yeah, of course. And he showed that there. I think he's faced four balls, 5 balls there, and he's played proper cricket shots, but still been positive.
Yeah.
What he does now against Zafar, which again, I think this is a great move from Gloucester.
Yeah.
I think Van Buren probably realises that you get 1 wicket here, and you've got an end to bowl at. It's a longer tail today for Northamptonshire, respectfully to Sanderson, Siddharth, and Scrimshaw.
Sid told me he'd bat 7 back home. So
I take it all back then.
I haven't seen him bat.
I'll take it all back. But yeah, a couple of overs before tea, and to bring back one of your strike bowlers. Really positive move by Gloucestershire and Van Buren.
Just got a message from one of your former teammates.
Yeah.
It's all good, don't worry.
Okay, I'll just check if it's gone to me as well.
No, Rob Newton. He said if you're around, he might pop up later. Not up here,
on
up to the
commentary.
ground.
Oh,
No,
right,
on
okay.
I don't think Rob's up for a bit of commentary. Although it would be good if he was, actually, to be honest.
I actually went and saw him not too long ago, watched the Champions League in the pub. He's doing well. Slimmer than what he was when he was playing.
I walked towards him the other day and I didn't recognise him.
Yeah,
and I see Rob quite a lot. He's lost a lot of weight. If you're running, he's running with Lee Daggett, isn't he, a bit as well?
Oh.
They ran 28 miles deliberately the other day.
I mean, he
It's
struggled
not
to do
something
it.
you associate Newts with that. Well,
It's impressive. isn't it?
previously you wouldn't associate Newts with that, but
Not in the pre-season.
he was a good player, wasn't he?
He was a good player.
Kind of curious how you run 28 miles accidentally as well, Rowie.
Well, that's close.
Oh, that's been given.
I'm not
LBW.
sure, but
Zafar Gohar picks up another wicket. So the bowling change once again has worked for Gloucestershire. They brought back Marchant. They picked up Safe Sabe. They brought back Zafar Gohar. And they've picked up the dangerous Patterson White. He's padded up to that one. He's not offered a shot. And the umpire, a little bit of a thought about it, but he's prepared to make the decision and gives Patterson White out LBW off the bowling of Zafar Gohar. Has turned, isn't it, to the left-hander?
what are your thoughts, Dan? You've got a good view of the replay there.
I was waiting for you two to make the comment on it.
I can't really see. My initial thought was I didn't think it was coming back enough, or potentially slightly high. But
Height was in
I'm
my
a
mind.
batter.
Yeah, height was in my mind. I mean, clearly, here's a statement of the obvious, right? So the umpire's got to decide, as we see the replay. Neil Baton's got to decide. Am I absolutely sure? No, height wasn't high, actually, was
I
it?
don't think that's coming back enough, is it?
Am I absolutely sure that's going to turn enough to hit off stump? And he decided he was. And he's the only man that counts. But there'll be schools of thought on that as we see it again. That's good. It's been slowed down. Thank you for that.
I think when you see the replay and you can see leg stump, you kind of feel like Patterson White's a long way over there. But
I'd like to see. Like I say, I am a batter. I'd like to see the batter get the benefit of the doubt there.
I think the amazing thing, and particularly through that India versus England series, and Stokes was quite vocal, wasn't he, about some of the DRS decisions? Well, it doesn't look out. And actually, a lot of people, I think, are quite guilty of falling into that trap of it doesn't look out. We don't have the benefit of ball tracking or anything like that in the county championship. But there were a few of those in that series that didn't look out. But once the benefit of the technology had been implemented, actually, the umpires had made the right decisions. We spoke with James earlier, didn't we, about ball tracking and the hope that comes into the domestic game.
I mean, the stuff we're sort of trial and play around with in nets is erratic.
Yeah.
Let's say, we've seen.
New batter is Siddharth. He's batting at number 9 for Northamptonshire. Dot ball to finish the over, a wicket maiden for Zafar Gohar. He's 2 for 21 off 12.
The only thing I would say is we're looking at replays and we're still umming and ahhing, asking, is it
Yeah.
not? The umpire gets one view, all happens pretty quickly. So,
In other news, Siddharth Kaul, if he does bat number 7 for his team, they must have a pretty bad number 8, 9, 10, 11 because he averages 10 in first-class cricket.
Okay. Maybe you misunderstood me.
That's brutal.
Well, I thought the reason I
Maybe you
looked it up.
misunderstood me.
The reason I looked it up is because I'd looked it up. I looked it up yesterday, and then when you just said, "I think about 7," or he told me about 7, I thought, I'm pretty sure he didn't average very many. So I had to look. Sorry, Siddharth, I had to look.
Marchant to continue from the David Capel end, and McManus defends that one off the back foot, just drops it at his feet. 3 slips in place, a short leg as well.
I think Sando would have nudged him, sent him the other way if he didn't think he could bat better than Sando. Sando enjoys his batting. He likes going out there throwing the blade around, and
He loves taking on the fast bowlers with the short ball.
Yeah, he's the all-rounder. So,
when did he arrive in the country? Do you know? What I'm getting at is, has he had a net? That's what I'm trying to get.
Who said? Yeah, he did.
Okay,
Yeah, that was when we first saw him and said he looked like Azarilla bowling Tuesday.
Yeah.
Actually, watching him bowl and swinging it, and then he had a short conversation with Rory, and next thing you know, he's bowled 2 away nippers and looked like a genius. But it's funny, actually, these guys come over and they get a juke ball out and they look at it and think it's incredible. And he says the first time he bowled with a juke ball was in the net on Tuesday. Some guys can struggle with it. They come over and can't necessarily control it, but he looked like he bowled beautifully, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he did.
He does have great skills. We saw that in the net, just having to play around. He was actually talking to Rocky a little bit in the net.
Shorter ball, and McManus for a while there looked like he was going to take evasive action, but it's just, looked like it just tracked him a little bit there, didn't he? And adjusted well to get bad on it and defend it into the offside. Siddharth spoke really well last night at the end of the day's play. Obviously, he was on the back of 4 wickets and was pretty happy with himself. But just generally, just a really enthusiastic guy, really kind of keen to be over here and grateful for the opportunity and desperate to make an impact for Northamptonshire. Thought it just came across really nice in the post-match conversation.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Like I said before, he's been brilliant. He's a funny guy. He's a good character, and he has been keen to learn, and he's keen to help out. He was at the end of the net with Procky, talking bowling with Procky, and you could almost tell an immediate impact on Procky's bowling just from that net session. So whether Luke's taken that into this game and used that bit of advice.
Very well, Robbie. Really bowled well yesterday. That's good.
Short ball again from Marchant, tucked round the corner, and McManus is going to get up the other end. We'll just have a look out the window and see what the decision is going to be, and it's going to be tea. So tea has been called. 50 overs have been bowled in this innings. Northamptonshire are 152 for 7. Still a long way behind Gloucestershire's first innings. Chaps, a quick sum up of that session and what the evening session looks like for both teams. Which team would you like to tackle?
Let's take Rob's view, because we don't very often have a third voice, and we've got a very knowledgeable voice. So it'd be interesting to see how a man currently inside the game sees it.
Am I allowed to be biased, or do I have to? Obviously, Gloucester are heavily on top at the minute, but yeah, that's all. They've had a great session there, haven't they? The early wickets help. The spell from Zafar helps. The lads will know that Gloucester are heavily on top, and there'll be one goal there of trying to fight and get as close to that total as possible. It's the only way that it sort of gives us a chance to get back in the game, is just to get as close to that 409 as possible. And also try and take some time out of the game. It's not necessarily about going out there and trying to score quickly now. Sid's going to have to try and hang around, and Louis is going to have to try and sort of glue the rest of the innings, really, and let the bowlers sort of keep him company.
Yeah, well said. I think the big bonus for Gloucestershire in terms of that session and why they did so well is they attacked stumps. You know, the seamers attacked the stumps. Delanger got 2 very quickly, bang, bang, straight after lunch. Although he didn't get a wicket, Singdale bowled beautifully, bowled a 6-over spell with good pace and hostility. Almost every ball he bowled was hitting the stumps. Zafar Gohar did what we know he was going to do, really. Bowled beautiful, slow left arm, great control. And there was a bit of a bonus wicket for Tom Price in there as well, with a little feather from George Bartlett. So well earned. It's all very well winning a session. They've dominated that session with 6 wickets and the scoreboard going pretty much nowhere. So Gloucestershire very much in the ascendancy. And I know the coaching room will be looking at the follow-on score as much as they'll be looking at the 257-run deficit to get parity. They'll be looking at follow-on as a more realistic achievement at this point.
Do you think follow-on would be this? It's been a bit of a debate, actually. I think more recently than it used to. It almost used to be if you made a team follow on, followed on. Yeah. Seems to be more of a conversation now about, do we want to bat last or that sort of thing? Do we go out there and try and whack a few and get a big lead and use that as scoreboard pressure, or give the bowlers a bit more rest before they come out again? They're obviously short burst, fast seamers as opposed to the slower, longer spell bowlers. So if you were Gloucester, would you be thinking maybe, while it's going to be day 2, day 3, do we try and bat Northants out of the game, or do we pile the pressure right on, make them follow on, but knowing that, Northants could potentially leave them 200 to win on a day 4 pitch? With 2 left-arm spinners, and there's a bit of rough there for the left-handers. So it's definitely worth a conversation if I was in the Gloucester camp.
I know which way I'd go, but that assumes a number of things. We are hypothetical. We are assuming that a number of things, which includes the follow-on is available to them. But I wouldn't necessarily want to be batting last with that spin there, with the quality of spinners in this match.
Yeah, I think I agree. I'd be trying to get some runs on the board, I think, and the pitch is only going to get drier and rough up a bit more for Zafar, and I think that's certainly the way I'll be looking, and give the big seamers a chance to put their feet up for another day and really pile on the pressure and say good luck, try and chase X amount.
The only caveat to that is weather, which I think Monday's forecast isn't great. So that may, if things progress in a certain way, we're not sure of what's going to happen. That's why we play sport. Although actually, I look at the forecast just here and it's improved no end since I last looked. So there we go. So you pay your money, you take your choice.
Yeah, it gets spoken about a lot, actually, the weather, but it's one of those where you almost have to try and ignore the weather and trust that the 4 days is going to be dry and you're going to play all the overs. Because the last thing you want to do is make a decision weather-based, and that doesn't happen, and you almost pick the wrong decision.
A few players have done that.
It has happened.
Players have done that, Rob, over the period.
Yeah, especially the nice away games sometimes on a Friday, Saturday night as young lads. It can happen. I think Gloucester will certainly be thinking about that option and what comes next, and how they look to go about it and what suits them best.
But of course, the first thing they've got to do is in this next session after tea is remove those 3 wickets before Northants get past the follow-on mark, and I'm sure that'll be firmly in Northants' sight. So as they have a cup of tea, we should probably do the same.
I think it'd be a good idea to take a break, wouldn't it? Rob, thanks so much for joining us for the
Cheers,
afternoon
thanks
session.
for having me.
Yeah, thanks,
Go
Rob.
well with the rehab.
Perfect. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Evening session, day 2, Wantage Road, between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire, and the home team. Well, I think it would be a polite way of saying it, in a spot of bother, 152 for 7 in response to Gloucestershire's 409 all out, which they got this morning. Batters not out. Lewis McManus, who is on strike, he's on 20 off 37. Siddharth Kaul in at number 9. He's just faced the 1 ball. He's yet to get off the mark. And Zafar Gohar, he's bowled 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 21. Continues from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe.
Hello, Dan.
Stream is powered by Daffabet. First target is to avoid the follow-on, really, for Northamptonshire, isn't it? As that one's fired in from Zafar Gohar.
Yeah, I mean, really, let's be realistic. That's the first target, isn't it? Because if we don't do that, then it causes all manner of problems for us in this game. If we do avoid it, it still doesn't mean we're home and dry. That's got to be the first target, and that's achieved by just playing sensibly, scoring when you can.
Oh, there's a sweep from McManus and a appeal from behind the stumps, but nothing given. Yeah, so the Northamptonshire currently trail by 257. There's 108 runs required then to avoid that follow-on. They're not going to be easy to get, are they? That 108. It's a long way.
It is a long way. You're quite right to say that. And, you know, in saying it's a long way, that is praising the way that Gloucestershire have gone about their work. They came out all guns blazing before lunch, picked up the wicket first ball of their innings, Emilio Gay LBW, to Josh Shaw. Lost their way a little bit, maybe a bit overpumped just before lunch. After lunch, absolutely fantastic from a Gloucestershire perspective. Fuller, straighter from the seamers. All of the seamers bowled very, very well. Delanga in particular, posing that wicket-taking threat that we know he does. But then from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end, Zafar Gohar, now about to complete his 13th over, 2 for 22, has bowled beautifully. Again, just varying his pace there, dropping in a slower ball. Nothing to work with. You're not going to sweep that one.
No, Siddharth up to task, defends that back down the pitch, and 1 run is added to the score.
And it will be Marchant Delang to continue from the David Capel end. He's fired up, isn't he? And that's what you want from your fast bowler. You don't want your fast bowler jogging and putting it there. He is an aggressive, very fast bowler at the top end of speed in the county circuit, and at one time on the world stage in terms of speed, certainly one of the fastest around the county circuit. And he's bowled very, very well, in particular since lunch. Picked up the 3 wickets and has spearheaded the attack.
Yeah, played a really, really important innings this morning as well, didn't he? He scored 36 not out of 42 balls, a couple of 6s and a couple of 4s in there, so be full of confidence. It's on the money straight away from Marchant. And we spoke earlier, didn't we, about the 100 here that you were obviously witness to a couple of seasons ago. Yes. He's returning to a happy hunting ground. He's got good memories of being an opposition player at Northamptonshire. It's kind of the perfect storm, really, for a guy that's well over 6 foot and can bowl 90 mile an hour plus, to kind of go, oh, have I got Northamptonshire away? Have I? I remember the day that I went quite well there. It's perfect storm, and he's proving that. That's nicely played by McManus, timed well into the leg side, but it's just going to be 1. So Siddharth is going to get his first look at Marchant Delang after tea.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to say Lewis McManus can't start to, and he's not going to either, can't start to farm the bowling at this stage because there's just too much of the game left. It's only 7 down. He's batting with the number 9. But there may come a time when he has to do a bit of farming of the bowling. But for now, let's enjoy Siddharth Kaul's innings. He bowled very, very well to pick up 5 on debut here at Wantage Road, his first game for Northants. And let's see if he can back that up. The bloke he's facing has got runs and wickets. Let's see if he can get runs to add to his wickets. Certainly they're needed.
Yeah, he's got 3 slips in place. Oh, and that's a nasty short ball that, well, I assume he's got bat on that, but I'm not particularly sure. I don't think he has. The umpires have called for the physio to come on. I thought he just got his hands up to that, but
did it deflect? Oh, I didn't watch the replay, Phil. Give yourself a chance. Did it deflect into his helmet?
Possibly. Didn't look like it got big enough to,
No, it didn't,
to get him in the helmet, but he got himself into a bit of an awkward shape, didn't he? We'll get the replay now.
Surely it hit the gloves or something into the helmet, didn't it?
Unless it must have come up off the gloves or
Yeah.
off the chest, or because it certainly wasn't high enough to get there, was it? They are checking the helmet. I mean, there's a chance that we've seen it a couple of times that the ball's gone underneath it and it's got the chin or something like that. And I mean, whether that's either way, whatever that's done, that's a pretty unpleasant place. And Marchant, nice to see, just checking on Siddharth, making sure that he's all right. And there's a thumbs up between the two of them.
Northants physio Nick Allen, who came through the ranks as a junior player himself here. I think I was still doing the under-16 team when Nick was in that group. He captained the nice batter, sort of number 4-5 batter, and good captain. Played a bit of rugby as well. It's good to see him back here as a head physio. Oh, wow.
That short ball's done wonders there for Marchant, has it? It's
wow.
Siddharth got in line the previous ball, but was hanging well outside leg stump for the follow-up.
Yes, he did not line that ball up particularly well. I think that would be I'm prepared to go on record and say he didn't line that ball up very well, Dan.
I mean, easy for us to say sat all the way up here. If plenty of people outside the professional game that wouldn't fancy lining up Marchant de Lange. Oh, wow. He's got him. He's had a little wobble at it. The short ball worked, didn't it, for Marchant? He's let him know he's there. He's pushed Siddharth back. Siddharth didn't get back in line with that. And he's just poked at it on the way past. And Marchant's got his fourth. And Northamptonshire 154 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, he stayed leg side of the ball, didn't he? He got hit on the helmet from a deflection 2 balls ago. The next ball, he was very much leg side of the ball. De Lange's bowled a ball over middle stump. Got a thin edge. I don't know if it caught a bit of the trousers on the back pockets and on the way through as well. But clearly was a nick. And off he pops. Yeah, we said earlier, I know it's a bit of a cliche, pace changes things. And, again, if that bowler bowls that ball 8 to 10 miles an hour slower, I don't think it causes so many problems for Siddharth Kaur. But as a lower order batter, it does cause problems. Northants would have wanted him to stay around a little bit, maybe get through that spell from Marchant de Lange. He was obviously going to bowl another 3, maybe 4 overs of rockets, full pace. And if he'd gone wicketless in that spell, that would be great news from a Northants perspective, but it hasn't happened. The short ball softened him up. It's all very well bowling the short ball that softens up, but then you've got to follow it up. It's not the short ball necessarily that gets you out, it's the follow-up. And the follow-up 2 balls later was good enough for him. So it brings to the wicket Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, and worryingly for Northamptonshire, if there was any doubt as to how many Marchant would bowl from the David Capel end after tea, he's just given himself another one at least, isn't he? I would have thought. I can't believe there'd be a change as Sanderson walks out to the crease and takes guard. He's batting at number 10. Beyond strike with 3 slips. And Marchant chasing a 4 for 36 off. But it's just inside 13 overs for the big fast bowler. What a performance it's been.
He's had a good day.
Jeez.
He's had a good day, hasn't he? I've not seen him bowl this well. I mean, I think he's obviously a very fine bowler. His accuracy since lunch has been fantastic.
Cool. Outside half from Sanderson. Squared up and runs down to deep third. Sanderson's going to come back for a couple. Going to put Bracey under pressure. Hammond under pressure as well. And he does come through. For a short while, I think he might have been a bit slow on the turn. But he's come through for a couple. And it's going to leave McManus on strike to face up against Safagoha from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
So there'll be a conversation here about ends, I think. Obviously, Northampton needs to take every run that's on offer. I don't think we're about to start farming the bowling. It might be a conversation possibly, but there might be a conversation about preference of ends. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Sanderson fancies Delanga's end, to be honest.
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. If I take more of him, it works out that way, then I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't surprise me. He's a decent player, Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, very experienced, prepared to kind of lead from the front. Big change in the field here, actually, for Zafagohar and McManus. Plays that one aggressively through the offside. And I think in response to that, Zafagohar has just pushed out the player from cover to deep cover. And we've got 3 out on the leg side, 1 at deep backward square, 1 at deep mid-wicket, and 1 at long on. And that's turned into the leg side. So, I mean, I think by the looks of it, Gloucestershire are expecting McManus to just start to up the ante here a little bit.
Well, it was they're backing 2 horses there, aren't they? They said if you want to play a shot, go ahead. But we're going to have 6 men on the boundary. But also, you're more likely to get 1, in which case we're bowling at Ben Sanderson, which is what we want to do. So they can't lose there, really. Unless he pops it over the top for 6. They can't really lose. It's exactly the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Really clear, obvious plan, but the right plan.
Just defended by Sanderson, picked up by the fielder under the lid. Short leg. So we spoke, didn't we, with Rob Keogh? Fantastic, by the way, to have him on the live stream and get his insight and his thoughts, and talk to him personally about his injury and recovery. We spoke right at the end of the session, didn't we, about the follow on and what will get employed, the modern way of batting again, and whereas the old fashioned way was we've achieved it, stick them back in. What's your thoughts? You've had a bit longer to kind of think about it and mull it over. What are you doing?
I'd have another bat if I was Gloucestershire. Yeah.
Because it's the modern way, or for this specific context of this game?
No, not because it's the modern way. I think it's the right move.
Mm.
Yeah. The wicket is turning, particularly from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end. There is spin available. Some of the sharp. It's not ragging by any means, but some of it is sharp. That is only going to increase. We know that's likely to happen. Monday's forecast is decent. There's probably enough time. The seamers haven't bowled lots of overs.
Yeah.
Delanga has bowled 13. He's my spearhead. I would expect him to feature in the second innings with the ball as well. So I want him fit and fresh. And for all those reasons, I would have another bat.
Yeah, there's
great shot.
Short. Maybe a touch of width on offer, but I think McManus has created that width, hasn't he? He's rocked back, given himself room, and he's played Zafagohar for 4 through point off the back foot. We'll get a replay of that one again. Nice shot, wasn't it, by the Northants wicket-keeper. Had a tough year in 2023, but he started well in 2024. Scored 114 runs. Hasn't had to bat all that much, and has found himself at number 8 in this Northants side. I'm pretty sure in all of the 4 preceding games up to this one, where he's had the promotion to number 7 with the injury to Keogh and the inclusion of Patterson White.
Yeah, it'd be interesting as his career progresses to see if he can secure that number 7 spot. He will want to bat at 7. I'd say he won down at 8, isn't it? But it feels very different in 7 and 8.
Mm.
I think he can play. There's no question about that, and he's only going to get better. But it's important. This innings is important with Sanderson now.
Yeah, well, that's a good ball from Marchant. Well defended by Sanderson. Don't know whether that was an attempted Yorker that he just missed a touch.
I think it was. Yeah, Ben Sanderson does get Yorked quite a bit actually. That will be known. We had the Northants analyst in this morning. The Gloucestershire analyst will be aware of that. He's just slowing him down a little bit.
Yeah, 3 slips and a gully. Marchant into bowl. Sanderson dead bats that one down the track. Yeah, Sanderson was the chap I was speaking to on Thursday whilst I was here making a little bit of content for Northamptonshire, just saying about obviously nobody particularly wants to face a firing Marchant Delang. He said, but he would be the kind of guy to bowl you a bumper and then apologise for it.
Which nearly happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
He did, I think it was a rebound off the glove or shoulder of the bat into the helmet of Siddharth Kaul, only in the last over, but he did check in on him. He got a thumbs up. That was a very nice touch. Nice to see. But it won't be long before Ben Sanderson enjoys a short ball, I'm sure.
There it is. You played this game before, right? Have you watched a bit?
Once or twice.
Wasn't exactly the best bumper that Marchant Delang will bowl in his career. Sanderson got underneath it easy enough. But again, if Sanderson's played this game before, I don't think he'd be thinking about planting himself on the front foot, would he?
I doubt it very much.
Oh, and that's ripped the glove, and it's gone.
Yeah, that's hit his thumb, I think,
That's
isn't
a
it?
nasty delivery, isn't it, from Marchant? He gets 5 wickets. It's ballooned up and caught its second slip, and hopefully there's no damage there to Sanderson's thumb, because that looked like an absolute snorter of a ball, didn't it?
It was. It bounced a little bit, didn't it? It was. I mean, it's a strong man, isn't it? He's hit the wicket very, very hard all day. That one's no exception. It did bounce a wee bit and caught the shoulder of the bat, maybe trapped a bit of thumb against the shoulder of the bat, didn't it?
Certainly, judging by Sanderson's
And
reaction.
it looped to second slip. Another day, that loops over second slip and runs away. Top spins its way down to the boundary for 4. But on this occasion, it got so much of the thumb and bat combined that it went north. It's caught pretty comfortably by Cameron Bancroft at second slip. So Northampton's really now staring down the barrel. 162 for 9, still 247 runs behind Gloucestershire's first innings total.
Absolute.
Congratulations to Marchant Delang, because he's bowled very, very well.
Really well. And that one there is as good of a ball as he's bowled all day. I'm sure the one to Karen there, he'll be most thrilled about. The perfect kind of plan for a guy that walked out straight away, fresh off a double 100. But he's been a brute, hasn't he, with the ball today, and he's deserved the 5 wickets. He's got 6 in his sights as George Scrimshaw's walked out to bat at number 11 for Northamptonshire. Tall man Scrimshaw. If I was Marchant, I'd be thinking, I'm just going to fire a Yorker in here and sneak one under the bottom of the bat.
It's toes and nose, isn't it? The plan here is one or the other. Although actually, interestingly, it wasn't toes and nose. It got the wicket of Sanderson. It was a hard length ball, wasn't it? And Sanderson trying to withdraw his bottom hand as the ball bounced on him. It was like he's starting the lawnmower.
Yeah.
And the lawnmower didn't start, but he did trap his thumb. That will be sore. He needs to get that sorted out before he comes back to bowl.
Well, in comes Marchant, and that is shorter. But Scrimshaw does well to get in.
Played that
behind.
Very comfortably.
Defended it down at his feet.
I don't know anything about George Scrimshaw's batting. I must be honest, but I'm going to look at his numbers, which will tell me something. Are you on that quest as well?
I'm not actually, no.
Okay.
But I agree with you. I don't know a massive amount of his red ball batting prowess. I did see him the other day working with one of the Northants staff doing a bit of hand speed work, which isn't exactly translatable to the championship. Scrimshaw gets in behind that one and defends that one well.
He has played 13 first-class innings. Let's leave it there, I think. This is his 14th.
So that says all we need to know, does it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but the average is 9. But I've seen enough in those first 2 balls to say that he can defend. That was pretty nice batting.
Yeah, solid in defence, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
Zafar Gohar to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and Marchant Delang and Graham Van Buren in conversations to suspect whether he's going to get one more.
I see some limbering up. Is that Singdale limbering up?
I think it might be.
Yeah.
I suppose Marchant has got his 5 for now, but blimey, it'd be a brave man to tell Marchant he's not going to bowl anymore, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't tell him.
Size of the ball in his hand as well. Must be like holding a golf ball.
This is going to be interesting now because we've got the slow left armour, Zafar Gohar, who's bowled beautifully. Yeah, okay, I thought this might happen. The field on the offside is all going back. He doesn't want to get swept or slog swept over the short leg side boundary, so he's going to hang the ball outside off stump. And Lewis McManus is going to have to try and beat those guys or take the single and rotate the strike. We'll see what happens. So he does hang it outside the off stump. He does hit it to deep extra cover, and they do take a single.
You surprised that they took the single?
No, not really. No, I think. No, I'm not. I would. No, I mean, firstly, I want to see a bit more of George Scrimshaw before I say anything too detrimental about him. But no, I think he might be well capable of popping it over the leg side boundary himself. So no, I'm not particularly surprised. I think Lewis McManus will know more about George Scrimshaw's batting than we do.
Yeah. Well, he's got long levers, hasn't he, Scrimshaw? And it's if he gets the full flow of the bat through it, it's not a big hit down there on the leg side towards the sit stand and the ice cream van.
There are very few rabbits in professional cricket nowadays, aren't there? And certainly George Scrimshaw doesn't look like a rabbit at all.
Well, not the way he shaped up against Marchant at the end of that over, fresh off a fifer.
Get him up the order.
As yet, solid in defence. It does. At this point here, you've got to be careful depending on what people think about what I'm about to say. But is there just a school of thought just to get on with it? Just get whatever you can, Northants, because 9 down, something's going to happen here. The likelihood of Scrimshaw batting around for a 50 and putting a 130-run partnership on with McManus is probably less than single figures in terms of a percentage chance. Just get what you can. Nice shot by Scrimshaw, just turns it down the leg side, and that's going to race all the way up the hill. Oh, it's leg buys, in fact. He's got a good middle on his boot.
Yeah, I think it depends. It depends on the quality of the batsman. Mm-hmm. It depends on, we've only seen him defend so far. Can he strike the ball? We don't know that. This guy's a good bowler. Is it worth waiting around for a loose one? I'm not a fan of slogging across the line and getting bowled middle stump. Mm-hmm. I'm not a big fan of that.
Half an appeal. Dot ball to finish.
In the 8 balls that he's faced so far, well, not quite 8 balls, maybe 6 balls. 7 balls. I get the feeling that Scrimshaw can handle himself with the bat. Mm-hmm. So why not throw your wicket away, bat for the guy at the other end? He might be able to score more quickly than George Scrimshaw, and probably will be able to. And we pick up as many as we can. And all the time, George Scrimshaw's getting himself more and more in. The ball's 55 overs old, so it's softer now and so on. DeLange has got maybe 1 more in him. Let's get through that. So, I mean, certainly if you get width, put your hands through it.
Yeah.
You get a short, wide one, smash it. Absolutely, because you got to score. But, it does horses for courses, but he looks like there's an innings to be played here in support of his partner, whilst not getting bogged down himself.
It's well played by McManus. It is Marchant DeLange that's going to continue. So, although Ajit Singh Dale was warming up, Graham Van Buren couldn't, in fact, get the Dukes out of the hand of one of his big fast bowlers.
Got a question.
Oh, hello.
I'll let you have the question.
What to answer?
Yeah.
I don't know whether I'm qualified, Robbie. I'm nervous now.
You know the answer. You do know the answer.
Oh, no.
The question is, I just said there are no rabbits in professional cricket, or very few.
Right.
And the questions come in, what is a rabbit in professional cricket?
Oh, yeah, no, I can answer that question.
You can answer that. I'll let you go, Dan.
Well, I think traditionally it would be one of the 9, 10, 11 that respectfully to the 9, 10, 11 can't bat.
Correct. And do you know why it's called a rabbit?
See, logic to me would say that your bowlers would go hunting for the rabbits at the end of the day. But I don't know whether that's true or not.
I asked the question in the manner of someone who knows the answer. I don't know the answer. But a rabbit is a tail ender who can't really bat and is going to get out pretty quickly. But there are fewer in the game now than at any time previously, I would say.
Well, that's been whatever criticism the white ball game has had as an impact on Test cricket and first class cricket around the world. That's something that has actually had a a positive impact on cricket generally is the fact that those 9, 10, 11s of yesteryear don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
You have to be able to score wherever you bat, and if you can score and have the ability to score, your price tag in some of these competitions around the world just suddenly goes up a couple of percentages, doesn't it?
Something when I was looking after the academy, I'd say to the lower order batters, it is yes, absolutely work on your defence, but you got to be able to score, and if you got to be able to clear the ropes as well. It does add a lot to your signability, if I could call it that. I like the way Scrimshaw's lining this up. Might get a shorter bouncer, might get a Yorker. Yeah, there's the first of those, or the second.
Yeah, Scrimshaw gets well underneath it, doesn't he? It wasn't really a bumper that was kind of directed well enough to cause Scrimshaw any great danger.
No.
Or trouble. But Gloucestershire will look pretty happy with themselves out there at the moment. The slip cordon look like they're having a nice little conversation with one another, and third slip there just practicing a trigger movement, whether that's an indication that Gloucestershire will in fact bat again, or whether he's kind of commenting on Scrimshaw's technique at the crease. I'm not 100% sure.
Square leg's gone back to deep backwards square, so it's giving him one there if he gets bat on it. Oh, what a shot that is.
Misses the Yorker.
George Scrimshaw.
Scrimshaw, Ricky Ponting-esque with the on drive down the ground. Doesn't quite time it, does he? Holds up inside, and he adds a couple of runs, gets himself off the mark. He's 2 off 12, and I think that will be the end of Marchant de Lang in that spell, and I'm sure in this innings as well. Gloucestershire required just one. They're obviously they're up and about, aren't they, Gloucestershire? They haven't been, certainly not the loudest team through the effects, Mike. No. And considering Northamptonshire are 9 down, not a huge amount of noise coming from the West Country outfit. And we are going to have a bowling change from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So replacing Zafar Gohar will be Ajit Singh Dale.
Well, that's interesting. That is interesting. I'm not necessarily sure I've gone that way. Sometimes tail enders, and he's shaping up nicely, George Scrimshaw, but he's a tail ender. He's at the end of the tail. So sometimes number 11s find it easier to kind of deflect and get inside the line, nudge one here and there off the seamers than they do the spinners. So it's an interesting move.
Yeah, the other person I'm a little bit surprised that I haven't seen come back is Josh Shaw, actually. Because he bowled so well, didn't he, with the new ball up top. He's 1 for 38 off 10 overs, so not the best economy amongst his peers today for Gloucestershire, but he just looks so threatening. It is going to be Ajit Singh Dale, and offers a drive ball from McManus, who plays that nicely down to Marchant de Lang, who finds himself at mid-off at the moment. 170 for 9 off 56. Northampton still trail by 239.
That's a nice shot on the top of the bounce.
Can't get it past the fielder in the covers, though. So a look for a single, wasn't there, but didn't time it well enough.
I've been looking up why a rabbit is called a rabbit, and I found this.
Oh, go on.
It makes no sense at all. Although I can be quite stupid at times, so you might be able to...
To be fair, there's a lot of cricket that doesn't make a lot of sense, isn't there, a lot of the time. So
I'm about to add to that, I think.
Big drive, half an appeal.
So here we go. Why is a bad batsman called a rabbit? And this is what it says. A colloquial term for an extremely poor batsman, usually selected for a team solely on bowling ability, so named because he comes in after the rabbits.
Hey?
Well, then it's not a rabbit. Somebody who comes in after the rabbit can't be a rabbit.
No.
That's ridiculous. This internet will never catch on. It's ridiculous.
What a waste of time.
You said Google was good. It's rubbish.
There's a lot of information on there. as we've learned, not all of it's that useful. Big change of the field here for Gloucestershire. Man's come across from the leg side, and they've just packed that cover region. McManus has just tried to kind of drop one into the leg side there and take Van Buren on for a single, isn't he? But couldn't get it wide enough past the bowler. He just gets a little finger down there and stops that going through.
If he'd picked that up and thrown the stumps down, that would have been out. He'd never have got back. He's a long way down the wicket. If he'd done a Roger Harper, as I introduced you to yesterday.
Very good bit of fielding.
Good bit of fielding. Well fielding. Field's converging. Slower ball.
Yeah, McManus just tried to guide that one backward of cover point. Couldn't beat the fielder.
Or doing a bit of a leg cutter there.
Yeah, just showing a few skills. Ajit Singh Dowell. Kind of curious, actually, the field placement or the time it took for Gloucestershire to settle on that field didn't give me the impression that Northamptonshire were 9 down. It took a long time for that fielder to move and that decision to be made. 2 slips for Ajit Singh Dowell for Lewis McManus, and then 2 almost catching covers. And it's going to be a dot ball to finish a maiden. So a maiden over for Dale to start his most recent spell here at Wantage Road. 170 for 9 off 57.
Yeah, and I've got one of the main reasons why there are so few poor batsmen, so-called rabbits, in the game nowadays is the academy system, I think, where predominantly domestic players come through county academies and they take 2-3 years through that process, where they get an enormous amount of opportunities to bat that would otherwise not be afforded to them without those schemes in place. So that's why there are so few tail enders around who can't really hold a bat. They still do exist, but they are few and far between, aren't they?
Yeah, you have to go looking pretty hard for them now, don't you?
Is the guy just about to retire? Would you say he's a rabbit? Jimmy Anderson?
What, the one with the most not-outs in Test cricket history? And
has he got the most zeros as well?
Possibly. A few not-outs in there, I suspect. What is his high score? It's not 100, is it? Is it Test match 80?
It could be. What's his Test match average? That would be interesting to know. I'm going to say it's 8.
Yeah, I nearly clicked on the one that was born in 1931. Obviously pushing on a bit, James Anderson, but it's not that James Anderson.
Nicely played. Again, comfortably played by George Scrimshaw. He looks to the manner born.
High score of 81. Test match batting average of 8.96.
Yeah. Okay. So if someone scored 81 in Test cricket, can you call them a rabbit? I don't know. Someone averages 8. I don't know. It's a difficult one.
Yeah, it depends whether, I don't know where the threshold is, where the cutoff is.
This will be De Lange's last over, won't it?
We've said that 3 times now, haven't we?
Surely.
We've said that 3 times.
Sure. I'm having a scan. I'm having a scan of the field to see if I can see any other Gloucestershire bowler warming up. And so far, I cannot see that player. Is Josh Shaw on the field? Has he got a square leg? Is that Josh Shaw? Not sure. Oh,
what a beauty
pitched
that
up,
is.
great line and length. That's been the delivery that has accounted for the majority of De Lange's wickets, is the pitched up ball. That he possesses a good bouncer, and he has bowled it well. He's been very accurate with his line and his bounce. He hasn't wasted one really. A couple maybe a little bit too high, but not too much in it. He's bowled very aggressive bouncers. Then he's got his wickets with the more pitched up deliveries.
Nicely played by Scrimshaw. Tucked into the leg side. Gets down the non-striker's end off the penultimate ball of the over.
Who was that New Zealander? He was just a
walk. Chris Martin.
Chris Martin. He was terrible, wasn't he?
Yeah, he. I don't know why he ever spent money on a cricket bat.
He was a shocker.
I think Danny Morrison had a had a bit of a reputation for, didn't he get the nickname Duckman or something as well, Danny Morrison?
Is that right? Okay. I've had a suggestion of why a rabbit might be called a rabbit. Come
Ooh.
in.
Short ball. Oh, McManus has tried to kind of get inside that, and I think he's played that onto his shoulder, which has caused that just to balloon up, and he's Josh Shaw, the number 5, that couldn't quite get round. Well, my floppy ears are all open. Rowie.
Rabbit in the headlights, question mark, has been suggested.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad shout. I think
It's better than someone who goes in after the rabbits.
Yeah, true. I'd like to claim some logic in my suggestion.
Which I've forgotten.
Well, the rabbits tend to come out at the end, at the end of the day, don't you? And that's when you go.
Okay.
That's when you go hunting for them. But again, I could be continuing to chat waffle, Rowie.
Dalanga's got a low 5, not a high 5 from Ajit Singh Dale, which suggests that's him. And I think I did see Josh Shaw turning his arm over. I think I saw that. Well, whatever George Scrimshaw is, he's certainly not a rabbit, that's for sure. He is minty because he's always going to bat after 8.
I tried so hard not to laugh at that one. No, he's looked pretty organised, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has, including that decision there. There was width on offer there. He will have had to think about uppercutting that one. Maybe he should have done, actually. But it fizzed through and he left it alone. I can't control that. So he's back in his defence, which is good to see. He's shaped up very well. But Northampton's still 2-3-8 behind.
Yeah, 3 slips in a gully. Oh, and that's hit Scrimshaw hard on the gloves. And other than Cam Bancroft when he's walked over to square leg and has been frustrated in himself, Scrimshaw's walked over to square leg because his fingers are ringing at the moment. McManus is just going to take a wander down, take a bit of time out of the game and make sure that Scrimshaw's all right. That's hit him pretty hard, isn't it? Flush on the gloves.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's sore. He's got some gas, as we said, Singdale. And that one popped a bit, didn't it? So a bit of vertical bounce there.
I mean, the protective equipment now on offer for your average consumer and your pro cricketer as well, phenomenally good. But it can't be underestimated just how hard that 5.5 ounce cricket ball hits you.
It's a hard ball.
At any pace, really, but well in the 80s, which I'm sure Ajit Singh Dale is. It's a touch harder as well, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I'll be sore. My goodness gracious. Northampton Saints 90, Gloucester 0.
My word.
I don't think I've seen a scoreline like that in the Premiership.
Did they win the toss and bat first, or were they put in?
That's Northampton hammering Gloucester. It's good to see. Meanwhile, back at the cricket, Scrimshaw has a big drive. It's pitched up by Ajit Singh Dale. It's a big drive by George Scrimshaw. He nicks it and it carries beautifully to first slip, who pouches it very comfortably. And that is that.
Yeah, that is all over 171 all out in response to Gloucestershire's 409. Trail by 238, and the speed at which Bancroft and Charlesworth left the ground, I think, is the indication that Gloucestershire will be making their way back out to bat on day 2 here at Northampton. Should we take a little 5-minute fresh air break and we'll be back for Gloucestershire's second innings?
Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire, and Ben Chelsea.
Okay, here we go. Gloucestershire's second innings of the match on just day 2 of the fixture between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. So enthused are the players and the umpires to get out to the middle. The heavy roll is yet to make its way off the ground, and the lines haven't yet been painted on. It's been actually a theme of this game so far. There's been a real enthusiasm of everybody to get out there. I don't know whether that's the umpires getting around and just going, come on, lads, get on with it. But Vasconcelos and Gay were waiting for the Gloucestershire fielders, and now all the fielders are waiting for the ground staff to depart. Roller just needs to go into like an overdrive rover, isn't it? Just get it off the square quickly. Stream is powered by Daffabet. If you'd like to get in contact with us, you can. Those methods popped up on stream.
Yeah.
What do Northants do other than just take a load of wickets very quickly?
That's it. That's the plan. And do it very economically at the same time. Because currently, Gloucestershire are 238 for no wicket.
What kind of number do you think Gloucestershire would have in mind? $450?
It's more about time, I think.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, I think...
Oh, big appeal for Sanderson. I think
Bancroft's
got a bit of bat on that.
I think... so first, I think it's more about time.
Yeah.
But in terms of the number, I think so. Therefore, it'll happen naturally. 450 is what's that? Another 212 runs, which will take us to kind of middle of tomorrow, something like that, or into the afternoon session tomorrow. And I would have thought they'll give themselves as long as they possibly can. But it'll happen pretty naturally. So they might well be 500 ahead by the time they walk off, if Northampton don't bowl them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Sanderson opens the bowling from the David Capel end in
If that
this.
makes any sense, Dan?
Yeah, it does. It does. It does make sense. 3 slips, as there has been pretty much for the entirety of Northamptonshire's fielding efforts, are in place. Lewis McManus is joined by Karen Nair, Emilio Gay, and Ricardo Vasconcelos. That's tucked into the leg side. It's going to give Scrimshaw a bit of work and does well to cover the ground. So just one added, and Charlesworth gets himself off the mark. She'll put Cameron Bancroft back on strike.
I was just catching up with the scores around the country during the break there. I hadn't appreciated Worcestershire had got 618 for 7.
Oh, my word.
100 for Gareth Roderick. 90 for Adam Hose. 123 not out for Jason Holder. And 100 not out for Matthew Waite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Batting at number 9.
Blimey.
Ouch. That's painful. Kent to 71 for 2. Ben Compton with a rare 0. And Zach Crawley, the men out.
Yeah, Kent were one of those sides, well, one of the 3 sides, weren't they, that went into that relegation battle in Division 1 last year and survived on the final day.
That's right, yeah.
Have added, well, there's been a couple of personnel changes down at Canterbury, haven't there? But not huge changes in the setup. think Worcestershire have probably surprised a few. To be fair, coming up, I know obviously they haven't got the benefit of playing at home at the moment, with New Road recovering from yet another wet winter. But I don't think many people rated their chances of success in Division 1. It's a good start by Ben Sanderson. 2 runs off it, 1 for Bancroft and 1 for Charlesworth. That to be quickly round. All eyes will be on who's going to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it is, of course, going to be Siddharth Kaul, fresh from 5 wickets in the first innings. He found, well, considerably more success from the David Capel end, didn't he, during that first innings?
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did. He started from this end, didn't he? He opened the bowling from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end, and it took him a few overs to get into his work. He was a little bit off target to begin with, but once he clicked into gear, remembering this is his first game in English domestic cricket. It's the first game where he would have bowled with a Duke's ball. That's pretty impressive, the way that he performed with that ball. We heard from Rob Keogh that he was talking to the bowling coach and a number of the bowlers on Monday in the nets, and according to Rob, he pretty quickly clicked into gear with it. So we're going to start around the wicket.
It's nice shape on it, but probably started a little bit too straight, which allows Charlesworth to turn it square through the leg side. Adds a couple of runs to the tally that Gloucestershire moved to 4. Yeah, it's always kind of unique, I guess, with overseas signings that come in for short periods of time. And I think Rob mentioned, didn't he, on commentary, the fact that Siddharth had never held a Duke cricket ball before. So it's a really sharp learning curve, but also a learning curve that isn't particularly kind of long-lived either.
Yes.
That's a nice delivery, and that's nicely played, isn't it, by Charlesworth, down the ground and on drive, which Scrimshaw is going to give chase. He's going to pull it back in. It's going to be another couple of runs. Not timed perfectly, but nicely shaped up to it. That's not to say that Siddharth may not catch the eye of Northants when they're looking for an overseas cricketer next year, or maybe another county. So
absolutely.
But to come over and having never bowled with a Duke's ball before and have to make an impact, well, learn so quickly and make an impact over the course of 3 games. It's tough, isn't it?
It is tough. But he's got the quality. He's got some pedigree about him.
That is down the leg side, and it beats a diving safe save. It's going to be the first boundary of the second innings. And, well, Gloucestershire, a pretty confident start to their second innings. They're 10 off 9 balls, and why wouldn't they be confident?
Yeah, that's a gimme, isn't it? That ball was swinging way down the leg side. And actually, Ben Charlesworth did very well to hit it in front of square. So it was swinging so hard. My eyesight isn't as I'd like it to be, but I was certain that ball would be hit behind square. But it was hit very hard in front of square. It's led to a change in the field as well. With third slip, Ricardo Vasconcelos coming out into mid-wicket. The guy who was at mid-wicket, save, has gone out onto the leg side boundary. So he's at deep square leg. There is a man at long leg as well, who's Ben Sanderson. So Northampton wanting to limit the boundary count. That's a much better line.
Yeah, it's just shaped away, isn't it, from Charlesworth, and ends up going to Vasconcelos. He's just moved from third slip into mid-wicket. Yeah, there's a balance here for Northamptonshire to find, isn't there, with regards to, I guess, chasing wickets and try and bowl Gloucestershire out for not very many, and then therefore not have a huge amount to chase or to be set even in a 4th innings. But then also with the confidence that Gloucestershire have got, when you saw the attackingness of people of Miles Hammond and the power that the lineup possesses, you've got to protect the runs as well. Otherwise, you're going to end up with about 500 on the board and maybe a day and a half or 4 sessions left. And at that point there, you're on a bit of a hiding to nothing at that stage.
Yeah, no, yeah, well put. So it's going to be in outfield is what we're going to see as the innings progresses. Obviously, the ball is brand new now, so we've got particularly infields, but we've already seen one slip catcher effectively go out to the leg side boundary. So that tells you that Northampton have got an eye on the runs as well as the wickets. That's nicely bowled, nicely played.
Left alone. Dot ball to finish the over. 10 for no loss after 2. Anything, that one just kept a little bit low, didn't it, as it went through to Lewis McManus. Is there there'll be a school of thought here, and I mean, Northamptonshire potentially looking for a positive and a negative here, that they'll go, well, we can get bowled out for 171 on this pitch, so let's try and give them a taste of their own medicine here. And
Absolutely.
I mean, that's still going to leave a massive chase for Northampton in a fourth innings to contend with, and to look at 409 on a fourth innings pitch isn't going to be particularly exciting of a task, but solid by Bancroft.
Played well, didn't he, Bancroft, in the first innings? Got 50 and got a good one to get out. But there was a lot of movement, wasn't there? They got stuck in on a greenish pitch day one. There's a lot of movement around, and Bancroft showed why he's an international quality opening batsman. I thought his shot selection was perfect. His judgment of play leave was perfect. He negated what all of the bowlers were trying to do, and there was a lot of movement around. So I thought he played extremely well.
Yeah, he was brilliant. I can only really think of 2 moments where he took a wander off to square leg, like he's done now, but I think this is much more of almost a batting tick, isn't it, rather than anything else. Whereas there were a couple of moments where he walked off a bit further and was frustrated with himself. But other than that, he was obviously up to the point that Siddharth Kaul got him out just after lunch. I think he was pretty happy with his work. That's nicely played. Guided down past Vasconcelos, and that's going to be 4 for Bancroft. Down to deep third.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson's got the double teapot on there, as he may well have, because he found the edge of the bat. But the opener deserves this because he's gone soft hands. The hands are in front of the blade of the bat. He's just opened the bat face very slightly. Didn't mean it to go quite as fine as that, but it was a good delivery and it was well respected. It was very well played. He put no energy into that ball at all. In fact, he took energy out of the ball with very soft hands. The ball therefore goes down and there's no third man, so he gets 4.
Nicely played again, but shorter from Sanderson and straighter. Siddharth does the fielding. Bancroft comes back for a couple of runs.
Yeah, nicely run, wasn't it? Nicely run. He looks at his work, doesn't he, Bancroft? I think it's like most of the Aussies, they set very high standards for themselves. They often have a lot of fun while they're over in this country playing county cricket. But gee whiz, they put in. They're generally good signings. Well, that's well fielded.
Yeah, nicely played again, but Patterson-White covers a bit of ground there to pick that one up. But look, I suppose if you end up being a professional cricketer in Australia, the structure that's in place there, I mean, you've got to be the real top of the top, haven't you? You're looking at one of 66 places to be a first-class cricketer each week in Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a true pyramid, isn't it, as well? Players can come out of amateur grade cricket into state cricket and then into international cricket. Oh, that kept a bit low and was very well dealt with by Cameron Bancroft at the end. He's giving the pitch a bit of an old-fashioned look. That one did stay down. He dealt with it well in the end.
He almost dug it out, didn't he? Adjusted really well. 16 for no loss after 3. Bancroft on 7. Charlesworth on 9. 18 overs remain in the day.
Did I mention that the Saints beat Gloucester 90-0?
You did actually, yeah. You did. It's obviously a flat one for Gloucester to bowl on that day. 90 for no loss after 80 minutes.
80 minutes, very good. Good knowledge. Try for Alex Waller and Sam Matavesi. Or tries for lots of them, actually. come back over the wicket now, has Siddharth Kaul. His line, and he did this in the first innings as well. He varied over and around. And when he came around the wicket to the left-hander, he ended up getting too straight. Too straight really meaning bowling down the leg side, I guess, to be clear on that. He's now come back over the wicket, and I quite like that. He does swing the ball, so it's swinging back in, so he can get LBW from over the wicket because he will pitch in line and hit the stumps, and he can get the ball to go across as we saw yesterday. That one was shaped across, as well dealt with by Ben Charlesworth. But he's got all the skills that you would expect from a long time domestic cricketer in India, and he's brought them over to show us. And you said earlier that there might be a thought of some counties looking to secure him on a more than a short-term basis. Longevity would be a question around that. Can he bowl a season of domestic English cricket? Well, we don't know, but it'll be interesting to see what his fitness record is like.
Oh, it's an appeal for LBW.
He squeezed it, didn't he?
Possibly a pitched outside leg as well. I just had a quick look at the other game going on in Division 2, Sussex versus Glamorgan down at Cardiff. And Sussex were bowled out for 278, and at a point had Glamorgan 41 for 4,
right,
with Jaden Seals, who is he's turning out to be a handy signing, isn't he? I think he's got 22 wickets so far.
Yes.
Then came about a partnership between Kieran Carson and Colin Ingram worth 315.
Wow.
Well fielded off your own bowling. Kieran Carson 148, Colin Ingram's 169 not out. And Glamorgan find themselves 357 for 6, as I say, having been 41 for 4 after 10 overs earlier on today. And I mean, that's going to be the way that game is shaping up, and obviously a lot of cricket left in there, but that could be a bit of an upset down there at Glamorgan.
That's an interesting match, isn't it? Wow. Well bowled, well played, good cricket.
Solid by Ben Charlesworth.
In other news, the Sun Hardingstone Cricket Club, where my two boys both play, have been beaten by 109 runs to Oney Town.
I have a horrible feeling that my cricket club down on the south coast are possibly on the end of a similar result today. 24 for 4 after 8 overs, chasing 210, I think.
Good game to win.
Yeah. 2 slips for Siddharth. Just looking to run this one across Ben Charlesworth. Charlesworth up to task, defends it to George Bartlett in the covers. 16 for no loss after 4. Bancroft on 7, Charlesworth on 9. And that lead now just growing up to 254. 17 overs left in the day.
It's been a couple of 4 overs in. There's been a couple of thick edges that have gone to ground. No great drama there. Just a little bit of movement that the batters have adjusted and covered quite nicely. I don't think there's been a play and miss yet.
No, I don't think there has.
Maybe the roller effect has flattened things out. There was bits of seam movement available all of Northampton's innings.
Yeah.
Cameron Bancroft looking to negate there with a big stride forward. Big movement of the top half over his front knee. Trying to dominate that area that Ben Sanderson likes to occupy.
It's certainly a very different bowling attack, isn't it? Got a very kind of, a hard and fast, tall seam bowling attack for Gloucestershire, and Northamptonshire shorter, much more slight. That's nicely played. Square drive off the back foot through those 2 fielders, Bartlett and Patterson-White. And there's a gentle round of applause for those that are in the ground at the moment at Wantage Road.
That looked a really good cricket shot, that. Let's have a look at the line of the ball. Oh, that was quite wide. Back foot square drive. Yeah, there was a bit of width on offer there from Ben. I thought it was tighter than that, but actually it was quite wide.
He looked like he had plenty of time to play it, didn't he?
He had an enormous amount of time to play it, yeah. Played it very comfortably. He's very strong on the back foot, isn't he? Very strong. Saw that in the first innings.
Sorry. I was going to say, do Western Australia still play out the Wacker? I know obviously the tests have moved from the Wacker to the, is it Optus Stadium, I think? The new shiny one in Perth?
I think they still play at the Wacker, but I wouldn't put a lot of your money on it.
That's lucky, because I haven't got much to put on there. Short ball. That's pulled away wide of Siddharth. I think that's going to be 4. Siddharth, no, he does actually get there. Covers a lot of ground to track that one down. Keeps it down to 2.
But that's demonstrating my point, really, the way that Cameron Bancroft dealt with that short ball from Sanderson was to get it. He got it down very quickly, didn't he? Hit it pretty much square of the wicket and got it down very quickly. It's very nicely played. But in the first innings, by this time, sort of into the 5th over, we'd seen a few plays and misses, hadn't we? We'd seen a bit of swing and we'd seen some seam movement too. Mid-wicket is going out to deep square. Save patrolling. So we've now got 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Still 3 slips. Oh, that's well bowled.
It's just come back at Bancroft, hasn't he? He's got enough bat on that. There was a moment, wasn't there, of interest, and McManus just behind the stumps there. His hands were on his head for a short while. Some interesting camouflaged wicket-keeping gloves on today, Lewis McManus. Not my style, but...
Oh, I've never seen camouflage wicket-keeping gloves.
Well, it depends how good the camouflage is. That's probably why you've never seen them.
Well, here we go. Nicely bowled again. Well played. Good cricket, that.
Yeah, it's been a good start for Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire have asked questions, but Gloucestershire well on top. As I think probably the thoughts of the patrons that are in the ground at the moment would agree with. It's a quiet evening, isn't it, at Northampton? It was fairly lively yesterday on Friday night, but...
Is Wendell in?
Yeah, he's in. He
okay.
looks particularly subdued down by the signal box in Wendell's seat.
I would imagine. Thank you.
It's like he
Ben,
might be having a
thank
snooze.
you. I would imagine he's been playing cricket today. He does play regular Saturday cricket. I don't know Wendell's diary commitments that well, but I suspect he might have had a game today. Just worn him out, bless him.
Charlesworth on strike, just defends that one to cover. Siddharth starting his 3rd over. He's gone for 8 runs off the 2. Pretty sure all 8 of those came off his opening over. England women have won the first T20 international at Edgbaston against Pakistan today. 163 for 6 and then bowled Pakistan out for 110. So a big win for the England ladies. Solid in defence again.
There's something of... Have you seen much of Ben Compton at Kent?
Only last summer here. And I think of all the Kent batters, I don't believe he got many.
Well, that was unusual, wasn't it? Because he had a good year. This guy, Ben Charlesworth, reminds me of Ben Compton in the way that he defends. Just lets the ball right under his eyes. Gets a significant bend of the knee. Lets it right in. It's not a bad model to follow that. Oof.
Nicely played. Square drive by Charlesworth. I'd argue and say that Charlesworth is probably slightly more attacking than Ben Compton, but I agree with you with regards to stance.
Yeah, no, it was purely in terms of the in terms of defence. This was a lovely cricket shot. Oof.
Yeah, he's hit that well, hasn't he? The reason why I mentioned the T20 International at Birmingham, and well, not only because it was a good result for the England women, but they will be playing a T20 here on Friday night. The second T20 of that series starts at 6:30 against Pakistan women at Wantage Road. Short ball pulled away. disturbs the pigeons, which you tend to say at the Oval, and that's raced away through the leg side. Siddharth just searching for a bit of something there in the middle of the pitch, but wasn't able to get the life out of it that he would have experienced from Marchant Dalanga earlier today.
That was beautifully played by Ben Charles. I think that he's hit that ball well in front of the bowler's stumps to the long boundary. There is a deep square leg out, and he had no chance of getting across to cut that off. He struck that very powerfully. Got very fast hands, very quick bat speed.
Nicely played again. Well bowled by Siddharth. There's not many, rare occasion I would have thought as a professional cricketer, and particularly in the Championship, where you walk out to bat and you probably don't have a massive amount of pressure on you. And Gloucestershire don't have a huge amount of pressure on them at the moment. And as it's been proven here that Northamptonshire are bowling well. I don't think it's been the best that they've ever bowled at Wantage Road, but Gloucester just going on over 5 and over.
Yeah. It's all a bit flat, isn't it? It's all a bit flat. And Gloucestershire have, what we're seeing is dominance, really, isn't it? There's scoreboard dominance, and there's dominance of bat over ball right now as well. It's obviously a brand new ball. It's only 5 overs old, but it hasn't beaten the bat yet. It's found the middle of the bat quite frequently. Both players have scored boundaries in the last couple of overs. There's been a little bit of width on offer, and when it has been on offer, it's been tucked into. As you say, it does help when you've got a lead of, it's currently 268, 30 for no wicket, Gloucestershire in the second innings. So it's a little bit of one-way traffic right now. Northants desperately need wickets just to lift themselves, to try to get some sort of toe hold, fingernail hold back into the game. But Gloucestershire don't look like they're going to give them that opportunity.
My word, he's hit that hard. Safe save is out on the square leg boundary, but Cam Bancroft has swatted that like a mosquito at a barbecue, hasn't he?
I don't know this. Clearly, I don't know this. What I'm about to say. It would not surprise me if Ben Sanderson had banged that ball in with the intention of getting Bancroft off strike, because he's bowled a lot at Bancroft, hasn't bowled a lot at the left-handed Charlesworth, and perhaps wants to. I don't know that's what he'd done, but it wouldn't surprise me.
I think it's a very valid thought, and I think the only interesting thing is the fact that he's done exactly that and taken third slip out. He has gone into a catching cover just on the matting where Vasconcelos took a good catch yesterday, didn't he? But obviously from off the bowling of Siddharth.
Yeah, that was to dismiss that was to dismiss Hammond, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
The Centurion. But as he does so well, Ben Sanderson, right on the money. I've said a few times, bowling over and round the wicket and alternating as frequently as Ben Sanderson does, it's difficult to slot straight into a line and length, and he does that invariably. Very skillful bowler. But there's not been much lateral movement, has there? The ball's gone straight on quite a bit.
Yeah, and interestingly, kind of felt like that's where a lot of the success came from. For Gloucestershire, there wasn't as much movement sideways off the pitch and through the air as what there was in the first innings. Yet they were able to exploit. What was on offer for the seamers. As I mentioned a little while ago, they very different makeup of their bowling attack. Bancroft back on strike with 2 slips in place. That's cut off the back foot. It's going to give Patterson White some work down towards the cinch stand, and he does get that one back. It's going to be 2 more added. So, well, it wasn't a bad throw from Patterson White, but it was a horrible throw with the sun setting into the eyes of Lewis McManus, who just lost it for a second.
A lack of local knowledge there. The sun does set there, and it is awful, actually. Particularly, if I look out to the leg side, Siddharth Kaul is looking straight into the sun. If the ball comes his way, he will, in the air, he will struggle to locate it.
So those shadows across the pitch just highlight that fact. Let's come back into Bancroft. They're going to put Siddharth under a bit of pressure. No, never really two on offer. Did you see Patterson White roll the shoulders over? I wonder whether we're going to see an early bit of spin. Zafar Gohar bowled so well for Gloucestershire and got turn. Whilst Charlesworth is out there, the left-hander, I wonder whether we're going to see an early bowl for Patterson White. But I think it's with the success that Shaw and Marchant and Ajit Singh Dale got, I'd be pretty tempted to throw the ball Scrimshaw's way, you know. Run in, bowl as fast as you can for 3 overs.
It'll be interesting, won't it? I think we might see a double change potentially.
It looks like we're definitely going to see spin because Patterson White's got his hat off and he's making his way down towards the bowler's end at the Lynn Wilson Centre. We saw it yesterday, didn't we, where Siddharth changed ends and had a longer spell continuing from the David Capel end. Can't see Scrimshaw getting massively loose at mid-off. I can't see anybody else getting loose either. And this bowling change actually seems to have caught Northamptonshire a bit by surprise here because Lewis McManus is waiting for a helmet and I think it's still upstairs.
Wow. That's disappointing.
I think that might just highlight how tough of a day it's been for Northamptonshire.
Well said. It's exactly that, isn't it? Just not on it.
It's just something so small.
Yeah.
And whose responsibility would that be? I don't exactly know, but would it be McManus's responsibility to bring it down and pop it on the boundary edge, or would it be the responsibility of the subfielders to know where McManus's helmet is and then obviously be aware that Patterson White's getting loose? Where would that lie?
Well, I would think that if Lewis McManus was fully focused, he would anticipate spin happening pretty quickly in this session, and therefore have his helmet available on the boundary edge. In other news, if it's in the changing room, whoever's 12th man either doesn't know which spot is Lewis McManus is, which would be a slight surprise, but it's possible.
Well, I do know they've all got their names on the doors.
Well, there you go. Oh, nice start. Nice start from Liam Patterson White. We talked earlier, he's got some pedigree. He's well thought of in the game and wasn't absolutely at his best when he started his spell yesterday. That's a nice start today.
Yeah, he bowled well in return, didn't he, yesterday? I don't necessarily think he bowled badly in that first spell. It was just the fact that Hammond had absolutely no interest whatsoever in letting Liam Patterson White bowl, which is, well, a fantastic tactic and well executed for Gloucestershire. 7.5 overs bowled. 36 on the board, and that's powerfully cut away down towards the boundary and well fielded in the end by Karen Nair, who for the first time has found himself out of the cordon.
Yeah, he wouldn't be my first pick as a boundary rider, but he won't have found himself there very often in his career, I don't think.
Maybe he wanted to have a chat with Wendell. And they just push through. Croft gets a healthy inside edge on it, onto pad.
That's what a ball that, wasn't it?
Yeah, ends up at Sanderson, who's fielding just at 45, just behind square. Solid in defence by Bancroft, who for a while there looked like he might have just been eyeing up that shorter leg side boundary, but respectful as yet. Last ball of Patterson White's first over. And 8 have now been bowled, and the score is 37 for no loss. That lead now 275. Gloucestershire have 10 wickets remaining. I asked you that question at the start, didn't I? And I said to you about would they have a number in mind, and you said, well, I think it'd be more time related. So if it is time related and not number related, where's the time target?
Let me think about it. I would say probably they would want 4 sessions.
Yeah.
That would be in my mind. So something like that, plus or minus. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you think there would be a thought from Gloucestershire to declare a touch earlier?
Absolutely.
Give themselves...
No, absolutely. 4 sessions minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's been hard to bowl teams out in the championship so far this year. It's going to be 3 more added for Charlesworth. And they are chasing that win for the first time since the
September
end of
22. Yeah.
I mean, the last thing they'd want to do with the work that they've put in so far is to finish, say, 8 down and go, oh, I wish we had another half an hour.
So that's why these two need to set a platform. These two being Bancroft and Charlesworth need to set a platform so that people coming in after them can score more freely, and they can give themselves absolutely as much time as they possibly would like to have. But in terms of minimum, I think from this position, the minimum they would hope to have in terms of time would be 4 sessions, I would think.
Yeah.
And that will happen pretty naturally. If they accelerate more quickly, if Northampton don't make inroads, significant inroads, and slow them down, then Northampton might find themselves batting a little bit earlier.
Yeah. I'd say that leads 278 now, so 122, which will come fairly quickly, won't it? On a good pitch, and that's well bowled by Sanderson, but it's wide of Emilio Gay off the outside edge of Bancroft, who did play that well, to be fair. It did go down. I don't think it would have carried to Emilio Gay or even a third slip if there had been one in place. It's gone straight down. It's landed a long way short, isn't it?
It was a good ball, though, wasn't it?
Very good
That's
ball.
Nipped off straight, hasn't it? I thought it was more off stump, that line, but it was more middle and off, and it did nip. But yeah, he did play it well. What he did well was he didn't push at the ball, didn't push at the movement. Softer hands. It went quickly, but it went down. There was never a chance, and no third man. It goes for 4.
That's nicely played. Wow, he's timed that, hasn't he? That's probably going to be 4, I think. Patterson White is not going to hold that one down. That one there, he has just lent on it, really, isn't he? A forward defensive through point for 4.
That's exactly what it was, wasn't it? It was a forward defence. What he did, I think, maybe spooked a little by the previous ball that he ended up playing pretty well. Made sure that he got right over the top of that ball, and in so doing, timed it. There was still body movement through contact, and that extra momentum onto the middle of the bat. It flew away.
Yeah, and it's brought about a field change straight away. That one straighter from Sanderson. Defended back to Scrimshaw. He finds himself at mid-on. That field change was George Bartlett. He's just gone out there to patrol that offside boundary. Stood in the shade under the cinch stand. 3 minutes to 6, 12 overs left. So we're looking like we're going to go right the way through till about 7 o'clock this evening, aren't we? To get those 12 overs in. That's left alone to end the 9th over. 48 for no loss after 9. 11 runs off that one for Sanderson.
Well, the over 8, or the speed at which Northampton bowl those 12 overs that are remaining in the day will be helped, of course, because Liam Patterson White is going to bowl a number of them. So that's helpful, particularly for those of us with dinner plans.
Precisely. Absolutely right. I think, well, that is, of course, if Gloucestershire allow Liam Patterson White to bowl six more overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end, which he certainly hasn't, which they certainly didn't do on day one.
I think they might just try and nudge very, at low risk.
There's no risk to take, is there, at the moment?
Mid-on is very, very close. George Scrimshaw, who led a single leak straight to him in the first innings, is very, very close at mid-on. And so it will be in Ben Charlesworth's mind to pop it over his head if he can get close enough to the ball. The issue here is, for the left-hander, facing the left-arm spinner from the Wilson end, is there is a bit of rough outside the off-stump of the left-hander, and it has turned and bounced a wee bit from there, particularly for Gohar. but he has come down the wicket. I thought he might, but Patterson White saw him coming and dropped it in a bit shorter. Nice bit of bowling. Nice bit of batting as well.
Yeah, it was good cricket all round, wasn't it? 3 dot balls to start Patterson White's second over, and the 4th is turned into the leg side for a single down to Safe Zabe. 49 now for no loss. Emilio Gay in there at first slip. Vasconcelos and Bartlett in on the square at mid-wicket and cover. It's just been played aggressively, pushed aggressively into the offside, but didn't time it. Last ball of Patterson White's second over. See you out the corner of my eye, Phil, just furiously popping down some notes, and it might be related to the Northants versus Gloucestershire game of cricket. And if it is, I'd like you to share. And if it was your shopping list, I'm less interested.
I'm just making a few notes about the Northants innings and about the nature of the dismissals.
Well, we can come back to you if you're not ready.
I'm not quite ready.
Okay.
Can you come back to me?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll give you another over or two if you need them. I'll tell you what. Put your hand up when you'd like to.
Yeah, it's because, and the reason I'm doing it is because, as we said to each other in the break, we didn't see that innings of 171. We didn't see that coming. And so I'm just kind of reviewing it. And I obviously sat here and watched every ball of it. But I want to look back on it now and think, well, what did happen there? How was that? Was it poor batting? Was it good bowling? I'm just trying to reflect on how that came about, because it didn't. Northants have batted really well this year, really, really well, and that was a bit out of character.
Yeah, and I think, the break did wonders, didn't it, for Gloucestershire, and nightmares for Northamptonshire. But how freely Northants scored before lunch, Vasconcelos in particular, and with the form that a lot of the Northants batters would have found themselves in the build-up to this game. They have obviously had that week off. It was a little bit of a surprise is the wrong word, but certainly didn't see it happening that way around. But that's not to discredit just how well Gloucestershire bowled, and I genuinely believe executed their plans perfectly throughout the entirety of that first innings. I think, without obviously being privy to those conversations and not being able to patch into the dressing rooms, but I would imagine the 50 minutes before lunch were go out there, short spells, bowl as quick as you can, bowl your best wicket-taking deliveries. You commented, didn't you? You said, I don't know where the wickets are going to come from. And I mean, only one did come, but it felt like we're just going to bowl quick. We're going to swing the ball as big as we can. We're going to challenge both edges. We're going to challenge your stumps. We're going to challenge your pads. And it didn't work. But actually, then that plan after lunch, after that regroup, didn't change a huge amount, I don't think. It was still kind of bowl quickly, bowl aggressively. But I think you made a comment on air. It was, we just bowled a little bit straighter, didn't we?
I think they bowled straighter and fuller. Singdale bowled 3 overs for 20 with the new ball, and he didn't bowl great. Yes, he bowled with pace.
Yeah.
But it was misdirected. His spell after lunch was terrific.
Yeah. It's the 50 partnership that came up the ball before. Inside edge of Bancroft has got Sanderson. He's taken his 500th Northants wickets a couple of weeks ago and making his 100th appearance. Had his head in his hands in response to that shot from Bancroft. He's on 27 and Charlesworth, his opening partner's on 24. 10 overs remain, or 10.1.
Interesting position. Ricardo Vasconcelos at a very straight, silly mid-off, almost level with the stumps at the bowler's end. It's not that silly. It's a sensible mid-off.
Yeah. dot ball to finish. 51 for no loss after 11. 10 then remain in the day.
So yeah, just looking through the card, Ricardo Vasconcelos pushed at a length ball, could have left it. Pilot error. Emilio Gay was got out. First ball that he faced was a fast in-swinging Yorker, hit him on the toe or bowled. Luke Proctor just missed a real gentle, nothing more really from Gohar. He was just looking to turn it into the.
He never looked comfortable against Zafar Gohar in that short spell that he faced up against him. He kind of looked quite pokey and unsure of himself, and he got hit on the pads a couple of times. There were a couple of edges, weren't there, in that? And I think you made the comments, he's one of the best players against spin, and really didn't look comfortable.
Karen Nair out LBW first ball, so had no chance again. Good bit of bowling, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From Marchant DeLang, pitched it up, nipped it back, trapped him on the crease. Great bit of bowling. George Bartlett got one that bounced from Tom Price, who was bowling very military medium pace as he comes back from injury, and good catch up to the stumps. James Bracey, that one bounced a little bit. Saif Zaib caught behind, really didn't get forward into the ball. I think pace was a factor there. Well bowled. It was a good little spell that from DeLang. I mean, a particularly little spell. I'm just within a spell.
Yeah.
That sort of short spell when he had Saif Zaib trapped down here at the Lynn Wilson end. He went past the outside edge 2 or 3 times before eventually finding the nick. Really good bowling. Lewis McManus not out 29, well played. Patterson White just padded up to a regulation delivery from Gohar and was a judge WW. If he plays at that ball, if he gets anywhere near his pad and appears to be playing at it, he can't be given out because it's hit him outside the line. But so it was you would say there was some element of pilot error in that.
Yeah.
In that dismissal. Call and Sanderson, both done by pace from DeLanga, nicked off, both of them. And Scrimshaw, the last man out, was a booming drive. He's entitled to have a go at that. It was a little bit of width, but it swung, snicked it to first slip. So, really, I think last year there were times when Northamptonshire might well have looked at themselves and thought there are too many soft dismissals there last season, maybe more than once. I think that was a bit of a common theme. But this year they've mostly been got out. Sorry, this innings they've mostly been got out. And credit must go, as you rightly did, credit must go to the Gloucestershire attack, spearheaded by Marchant DeLang with 5 for.
Yeah, he was. It was great, genuinely great to watch. And I think every time you see somebody bowl quick, you get excited, don't you? Unless you've got a cricket bat in your hands. But yeah, what a spell. Someone who also had a good spell of bowling in the first innings was Luke Proctor. He didn't pick up the rewards that Marchant DeLang did. He's come into the attack, replacing Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. I did wonder whether Siddharth was going to have a go from that end, but the captain himself decided to have a go in the late evening sun at Northampton. Just inside 9 overs left of the day. Short ball, almost gloved around the corner from Bancroft. He's going to look for a second, but settles on 1 in the end.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Proctor performs in this second innings. I've given him a good rap for his effort and pace and skill in the first innings. So he bowled brilliantly. Needs to back that up. His team need him here.
Yeah, Charlesworth up to task, defends back to the bowler. I think we said, didn't we? There's probably days where he's bowled a lot worse and finished off with a lot better figures.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he bowled beautifully. Just looking at what his figures were in that first innings. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 50. What do they say? There are lies, damned lies and statistics. And
Yeah, well, I think there was one over that he got the outside edge of one of the Gloucester batters whose name escapes me. I think he went for 8 off 2 balls, which all one went through the cordon, I think, and one went wide of the cordon.
Yeah.
So you could potentially caveat. Well, one went between McManus and Nair, didn't it?
That's right. How are we going to get a wicket? Where's our wicket coming from? There it is. There it isn't. Oh, I thought I'd called a wicket.
So my comment back to you was going to be a lapse in concentration from Gloucestershire right now, and that would have been exactly that, wouldn't it? From Bancroft. To be fair, it was shorter, it was wider. He played that shot really well. Fortunately for Gloucestershire and Bancroft, he didn't connect.
I'm not sure it went into the gloves particularly well. Lewis McManus took his glove off. We talked about Luke Proctor's pace before. Oh, well fielded. That's a good stop. It hasn't carried. It was a diving one-handed stop by Emilio Gay to his left, but it didn't carry, unfortunately. It was well bowled, though. Again, Luke Proctor started very, very well. Just 2 off his first over.
Looks like that's hurt Emilio Gay as well. He's taking a little while, isn't he, just to get back to his feet, and makes his way down the other end. Really good stop.
Was a great
just a
stop.
reaction stop, wasn't it? It went so quickly. Low to his left.
But again, Proctor showing wicket-taking threat, catching the edge. That was a genuine nick. Very well bowled. But if you're not pushing at the ball as a batter, and if you've got weight over your front knee, the ball tends to go down. You tend to get away with those nicks. What have we got? 8 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another little look from Ben Charlesworth. He's just eyeing up that vacant, sort of wide mid-on or cow corner area. If he goes that way, it'll be a chassis down the wicket and a pickup. He had a little wander down the wicket to look at that option in the last over, and Patterson White saw him come in, dropped his length in really nicely. But he won't want to be facing too many dot balls, too many maidens particularly. It's tossed up a little bit more from Patterson White.
Certainly not getting as much turn out of this surface as what Zafar Gohar managed earlier today.
Oh, well, that one was a little bit wide, and Charlesworth attempted to cut it. He only had 1 man to beat. It would have gone away for 4, so the incentive was there. But although the ball kept low, he actually got underneath it somehow, and very nearly got a thin edge through to McManus, just what Northampton would have wanted. But I wonder about the pace, whether spinners talk about finding the right pace that the ball will turn more at certain grounds. It's not universal. Patterson White slightly taller than Zafar Gohar.
Well, the one thing I could say for certain is that Ben Charlesworth is slightly taller than Saif Saib, and that's going to provide a variable, isn't it, with regards to reach and stride.
That's a nice delivery. Last ball of the over. It's sort of an arm ball type of swinging type of delivery. I think it pitched a little bit wider. From memory, Gohar did get the ball turned particularly from a little bit wider. Whether or not it's landing in the same spot and just not got the same amount of revs on it. Whether this ball is just newer and not spinning as much, it's not on the pitch for as long, doesn't grip as much. I don't know. There's probably some physics involved in it somewhere. But this will be a good matchup. Luke Proctor, who bowled particularly well in the first innings, both right and left-handed. He's over the wicket to Ben Charlesworth, who's on 26, and he's now on 30.
Yeah, what a
shot. He drives that beautifully straight down the ground with the minimum of fuss.
Just lent on it, didn't he? Lent on the on drive. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it was a very full ball. It had to be driven, but he did it, as I said, with consummate ease, I think would be the right expression. Very, very nicely done. Moves him on to 30, moves Gloucestershire on to 59 for no wicket in the second innings. The lead now 297.
That's a lot, isn't it?
That's well batting. It is a lot. But is it going to be any more? Oh, it's hit him high, I think, on the back leg. Seems to be rubbing his thigh, flexing his back leg. The line looked good. That was my initial thought, was the line looked good. Ooh, yeah, the line was pretty good.
Yeah, that angle from Proctor there is always going to be going across Charlesworth, isn't it? And whether it did hit him as high as the thigh pad or not, I'm not sure, but he certainly indicated that it did. For a short while, there was a little bit of a twitch from the umpire, wasn't there, at the standards? But I think he probably just moving his coins from one hand to another, or whatever professional umpires use to count to 6. I suspect it's not coins.
That could be.
Anybody got six coins that I can? Nah, there's pebbles in the car park there if you want to grab a couple of those.
Whenever I've umpired, I've usually lost count several times. Oh, that has bounced and that has hit him where it shouldn't have done. That ball did pop a little bit and it's popped right into Ben Charlesworth's midriff, if I could call it that.
Off the inside edge. There isn't a great deal of protection around there, and he's quicker than you think.
He is quicker than you think.
Luke Proctor. Always feels like it's, I mean, nobody ever wants to get hit there, do they? But I don't know if it comes off the bat, whether it's a bit more of a surprise because you feel like you've lined it up a bit well and you suddenly go, nah, it's not going to hit. Oh, no, it's got me.
Well, that's nicely bowled by Luke Proctor. Squares up Ben Charlesworth. He plays it pretty nicely in the end. It runs off a thick outside edge down to the third man area. For 2, there isn't a third man. They pick up 2. He's still grimacing a wee bit, Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he looks in discomfort, doesn't he?
I'd be surprised if we see a drink run out at the end of the over. Just to allow him to gather his thoughts.
At the end of the second, and another good over from Luke Proctor. The first ball was very full. It was over length and got dealt with straight down the ground. So that one went for 4. He's about 2 overs for 8. But again, he's attacking the stumps. He looks purposeful. He's in good rhythm. And whilst he hasn't got the rewards in this innings yet, and certainly didn't get any rewards anywhere near the reward he deserved in the first innings, it does augur well for the rest of the campaign with the captain fit and firing, because he is a very, very handy bowler.
Yeah, and somebody that wants to lead by example as well. When it has got tough, which it did during that first innings, and obviously has continued to do so into the third, he's wanted the ball, hasn't he? He's wanted to drag Northamptonshire back into the game.
It looks as though, well, I don't know. If George Scrimshaw doesn't bowl this evening, that will be quite a surprise, actually.
Do you know what's quite scary? We're obviously still in our infancy of our commentary partnership. So I was just thinking about George Scrimshaw and wondering if he will get a spell this evening. And if he doesn't, what does that say to George Scrimshaw?
Yeah. So this is the 16th over. So that we will have bowled 21 overs by the close of play.
Yeah, it's 5.5 left.
Yeah. Okay. Because that's nice batting.
To the layman, i.e. me, I've watched Martian Talang, tall, quick, run in, hit the middle of the pitch hard, pitched it up quickly, and he's got reward from it. And I look at George Scrimshaw and I go, he could do that job. But obviously more subtleties to the decision making than trying to copy and paste what worked for Gloucestershire.
I think that's going to run away for 3. A nice cut, a late cut. Don't see that shot very often nowadays. A late cut from Ben Charlesworth. A little bit of width on offer. There's a quicker ball from Patterson White. And Charlesworth missed one of those in the previous over. He didn't miss that one. Chopped it away for 3. Takes the score to 65. He's on 35. Cameron Bancroft not out on 30. Faces this next ball, which is a lovely line and length. Fully respected. Pushed into the offside. No run. Is this going to be George Scrimshaw coming into the bowling attack? He's walking purposefully, but not directly in the right. So he's not going to be. It's going to be this continuation of Luke Proctor's spell. So with only 5 overs remaining in the day, you would think that it'll be these 2 unchanged until the close.
I would have thought so.
So what does it say about George Scrimshaw?
He's been expensive, isn't he? In the 2 innings that he has bowled for Northamptonshire, I think he went for 5s, if not just over, against Leicester. And he certainly went for 5s, but I will just double check. No, he went for nearly 7s against Gloucestershire, 6.79 and over. But if you're not going to bowl him now, when are you going to bowl him? Because Siddharth and Sanderson will come back first thing tomorrow morning. Still got the spin option of Safe Zabe as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there may be an eye on the T20 campaign. I mean, you know, actually there should be an eye on the T20 campaign as well. It's not a one-dimensional thing. It's not all about this red ball cricket. It's not all about the T20. Playing George Scrimshaw in this game in the first place says it's not a one-dimensional thing. We've not got all our eggs in the white ball basket. By the same token, we've not got all of our eggs in the red ball basket. We want to make sure that our frontline bowling attack is ready for the first T20 game. And if that means, in the context of this game, nice shot off the back foot by Ben Charlesworth, pick up 2, maybe 3. The ball runs across they're going to run well. They've run too fast, and that enables them to come out for a 3rd. I think you know where I'm headed with this, which is in the context of this game now, where Gloucestershire are currently 306 runs ahead. Do we need to be bowling 15, 20 overs of George Scrimshaw?
Yeah.
Or do we want to keep him fresh for the T20? I'm not sure. It's not simple. It's not a simple one. I think he should have a bowl. I think he should have a bowl. And if that's 5 or 6 overs, if it's 1 spell, if it's 2 spells because he bowls well and he's feeling good, but I think he should have some kind of bowl.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to see him put in cotton wool.
No, it's kind of interesting that's something that may be thought of, almost a bit of workload management with Northamptonshire kind of behind the 8 ball. I suppose the comment I made would be to kind of get through Gloucestershire as quick as possible and try and emulate what we saw from Marchand. But actually, does not bowling Scrimshaw trying to emulate that, does it concede the fact that Northants are a long way behind and there's almost an inevitability that there's a declaration that comes? And
and it's been and I started that. So, and I'm going to kind of criticise myself. It's too early really to be talking in that way. So I kind of back off that to some extent. But there may well be a time when that factor is when that is a factor, I should say, but not just now. You know, that said, so why isn't he bowling ahead of Proctor, for example? So and
I'm sure a lot of that's to do with form, because Proctor carried a lot of form through from that first innings, didn't he? Which Scrimshaw didn't. And if I was captain of the side, which obviously I'm not, and I'm a long way from it, but based on what we saw, I'd be throwing the ball to Proctor ahead of Scrimshaw based on what I've seen in this game.
And I would be doing exactly the same. Yeah.
And I wonder, well, Patterson White, I think probably double-edged sword here, isn't it? That it's get through the 21 overs that we've got left quickly, make sure we're not on the field till 7:30. And also, let's see if you can do what Zafar Gohar did for Gloucestershire as well.
That ball just ran on with the arm. It's the second time that Charles has been done on the outside edge. Left arm spinner against left-hander. The ball went straight on, missed the outside edge. Comfortably defended the second ball of the over.
Almost looks quite alien now, doesn't it, to see a county cricketer without a name and number on the back of the shirt?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Not like the good old days.
And again, that ball has gone away off the pitch. That's a very good delivery that he bowls there. So where Zafar Gohar was creating problems with spin, Patterson White is creating problems with arm balls. That's nicely bowled. I like the way this guy goes about his work. He's a good cricketer.
Yeah, I think he'd be pretty disappointed with the way that he started. I think he should be pleased with how he's come back into it. It's a shame that with how well he started off those 4 or 5 balls that he did face with the bat, that he then decided to put the bat away and try and pad up against Zafar Gohar.
Yeah.
I'm sure on another day that might have been a judge to be missing, but as it was, umpire decided that it would go on to hit the stumps. Maiden over. 3 left. So I'm thinking here from an incredibly amateur captain's perspective. Proctor's going to have 2 left from that end.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be chucking the ball to Scrimshaw for 6 balls from the Lynn Wilson centre end with the penultimate over of the day. It's not the greatest light. He hasn't bowled. He is quicker. It's different from Patterson White. Have 6 balls. Doesn't matter. Do what you can do. Take one with us type thing.
I think Save's going to bowl that over.
Okay.
But I don't mind. I don't mind what you say. That said, yeah, I mean, this is a separate point, by the way, but if you're going to bowl him that 1 over, why haven't you bowled him properly?
Yeah.
And in fact, bowled him more of the overs that Patterson White has bowled. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 9. He hasn't threatened in the traditional way that by turning the ball out of that rough, but he has gone past the outside edge a few times. So not the worst decision. Wider on the crease there from Luke Proctor. A beautifully covered up defensive shot from Cameron Bancroft. I do like the way he shapes up. He feels a bit. I know he feels a bit aggrieved, doesn't he, by not being selected into the or reselected into the Test side. Of course, he has played a number of Test matches for Australia. That one over length and tucked through wide mid wicket. Some work for George Scrimshaw to retrieve. Gets the throw away, keeps it to 2. Have I picked up? I'm not all over social media. It won't surprise you to know this. Have I picked up that there is some kind of conspiracy theory about Bancroft not being selected? Because what's that all about?
Well, there are several conspiracy theories about it, and basically all circles back to that South African Test series, or whatever you want to call it, Sandpaper Gate, or anything like that. Whether that is true, or whether it sells a headline or generates a few clicks, or whatever that might be, I don't know. But I think there could be some logic behind it if you wanted to look down that rabbit hole.
Tell me what the logic is.
I think it's more than anything just that because he did what he did, they don't want to go back. Although of all of the punishments he got, it was the lesser of the 3 of them.
Yeah.
All I would say, I wasn't particularly convinced by Steve Smith at the top of the order for Australia, and I do wonder if it was an Ashes series in Australia, whether that experiment would have happened, or whether it was 3 Test matches against, respectfully, a West Indies side that went on to win one of those tests in Australia, which was amazing.
Yeah.
Whether it was a bit of a fancy a few digs at the top of the order, see if it works. Did it work? Didn't it work? I don't know. We won't play Test cricket again for a little while. We can
Have a think about it.
have a rethink,
Yeah,
and think
yeah.
about a Bancroft or a Harris who scored runs at Leicester, didn't he, the other
Yeah,
week?
yeah.
And consider different options. But
Would he not count himself a bit unlucky? Yeah, I mean, this is an if. Of course, we don't know, and we're never going to know. If there's an element of sandpaper gate that has led to his non-selection, is he a bit unlucky given that the bloke who's his replacement at the top of the order?
massively, yeah.
Yeah.
But as I say, in terms of like the actual kind of punishments dished out, I think Bancroft got the. Did he get the less of the three?
Yes, I think he did. Yeah.
He did. But anyway,
interesting. So there's not going to be a change. It is going to be, as we originally thought, Proctor and Patterson White to see us through to the close.
Yeah.
There are 2 overs to go.
say bowl the last one from the David Capel end, won't
Maybe
he?
he is warming up a bit. Yeah, he is warming up. So Proctor will finish with 4 overs, 0 for 16. Got a 4 and over. Hasn't felt like that, has it? The score is 73 for no wicket off 19 overs. That's a reasonable lick, and it hasn't really felt like that. All of that said, the seamers haven't got the ball past the outside edge, and the only balls that have gone past the edge actually have been arm balls from the finger spinner that have run on and beaten the outside edge of Ben Charlesworth. So Northampton haven't really created an opportunity. That one runs off a thick edge. Ben Sanderson will retrieve it, but he won't be able to prevent the single. So has the wicket gone a bit flat? I mean, have Northampton gone a bit flat? Have both gone a bit flat?
I think yes to the second one. I think I mentioned on day one about the heavy roller and about the impact that has had at Wantage Road over the summer so far. I think that Glamorgan game highlighted it, that it felt there was plenty on offer first innings. The heavy roller went on and kind of nullified that movement. Obviously, this is one of, or the greenest that we've had here at Wantage Road, but still been a fantastic cricket pitch. It's not a case of, oh, it's green, it's done all sorts. There's been a lot of runs scored on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
You've said a couple of times it's been a good cricket wicket so far, and we've had 2 days of good red ball cricket. There's a half an appeal as it slides on. Maybe a bit of inside edge, hits the pad, runs out to Sanderson. 20 overs then have been bowled in Gloucestershire's second innings, and the score is 75 for no loss. Safe Save takes his hat off, so he will bowl the final over of the day. Gloucestershire lead Northamptonshire by 313 with 10 wickets remaining. 75 runs off 20 overs, going at 3 3/4. Where does... So 4 and over for the morning session. Morning sessions would roughly be what, 30? Add another 120. From here, you're going to go up to 430. I don't necessarily think that's a declaration number at that point. So
no chance.
But that's not to say that Gloucestershire won't come out to bat tomorrow with even more intent than what we've seen so far.
Feels like the middle of the afternoon is the time to start looking for
4.5 sessions would be nice, wouldn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Just to make absolute certainty. Give themselves every possible chance to pick up the 10 Northants wickets. I mean, Northants will have to do a bit of soul searching as well when it comes around to that second innings. And they've experienced how tough it would be to bat against, well, Zafar Gohar and then the pace on offer from the other end. And they're going to have to pick themselves up. They can't carry over any baggage from that first innings, that second innings of the match. Nicely bowled.
He's good at that, isn't he? Safe Save, deflecting the ball onto the stumps.
Yeah. 2 balls left. 76 for no loss. Bancroft 35. Charlesworth 41. defended
It's all
again.
pretty flat here, Safe.
Just get out the over, isn't it? I think.
I mean, I don't know why he's not just giving it a bit of air. That's a little bit more over the top of the ball.
That's one run off the final ball of the day. So, end of day 2 at Wantage Road, and Gloucestershire are 77 for no loss in having bowled Northamptonshire out for 171 earlier today. The first innings of 409 puts Gloucestershire very much in pole position. 314 runs the lead, 315 runs the lead. And we've got 2 days left of cricket at Northamptonshire. Weather looks good. And what also looks good is Gloucestershire's chance and opportunity to pick up their first win of 2024.
Well, I mean, the good news from Northamptonshire is that the wicket looks like it's got a bit flat. And if that continues, then it's going to make life far more difficult for Gloucestershire. But they have got variety in their bowling attack, haven't they? They've got a top-class spinner, and there's been spin on offer, particularly when bowling to the left-hander. They've got a top-class pace bowler in Merchant de Lang, who's on form as well. He's got wickets this year already, got 5 in the first innings here. They've got a young sort of tear-away quick in
Ajit Singhdale.
Ajit Singhdale, thank you. Just lost my notes there for a moment. And they've got a good swing bowler in Josh Shaw. So they've got plenty of variety. And they've got a returning Tom Price as well to back up their frontline seamers as he comes back from injury. And he picked up a wicket in the first innings. So there's plenty of variety there. There's still a little bit of pace and bounce and carry in the pitch. So it's going to be an uphill struggle for Northants. The day started very well from a Gloucestershire perspective, didn't it? That partnership for the 9th wicket of 71 between Josh Shaw and Merchant de Lang very, very quickly took the sting out of any Northants' hopes of getting a foothold into the game. They closed the innings on 409, and then a wicket with the first ball from Emilio Gay, hit him on the toe, and it was kind of then a bit of a procession. There was a little bit of rearguard effort. Bartlett got in, Proctor got in, Karen Ned did not get in. He got out to a very good ball first up, 2 golden ducks in the Northants' top 4. But the relentless pace and accuracy of Merchant de Lang spearheaded Gloucestershire's efforts to bowl Northants out for a well under par 171. And they're now in the ascendancy with a lead of 315 with still 10 wickets left in the shed. So, yeah, it's a massive uphill battle for Northants. Where there's life, there's hope.
Yeah.
The Northants could get out of this game with a draw. But they're going to have to bat well and show resolve against a well-balanced and in-form attack.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, Gloucestershire, good value for their lead. Not out batters, Bancroft 36, Charlesworth 41. And Phil and I will be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 3 at Wantage Road.